Chapter 1. In the back mountains of the Taishan sect, there was a quiet and secluded place. There were trees, flowers, birds, and insects. Next to a gravel path, there was a boulder as tall as a person. On top of the boulder, a young man in a white robe was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. The aura around the young man rippled. As he breathed in and out, the aura that gathered expanded and shrank, following a mysterious pattern toward the young man's dantian. The young man's name was Gu Fei, and he was a disciple of the younger generation of the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect was one of the three major sects on the Tenglong continent. It had a long history and was an ancient sect. Gu Fei was an orphan. When he was 8 years old, his master, Wan Xianqing, had left the mountain to travel and brought him back to the Taishan sect to be accepted as a disciple. Although Gu Fei was a Dao sect disciple, he did not cultivate Dao techniques. Instead, he cultivated a technique called the ancient body tempering technique. Body refining technique, as the name suggested, was a technique that used one's own body as the foundation. It was a technique that defied the natural order and cultivated the body. The techniques described in the technique were enough to make one's body sacred, and the ancient battle techniques could kill immortals and gods. However, once this ancient secret technique was cultivated, it was extremely difficult. Even if one failed to cultivate it, they could no longer switch to other techniques. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder with his eyes closed, activated the ancient body refining technique, and absorbed the aura of heaven and earth from all directions into his dantian, accumulating it. When the aura in the dantian was compressed and accumulated to a certain extent, it was guided into the meridians of the body. Wave after wave of aura gathered. Whether it was the surrounding essence of plants, or the essence of the sun and moon floating in the void, Gu Fei did not reject them. He absorbed them into his dantian like rivers running into the sea. Vaguely, one could see streaks of light that were as fine as green silk lingering around his body. As time went by, Gu Fei's dantian began to emit a seven-colored glow. It was the glow emitted by the highly condensed spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Gathering qi, impacting. Sometimes strong, sometimes weak, waves of spiritual qi spread out from Gu Fei's body. As it cycled back and forth, streams of seven-colored spiritual qi surged from Gu Fei's dantian, like a river bursting through a dam, and impacted the meridians in his body that had not yet been opened. Every impact was like a 1,000-pound hammer ruthlessly bombarding Gu Fei's body. With every impact, a trace of pain appeared on his face. Powerful spiritual energy rushed through his meridians, bringing with it a tearing pain. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that erupted from his dantian was extremely violent, making his meridians feel as if they were being cut by countless sharp knives. He gritted his teeth and was sweating profusely. His hair was stuck to his face by the sweat, and his white shirt was soaked and stuck to his body. He was experiencing the second threshold of the ancient body refining technique, meridian opening. Meridian opening was to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condense it in the dantian, and then impact the aperture acupoints above the meridians, making the meridians unobstructed. In this way, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could travel along the meridians of the whole body to every inch of muscle and every bone of the body, thus achieving the purpose of refining the muscles, bones, flesh and blood, and making the body sublimate and transform. The ancient body refining technique was a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Without a rock-like willpower and unremitting bitter cultivation, it was impossible to even cross the first threshold of qi gathering. There were countless cultivation systems in the Tenglong continent, but the realms of the world's cultivators could be divided into 5 major realms: self-awakening, transcending mortality, royal void, demigod, and saint. Each realm was further divided into 9 heavens, implying the meaning of the 9-5 supremacy. The ancient body refining technique had 4 checkpoints in the self-awakening realm. The first step was qi gathering. Only by mastering the ability of qi gathering, could Gu Fei proceed to the next step of meridian opening. After meridian opening was tendon transformation. After tendon transformation reached the advanced level, it would enter the practice of bone forging. The day when bone forging reached the advanced level, the body would transform. Once the transformation was successful, Gu Fei would be able to break through the shackles of cultivation and advance to the transcending mortality realm. The spiritual energy gathered is still not strong enough. Failure after failure brought a terrible pain like death by 1,000 cuts. Gu Fei bit the corner of his mouth and blood oozed out, but he still persisted. The human body has 12 main meridians. I have only opened 2 meridians. In addition to the 12 main meridians, there are 8 extra meridians. When can I open all the meridians in my body and enter the tendon transformation stage? The difficulty of cultivating the ancient body refining technique was really terrifying. Most of the people who had cultivated this technique, which had an awesome name, but the cultivation progress was extremely slow. It seemed that there was only one end for them, that was, before they could successfully cultivate the ancient body refining technique, these people had already died of old age. The morning cultivation time was about to end. Gu Fei sat the whole morning. Since he opened the second meridian 2 years ago, he had not made any progress. The wall of cultivation was like an insurmountable chasm that spanned across in front of him. Gu Fei was a little disappointed, but he was not discouraged. His character was a bit like his master Wan Xianqing. They were both stubborn like a bull, the kind of person who would not turn back even after 100 setbacks. Fight. Gu Fei looked up at the sky. There was still enough time for him to break through one more meridian. Therefore he gritted his teeth, his face showed a determined look, and his eyes were incomparably firm. Circulating the technique, the heaven and earth spiritual energy that had not yet dissipated around his body, once again converged. In his dantian, a mass of spiritual energy was slowly rotating, absorbing the spiritual energy that gathered from all directions. A not weak fluctuation of yuan qi was emitted from his body, and various colors of starlight emerged in his dantian. This was the highly compressed heaven and earth spiritual energy, and it was the heaven and earth spiritual energy that had not undergone any transformation. The heaven and earth spiritual energy quickly gathered in Gu Fei's dantian, until Gu Fei felt a swelling pain in his dantian. Only then did he harden his heart, and desperately pushed the highly compressed spiritual energy in his dantian to the third meridian of the 12 standard meridians. The powerful and explosive spiritual energy surged rapidly in Gu Fei's meridians. It was like a torrential flood had suddenly gushed into a small stream. Wherever the spiritual energy passed through, his meridians would rapidly expand, almost bursting from the torrent. Boom! It was as if there was a thunderclap in Gu Fei's ears. The torrent that surged out from his dantian fiercely hit the wall of his meridians. Gu Fei's body shook violently. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and he actually fell from the boulder. Under the boulder, in the grass, Gu Fei lay on the ground with his face facing the sky. The corner of his mouth was scarlet, and it was particularly eye-catching. He looked up at the sky, looking at the wisps of mist floating in the sky. Occasionally, a few spirit birds would fly across the sky. There was no discouragement in his eyes, no frustration, only a somewhat terrifying determination. He slowly climbed up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked in the direction of the mountain in front of him. On the mountain road in the back of the mountain, there were already scattered figures heading toward the front of the mountain. They were disciples of Taishan sect, like him, who had come to the back of the mountain early to cultivate. Taishan mountain towered into the clouds, and the top of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. There were many palaces that were faintly discernible on the mountain. The terrain was magnificent, and it was a rare holy land of spirit mountains on the continent. The high-level cultivators all cultivated on the mountain, and young disciples like Gu Fei, who had been in the sect for less than 10 years and had low cultivation, could only cultivate at the foot of the mountain. I still haven't broken through. Gu Fei looked inside his body, and he found that the wall of the third meridian was only a little loose, but it was still far from breaking through. 8 years, and the ancient body refining technique has only reached the meridian opening realm, but it has only awakened my third tier of cultivation. Sigh. Gu Fei laughed bitterly at himself. The disciples of the other branches, even Wang Yuanji, who has the lowest cultivation, has awakened my 5th tier of cultivation. Thinking of Wang Yuanji, who often caused trouble for him, Gu Fei's face showed a look of disgust. The disciples of the other branches cultivated Dao techniques and progressed at lightning speed. However, the cultivation technique that he cultivated progressed at a snail's pace. In the world of cultivation, only the strong were respected, and those with low cultivation would only become the target of bullying. Gu Fei tidied up his clothes, and then walked along the mountain path to the front of the mountain. On both sides of the quiet mountain path, unknown flowers were blooming. The faint smell of grass and the faint fragrance of flowers floated into Gu Fei's nose from time to time. Just now, when he failed to break through the meridian wall, Gu Fei's body had suffered a lot of impact, and injuries were inevitable. However, he did not take the injury seriously at all because after cultivating the ancient body refining technique, he had no other skills, but his body's self-healing ability was amazing. When Gu Fei came to the front of the mountain, he met more and more disciples, but no one greeted him as if they did not see him, or glanced at him with disdain and walked away. Gu Fei's face was expressionless, and his face was indifferent, facing the disdainful eyes of some of his fellow disciples. He was indifferent. "Oh, isn't this our cultivation genius Gu Fei? I know it should be cultivation waste, haha." Suddenly, a wanton laughter came from the front. On the path in front, there were 3 teenagers who were also wearing white robes with white belts on their waists. The leader laughed loudly, and the 2 teenagers behind him also laughed in a low voice. Seeing these 3 teenagers, a look of disgust flashed in Gu Fei's eyes, and then he ignored the 3 teenagers and directly turned to the side of the path. This small path led to a pine forest. "Hey junior brother Trash, where are you going? Why are you walking so fast?" The 3 youths giggled as they followed Gu Fei onto the small path. On the path there were 7 or 8 other young disciples. However, when these disciples saw the 3 teenagers who laughed at Gu Fei, their footsteps could not help but speed up a little, as if they wanted to force the 3 teenagers away. "Who are you calling waste?" Gu Fei suddenly stopped moving, turned around and roared at the 3 youths. This roar of his drew the gazes of the nearby fellow disciples over. What's wrong with saying you are waste? Not only are you waste but your master is also waste, humph. What ancient body refining technique, body sanctification? It's just a garbage cultivation technique. If you throw it on the ground no one will pick it up. You 2 master and disciple actually treat garbage as a treasure. You are really stupid to the extreme. The leading teenager was suddenly shouted at by Gu Fei, and was stunned for a moment, but immediately like a machine gun, he pointed at Gu Fei's nose and cursed. Chapter 2. Oh. Even a good-for-nothing is angry? What, you want to hit me? Do you dare? Ah. The leading youth, Wang Yuanji, glanced at Gu Fei who was clenching his fists. He disdainfully walked in front of Gu Fei, puffed out his chest, and looked as if he deserved a beating. His provocative and arrogant words made the other disciples who walked along the path frown. Wang Yuanji, who was at the 5th tier of the Awakening Self-Realm, was a disciple of the Wang family of the Qi Kingdom. When he entered the sect he spent a lot of time making friends with his fellow disciples. Relying on the heritage of his family, he gradually became somewhat domineering among the low-level disciples of the Taishan sect. Most of the disciples of aristocratic families had a kind of drawback, and that was that they were young and frivolous. This Wang Yuanji belonged to this kind of family disciple. Gu Fei stared at Wang Yuanji in front of him, his face full of anger. But very quickly his anger subsided, and his clenched fists loosened. He couldn't wait to smash his fist into this detestable fellow's face and make him bleed from the nose. However, Gu Fei knew that he had no chance of winning against Wang Yuanji right now. The 5th tier of the Awakening Self-Realm against the 3rd tier of the Awakening Self-Realm. The result could be imagined. Gu Fei forcibly suppressed the anger in his chest and chose to endure. He glanced at Wang Yuanji contemptuously, then turned around and walked away, completely ignoring Wang Yuanji, whose face had become livid. He actually looked at me like that. Boy, you have guts. Wang Yuanji was completely enraged by Gu Fei's contemptuous glance. Senior brother Wang, why do you care about such a useless person? Let's hurry up and go to the Hualin Pavilion to receive today's task, said a youth next to Wang Yuanji. Every sect had many affairs to deal with, and the Taishan sect was no exception. Disciples who had been in the sect for less than 10 years had to receive chores. Only the elite disciples of the sect could cultivate on the mountain without any distractions and not have to do any chores. The Taishan sect only opened the mountain gate every 10 years to accept disciples from the secular world. Before new disciples entered the sect, all the chores in the Taishan sect were handled by the disciples at the foot of the mountain. Alright. If there's a chance in the future I'll definitely teach him a lesson. He's so arrogant even though he doesn't have the ability. He's really courting death. Wang Yuanji looked at Gu Fei who had disappeared on the pine forest path in front of him, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. This guy was not a good person. He was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Gu Fei turned around a rock in front of him, and his field of vision suddenly widened. At the end of the path he saw an elegant pavilion hidden in the forest. This was the Hualin Pavilion. The Hualin Pavilion was a place in the Supreme Profound sect that managed the chores in the sect. What it could manage was naturally the group of young disciples that had entered the sect for less than 10 years. By the time Gu Fei arrived at the Hualin Pavilion, there were already quite a number of white-robed youths going in and out of the main entrance of the Hualin Pavilion. Without exception, all the disciples who came out held a jade tablet in their hands. Walking into the Hualin Pavilion, Gu Fei raised his head and saw a young girl with eyes as clear as autumn water and cheeks as white as sheep-fat jade walking towards him. Senior brother Gu Fei. The beautiful young girl also saw Gu Fei, and immediately greeted him with a smile. Her voice was like the cry of a bird, clear and melodious. This young girl was also dressed in a long white robe. Her figure was slender and she looked petite and exquisite. Her black hair fell over her shoulders and her features were picturesque. She was a classical beauty. Junior sister Zhao. Gu Fei nodded indifferently at the young girl and walked forward. The two of them passed by each other. Gu Fei's nose smelled a faintly discernible yet elegant and pleasant faint body fragrance, which intoxicated his mind. The young girl surnamed Zhao suddenly turned to look at the lonely figure behind her, and there was some sympathy in her quick-witted eyes. Then the young girl turned and walked out of the Hualin pavilion. "Io, isn't that junior sister Zhao?" Indistinctly, Gu Fei heard Wang Yuanji's disgusting voice behind him. Gu Fei swept his gaze across the great hall, and saw 7 or 8 young disciples standing in front of the jade disc in front of him, taking down palm-sized jade tokens hanging on it. The jade tokens were sparkling and translucent, and faintly glowed with a layer of milky white light. It was definitely not an ordinary item. There was a table beside the jade disc, and behind the table sat a middle-aged man dressed in a green Taoist robe. This middle-aged man's eyes looked as if they would never open, and he was dozing off with one hand supporting his cheek. There was no Taoist crown on his head, and his long hair casually flowed behind his head. It was somewhat messy, and the Taoist robe on his body also seemed to have been put on haphazardly. This middle-aged Taoist gave off the feeling that he was always sleepy, lazy, and sloppy. All of these could be found on him. In the great hall of the Hualin Pavilion, the furnishings were simple and crude. It was not gorgeous, but it was not tacky either. One by one, white-robed youths walked in from outside and took down the jade tokens from the opposite jade disc. The disciples who took down the jade tokens all scanned the jade tokens with their divine senses, and their faces were either happy or worried. Gu Fei came before the jade disc and saw that there were still 20 or 30 jade tokens on it. He seemed to be one of the early batch of disciples. The disciples who had been in the sect for less than 10 years were all 4th-generation disciples of the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect, one of the 3 great sects of the Tenglong continent, also only had 4 generations of disciples. The generation of the sect leader was, of course, the first generation. No matter how many sect leaders were passed down, the first sect leader was always the first and then the 4th. This was the hierarchy of the Taishan sect. Let's see what today's chores are. Gu Fei's face was still calm, and it was difficult for others to detect any expression on his face. He stretched out his hand, and before he touched the jade token, his palm seemed to pass through a thin film, and there were a few imperceptible ripples in the air in front of the jade token. This was a layer of restriction that isolated divine sense, preventing these young disciples from using their divine sense to explore the contents of the jade token. This was very fair, just like drawing lots. No matter if they drew a good or bad number, there was nothing to say. Every jade token had a corresponding piece of information. Only when the jade token left the jade wall and was in the hands of the disciples could the disciples read the information within the jade token. Taking off the jade token, he scanned it with his divine sense, and a line of words appeared in Gu Fei's mind. Today's task is quite easy. Gu Fei was neither sad nor happy, and his face was indifferent. The jade token showed that he had to go to the Immortal Medicine Valley 50 miles away to pick 10 stalks of 100-year-old spirit pearl grass. The 10-year period is almost up. Is the sect going to start refining the soul-condensing pill again? Gu Fei held the jade token in his hand, turned around and walked out of the pavilion. Just as he walked to the door, he ran into Wang Yuanji and the other 2 youths. Gu Fei ignored Wang Yuanji's murderous gaze and walked past him without even looking at him. This guy. Wang Yuanji was furious, but when he glanced at the green-robed Taoist priest who was dozing off, he forcibly suppressed the anger in his chest that was surging straight to his head. In the Hualin Pavilion, he was not allowed to behave atrociously. Even if Wang Yuanji was bold, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of this sloppy uncle master. After leaving the Hualin Pavilion and walking through the pine forest, Gu Fei turned onto another gravel path. In front of this gravel path was a large area of houses. This was the residence of the 4th-generation disciples of the Taishan sect. There were a few such residences on the mountain. Of course, the residence of the female disciples was not here, but on the other side of the mountain. He saw that the houses were arranged in a half-moon shape, and inside was a courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a large tree that would take several people to wrap their arms around. The branches and leaves of the tree were lush, covering almost half of the courtyard. Gu Fei walked into the courtyard and returned to his residence. After eating some fruits that he had picked from the mountains, he changed his clothes and walked out of the house. Trash Gu, where are you in such a hurry to go? A low and deep voice sounded the moment Gu Fei took his first step out of the house. There was a strong smell of gunpowder in the voice, and Gu Fei could not help but frown. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a handsome youth with a strong killing intent leaning against the big tree in the courtyard, looking at him maliciously. Beside this youth stood two other white-robed youths. Who else could it be but Wang Yuanji and the others? Wang Yuanji, what do you want? Gu Fei's expression was cold as he said in a low voice. I don't want anything, I just want to take a look at the jade tablet in your hand. Wang Yuanji said slowly as he walked toward Gu Fei. The three youths formed a faint encirclement around Gu Fei, blocking him in front of his house. Their contemptuous eyes and disdainful smiles greatly stimulated Gu Fei's nerves. Chapter 3. You want the jade token in my hand? Gu Fei immediately understood Wang Yuanji's intentions. This fellow must have received some troublesome chores from the Hualin Pavilion and did not dare to have any ideas about the other disciples, so he had found him, the disciple with the lowest level of cultivation among his fellow disciples. At this moment, Wang Yuanji and the two youths had already walked in front of Gu Fei. Give it to me. Wang Yuanji looked at Gu Fei with a disdainful half-smile. His tone carried an undeniable toughness that left no room for refusal. Wang Yuanji. A wave of anger rushed to his head. Even an earthworm that had been stepped on would writhe a few times, much less a human. Gu Fei's anger had already exceeded the limit of what he could endure. Since taking a step back would not bring him peace, then he would resist. When he could no longer endure, there was no need to. However, just as Gu Fei was about to explode, Wang Yuanji had already made his move. His right hand casually formed a lotus-like mudra, and at the same time, he softly spat out two words, seal. The two youths in white beside Wang Yuanji snickered as they waited to watch a good show. Once the mudra was formed, Gu Fei immediately felt his body tighten. The space around him suddenly changed as if it had solidified. His entire body felt as if it was suddenly trapped, and he could only feel a great force pressing down on him from all directions. A wave of spiritual power rippled out from Wang Yuanji's body along with the mudra in his right hand. It affected the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and in an instant, it bound Gu Fei. With a loud roar, Gu Fei's bones and muscles suddenly tightened, and veins appeared on his forehead. The power of his body suddenly exploded, resisting the sealing force pressing down on him from all directions. The muscles of Gu Fei's entire body vibrated, and his bones surged. Waves of pure power contained in his flesh and blood emanated from his body, and his bones cracked from the pressure. The struggle between his physical strength and his Fa caused the space in front of the house to ripple visibly. Seeing that Gu Fei was still able to struggle under his suppression, Wang Yuanji's expression immediately changed and he was secretly shocked. This Gu Fei, whose cultivation base was only at the third heavenly layer of awakening, was actually able to shake the magical power of his seal, which surprised him. After all, Wang Yuanji's cultivation base was 2 heavenly layers higher than Gu Fei's. However, the surprise on Wang Yuanji's face only lasted for a moment. The difference in their cultivation was too great. Gu Fei was definitely not his opponent. The gap of 2 heavens was insurmountable. Although Gu Fei had shaken the sealing power, he could not rush out of the seal. A raging bull, this is the result of cultivating a rubbish cultivation method. When Wang Yuanji and the other 2 youths saw Gu Fei's desperate appearance, they all sneered contemptuously. Wang Yuanji was even more proud of himself. At the same time that his hand formed a seal to trap Gu Fei, he signaled to the youth next to him. The latter immediately understood and walked forward, reaching into Gu Fei's bosom. Ah! Gu Fei roared, anger churning in his chest. He desperately stimulated the power of his body, causing his eyes to turn red and bloodshot. What arrogance! The youth was not deterred by Gu Fei's imposing manner. He went straight to Gu Fei's bosom and took out the jade token from the Hualin Pavilion. Senior brother Wang. Catch it. The young man turned around and threw the sparkling and translucent jade token to Wang Yuanji. At this time, Wang Yuanji was forming a seal with his hand, using the Dao power that he had cultivated to activate the Dao technique to seal Gu Fei. When he saw the jade token flying over, he naturally stretched out his left hand to catch it. In this way, when he caught the jade token, his mind was distracted, and the power of the Dao technique immediately weakened. Wang Yuanji suddenly realized, and in his heart, oh no! In a flash there was a soft sound. With a soft sound, Gu Fei mustered the strength in his body with all his might. The power contained in his flesh, blood, tendons and bones erupted like a volcano, instantly shattering the Dao technique seal that Wang Yuanji had placed on his body. At the same time, a fist filled with raging flames shot out. It fiercely hit the back of the youth in front of him. The youth's smile instantly froze on his somewhat childish face and he flew up. Wang Yuanji was shocked and angry. His Dao technique had been broken, and his mind immediately felt as if it had been ruthlessly bombarded by a heavy hammer. His face instantly turned pale, and his body swayed as he actually took a step back. Peng! The youth who had been blasted away fiercely smashed onto the bluestone floor in front of the house. The dust that adhered to the floor as if it had been whipped, rose up and spread into the air. This sudden eruption of movement caused Wang Yuanji and the other youth to look in shock at this seemingly crazy loser with red eyes and a head of black hair wildly dancing in the wind. The loser that they had called loser seemed to have shown his power. Gu Fei's eyes emitted two frightening rays of light as he stared at them. His fierce gaze was like that of a ferocious beast, causing them to feel fear. Fear and anger. It was only for a moment. A cultivation loser that was 2 whole heavens lower than him had actually made him feel fear, an emotion that should not have appeared. This made Wang Yuanji very angry. Brat, you asked for it. As he spoke, Wang Yuanji rushed towards Gu Fei like lightning. Die! Gu Fei roared, and there was a hint of madness in his expression. He directly punched towards Wang Yuanji, and the powerful force caused the air in front of his fist to vibrate violently, emitting a strong sound of breaking through the air. The strong wind from the fist pressed forward, blowing Wang Yuanji's long hair backwards. Wang Yuanji only felt the strong wind blowing against his face. This punch was not to be underestimated. This punch was definitely the strongest punch that Gu Fei had ever thrown in his life. Under the control of his anger, he stimulated the hidden strength in his body. This strength even exceeded the limits of his current physical strength. However, in an instant, Wang Yuanji, who had rushed in front of Gu Fei, suddenly shwa. His figure suddenly split into 2. This was a low-level Dao technique for close combat. Fleeting shadow steps. The enraged Gu Fei was suddenly shocked. In the next moment, his fist passed through Wang Yuanji's chest. The fist did not have any point of force and completely hit the air. A feeling of depression and wanting to vomit blood immediately welled up in his heart, and in an instant, Gu Fei's face became deathly pale. The afterimage dissipated in an instant, and Gu Fei's heart cried out in alarm. He immediately exerted force on his feet, and immediately wanted to use the power of the punch to rush forward. However, it was a little too late. Wang Yuanji's gloomy face had already appeared behind Gu Fei. He smiled strangely and without any hesitation raised his right hand. Dao power condensed in his palm, and an explosive wave spread out. 5 Ding Mountain Splitter. The cold words came from behind him, giving people a suffocating feeling. Gu Fei only felt as if his back had been violently hit by a huge mountain, and his entire body involuntarily flew into the air, smashing forward. The force of the forward charge, coupled with Wang Yuanji's tyrannical attack, caused Gu Fei to immediately fly out like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud sound, he crashed into the trunk of the big tree in the middle of the courtyard, then bounced back and rolled to the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The tree swayed, and a few withered leaves floated down from the tree. At this time, the youth who had been punched by Gu Fei had already crawled up from the ground, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. However, when he saw Gu Fei being sent flying and vomiting blood, his face could not help but reveal a panicked expression. When the other youth saw Gu Fei vomiting blood, he also appeared to be somewhat uneasy. Only Wang Yuanji, with a cold smile, walked forward and stepped on Gu Fei's head. He lowered his head and looked at Gu Fei coldly. Trash is trash, so what if you're ruthless? Senior brother Wang, let's go. A youth looked at Gu Fei under Wang Yuanji's feet and said anxiously. It was not forbidden for fellow disciples to spar with each other. However, if one were to ruthlessly injure someone, it would be troublesome. After all, above Gu Fei there was still his master. Although his master was also trash among his fellow disciples of the same generation, his seniority was still there. If they were to pursue the matter, they would also be out of luck. What are you panicking for? Wang Yuanji said disapprovingly. Then, a strand of his divine sense seeped into the jade tablet that he had snatched from Gu Fei. In the next moment he laughed. Hee trash Gu, I didn't expect your luck to be so good. I'll help you enjoy your good luck. As he spoke, Wang Yuanji moved his foot away from Gu Fei's head. He reached into his bosom and took out his own jade tablet, throwing it on Gu Fei's body. As for the jade tablet that originally belonged to Gu Fei, he kept it in his bosom. Wang Yuanji looked disdainfully at Gu Fei, who was lying on the ground, then turned around and left. The ear-piercing laughter gradually faded away. Gu Fei lay under the tree, gritting his teeth. Hatred, boundless hatred. Wang Yuanji, I will return the humiliation today 10 times, 100 times in the future. Gu Fei slowly sat up from the ground. Suddenly, with a ding sound, a jade tablet fell from his body. It was Wang Yuanji's jade tablet, but now it's mine. The chores mentioned in the jade tablet had to be completed. This was part of the sect's assessment. If they couldn't complete it, they would be punished accordingly. Among the young disciples, only the top 10 most outstanding disciples didn't need to do the chores of the sect. After all, such disciples were the focus of the sect's training. It could be said that they were the future hope of the sect. Grabbing the jade tablet and scanning it with his divine sense, Gu Fei's expression immediately changed. Icy Azure Pond. Wang Yuanji's task was to go to the Icy Azure Pond 100 miles away to hunt 3 jade phosphor carps. Originally Wang Yuanji's task, but now it was his. How hateful. Gu Fei fiercely punched the ground and with a ping sound, his fist sank into the soil. Chapter 4. Gu Fei sat cross-legged under a big tree in the courtyard, completely ignoring the other disciples in white who walked past him. Under the surprised gazes of these disciples, he operated the ancient body refining technique to heal his injured body. As Gu Fei operated the technique, the surrounding spiritual qi gradually gathered around him, seeping into his muscles, bones and flesh, slowly forcing the clotted blood from his internal injuries out of his body through his pores. All the 4th-generation disciples of the Taishan sect who lived in this courtyard were no longer surprised by Gu Fei's behavior. In their eyes, Gu Fei was a cultivation maniac who often injured himself all over. Training the muscles and bones was the way to start cultivating this ancient technique. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was, after all, a power from the outside world. However, in order to produce one's own strength from within the body, one had to use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to stimulate the muscles and bones. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark clotted blood. Only then did the aura in his body become smooth. Wang Yuanji's palm strike had used the 5-ding mountain splitting technique. Although it was a low-level Taoist technique, if one cultivated it to a high level, it would have the power to split mountains and split stones. Gu Fei had suffered a blow from Wang Yuanji. His internal organs had been shaken and he had immediately suffered internal injuries. After operating the technique to heal himself, his injuries had also healed by 80%. Gu Fei, who had cultivated the ancient body refining technique, had a very strong body recovery ability. The strength of his body was at least 1 or 2 times stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Gu Fei stood up from the ground and looked up at the sky. It's getting late. I hope I can still make it. The icy jade pool was 100 miles away. Even if he did not count the time it took to catch the jade phosphor carp, just the journey back and forth was enough. Awakening self, transcending mortality, royal void, demigod, and saint. There were 5 major cultivation realms. The awakening self was the first step on the road of cultivation for a cultivator. It was the stage where the potential of cultivation was awakened. Among the millions of ordinary people, there weren't many who could truly cultivate and had the potential to become experts. The self-awakening realm was a threshold. If one couldn't cross this threshold, it meant that he didn't have the potential to cultivate and didn't have the qualifications to become an expert. He would forever be an ordinary person. Cultivators of this realm were considered to be cultivators who cultivated Tao techniques. Under normal circumstances, they could not fly in the air unless they used special methods such as magic tools. For people like Gu Fei who cultivated the ancient body refining technique and walked the path of martial arts, if he wanted to fly in the air, he would have to cultivate to the void controlling realm. Otherwise, he could only run on the ground obediently. Walking out of the courtyard, Gu Fei went down the mountain. The icy jade pool was between 2 small peaks 100 miles away. It was a strange place in the mountain range of Taishan Mountain. The lake water was bone-chilling all year round, but it never froze. Because the pool water was too cold, there were basically no aquatic creatures in the cold pool. However, in this bone-chilling cold pond, there lived a low-level demonic beast, the jade phosphor carp. How low-level was this demonic beast? It was so low-level that it had not developed spiritual intelligence. It only relied on instinct to absorb the spiritual energy of the world to carry out simple cultivation. If there was anything special about this demonic beast, it would be that it was a little stronger, could spit water arrows from its mouth and had a little attack power. The people of Taishan sect caught this low-level demonic beast not for food, but for the demon beast core in the belly of the jade phosphor carp. After more than an hour of climbing over the mountains, Gu Fei appeared on a stone wall next to the icy jade pool. Looking at the pool below and feeling the cold air blowing on his face, Gu Fei frowned. He saw that the water was as calm as a mirror. The color of the water in the pool was not blue but black. This meant that the water in the pool was very deep, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Looking around, the 100-acre cold pool was so quiet that there was not a single ripple. It was like a piece of jade inlaid between two stone peaks. Around the cold pool there were large and small rocks. This was a kind of black rock as black as ink. There were no green plants growing on the rocks and there was no vegetation covering them. Only when he was about 100 feet away from the edge of the pool did he see the greenery that should be present in the mountains. The icy jade pool could only be described as dead silent. Gu Fei took a deep breath and jumped up from the rock. Like an arrow he jumped into the pool. On the surface of the water, there was no splash, only a circle of ripples. The pool gave people a heavy feeling like mercury, and it was difficult to set off any waves. Even the ripples that spread out quickly disappeared on the surface of the water. Although Gu Fei was prepared, the moment he jumped into the pool, he still felt uncomfortable. It was as if he was surrounded by ice water. To be exact, the water in the icy jade pool was even colder than ice water. He only felt that countless tiny bits of cold air, as if they had a mind of their own, went straight into his pores. The extreme cold made Gu Fei feel like his skin was being torn apart. Circulating the ancient body tempering technique, the muscles all over Gu Fei's body faintly trembled, producing waves of heat to resist the unbearable chill. Every muscle in his body, every bone, Gu Fei could control it freely. The benefits of having a strong body were now apparent on Gu Fei's body. Among the fourth-generation disciples of Taishan sect, Gu Fei was the only one who dared to enter the icy azure pool without any Tao power to protect his body. If it were any other fourth-generation disciple, if they did not use their Tao to protect their body, they would probably be frozen and sink to the bottom of the pool. The jade phosphor carp grew in the cave walls of the icy jade pool, so it was impossible to catch it by fishing. The only way was to go into the water. Gu Fei quickly dived into the extremely cold water. As the depth increased, the light in the water gradually dimmed. When a hole appeared in the dark stone wall, Gu Fei stopped diving. With the weak light he could see if there were any jade phosphor carp in the hole. If he dived any further, his eyes would lose their function. In the dark water, it would be difficult to catch the jade phosphor carp. After an hour, Gu Fei had searched over 100 holes, yet he didn't even see a single fish scale. Besides feeling depressed, he couldn't help but be slightly puzzled. Gulp! A string of bubbles came out of Gu Fei's mouth. His body was strong enough to hold his breath in the water for half an hour. When he spat out a breath, it meant that he was going to come out of the water for a breath. Gu Fei used his hands and feet to paddle in the water, swimming towards the surface. If I can reach the stage of tendon transformation and all my meridians are opened, holding my breath in the water for a few hours would be an easy thing to do. Gu Fei thought. Breathing, diving again and then searching. The commonly seen jade phosphor carp seemed to have disappeared. Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. When he came out of the water for a breath for the third time, and then dived into the pool again, he found a huge cave. The reason why it was big was because this cave was much bigger than the holes in the rock walls where the jade phosphor carp hid. The cave was 2 feet in diameter, and the cave entrance was circular. The walls were made of black rocks that looked like ink. All the new disciples were warned that the icy jade pool was bottomless, and no one knew where the huge cave in the underwater rock wall connected to, so they must remember not to go too deep. The dark cave did not have the slightest bit of light. In the faint light from above the pool, it looked like a huge mouth that could swallow everything around it at any time. Looking at the cave in front of him, Gu Fei felt an inexplicable pressure in his heart. He carefully swam past the cave. However, at this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt an undercurrent surging out of the cave, and the impact made him lose his footing. Vaguely in the dark cave he saw 2 hazy spots of light quickly moving towards the cave entrance. Then he saw more than 10 strange fish about a foot long, glowing with a dark green light, rushing out of the cave like arrows, fleeing past Gu Fei in a panic. That is, these strange fish with jade-like scales were the jade phosphor carp that Gu Fei could not find. However, at this time, Gu Fei did not care about the jade phosphor carp. He saw in the dark cave, a black shadow as thick as a water bucket, quickly rushing out of the cave, setting off a strong water pressure that hit Gu Fei's body. An indescribable pressure surged into his heart. Demonic beast. Gu Fei's heart was greatly shaken. The bone-chilling cold pool water did not make his hair stand up, but now all the hair on his body instantly stood up. Looking carefully, the two light spots that appeared in the cave were actually the two eyes of the demonic beast. They were the size of a fist, emitting a faint green light. Go! Without thinking, the muscles of Gu Fei's whole body suddenly tightened and then burst out. Using both his hands and feet, he desperately paddled upwards. The powerful muscle force acted on the water, and Gu Fei's body immediately rushed towards the surface of the water like an arrow leaving the bow. In the blink of an eye, with a whoosh sound, a black shadow rushed out of the cave and rushed past Gu Fei's feet. That black shadow was more than 10 feet long, and as thick as a water bucket. The distance of 100 meters was very short, but in the water there was water resistance, and the speed of people's movement would become slower. With a rush, Gu Fei suddenly rushed up 20 to 30 meters in the water. Under the situation of paddling with all his strength, Gu Fei only needed to burst out the strength of his body 3 times, and then he would be able to jump out of the water. But he could only burst out once, and he only had one chance to do so. The muscles of his whole body contracted again, but before he had time to burst out, Gu Fei felt his waist tighten, as if he was tightly bound by a huge and incomparably tough rope. There was a burst of pain in his chest and abdomen, and the breath that he had held back immediately spurted out, making a string of bubbles and rising to the surface of the water. Chapter 5. Gu Fei was entangled by the demonic beast and dragged into the cave on the wall. A great sense of danger immediately shrouded him. Being caught by a demonic beast, there were only 2 outcomes. One was to be eaten by the demonic beast, and the other was to be killed by it. In short, it was death. Gu Fei was panicking. At this moment of life and death, he struggled with all his might. All the muscles in his body contracted and expanded, and his bones suddenly emitted cracking sounds. A powerful force burst out, trying to break free from the demonic beast's entanglement. However, he was destined to be disappointed. This demonic beast's strength was not small. Moreover, its pitch-black scales had absorbed more than half of Gu Fei's strength. Moreover, it seemed to be tightening even more. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel anxious. The snake-type demonic beast dragged Gu Fei as it rapidly moved forward in the cave. Gu Fei did not panic in the face of danger. He felt his body constantly moving downwards as the water pressure around him rapidly increased. The surrounding bone-chilling water, under the terrifying water pressure, continuously drilled into his 7 orifices. Even if Gu Fei was prepared, he still had to swallow a few mouthfuls of the frigid lake's water. The cold air of the frigid lake was no joke. The deeper the water, the more powerful the cold air. The demonic beast hurriedly scuttled through the cave, diving for at least 1,000 zhang. Gu Fei swallowed a few mouthfuls of water. The cold air attacked him from both inside and outside, causing his entire body to feel numb. His hands and feet were a little stiff. It was as if a block of ice had formed between his chest and abdomen. It was extremely uncomfortable. What to do? Gu Fei was extremely anxious. If this continued, there was absolutely no chance for him to escape. The demonic beast's lair seemed to be in the deepest part of the frigid lake. Gu Fei still felt his body being dragged down by the demonic beast. The pitch-black cave seemed to have no end. The endless darkness and the terrifying water pressure enveloped Gu Fei. He didn't know how deep the demonic beast had dragged him. Just when Gu Fei felt that his entire body was about to be torn apart by the huge pressure, the demonic beast suddenly changed its direction and began to scuttle upwards. Not long after, Hua! A splashing sound rang out. Gu Fei felt his body lighten and his eyes lit up. Immediately after, his nose smelled the scent of air. Then his body involuntarily flew into the air. When he smashed down, he didn't know what he landed on. Kacha, kacha, the sound of dry branches breaking came from beneath him. A thick stench with a fishy smell entered his nostrils. Gu Fei reached down and touched his lower body. It was slippery, sticky, striped, and lumpy. Wherever his hand touched, he felt disgusted. He quickly sat up and glanced around, just in time to see a huge pitch-black snake hidden in a pool of water a few feet ahead of him. Gu Fei was shocked. When did such a powerful snake-type demonic beast appear in the icy green pool? Could it be that Wang Yuanji knew of the existence of this demonic beast? What a vicious heart. Thinking of this, Gu Fei's face suddenly filled with killing intent. The task of coming to the icy green pool to catch the jade phosphor carp was originally drawn by Wang Yuanji. However, Wang Yuanji snatched Gu Fei's jade tablet, and then threw a jade tablet for catching fish to Gu Fei. If things were really as he imagined, then Wang Yuanji would absolutely not forgive him. To deal with someone who wanted him dead, the best way was to kill that person first. Although Gu Fei was extremely unlucky, it was fortunate that the demonic beast did not seem to have any immediate need for food. After capturing Gu Fei, it disappeared to some unknown place. Gu Fei checked the situation of his body. Apart from feeling sore all over, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. Then, he looked around and was shocked to find that he was sitting on a pile of white bones the size of a small mountain. Just now, when he was thrown onto this pile of bones by the demonic beast, many of the bones were crushed. This seemed to be the place where the demonic beast ate. In this pile of bones, Gu Fei was surprised to see the spine of a fish about 10 feet long that was still dripping with blood. Around the spine, dark green scales the size of a palm were scattered on the ground. Every scale was sparkling and translucent like jade. Those were the scales unique to the jade phosphor carp. Such a huge jade phosphor carp is really rare. Seeing this, Gu Fei was secretly surprised. The largest jade phosphor carp he had seen before was only a few feet long, and the one in front of him was obviously the one that had been eaten by that monster until only its spine was left. Its size was simply unheard of and unseen. No wonder there was no trace of the jade phosphor carp in the icy green pool. It turned out that they were almost extinct after being hunted by the demonic beast at the bottom of the lake. The demonic beast seemed to have just swallowed a jade phosphor king. Perhaps it was because the demonic beast was not hungry, so it didn't immediately hunt down Gu Fei. If the demonic beast had hunted down Gu Fei at that time, then Gu Fei would have been doomed. Here there was a cave, a huge cave. It was 200 to 300 feet wide and 100 feet high. This was the distance Gu Fei estimated with his eyes. Among the pitch-black rocks, small pools of water were scattered like stars in the sky. Even the ceiling of the cave had large and small pools of water. But for some reason the pool water that emitted a bone-piercing chill did not flow into the cave. It seemed that there was some kind of power that kept the pool water outside the cave. Even the water at the top of the cave did not fall down. This completely defied common sense. The surroundings of the cave, the ground, the walls, the rocks, everything that could be seen was black. Strangely, such a huge cave actually had a faint light. It was not so dark that one couldn't see their fingers in front of them. The light source seemed to originate from the center of the cave. And there was a pitch-black skeleton that was 100 feet long like a small mountain ridge. At first, Gu Fei did not realize that it was the skeleton of a strange beast. After all, in this dark cave all the rocks that could be seen were black and the skeleton was also black. The two reflected each other, so it was really difficult to detect. It was the skeleton of a strange beast similar to a flood dragon. After all, only that kind of strange beast would have such a huge and snake-shaped skeleton. It was said that thousands of years ago in this icy jade pond, there was a demon flood dragon. Later on it was killed by a great and powerful expert. Could it be that the demon flood dragon had died here? Gu Fei walked towards the skeleton, but his heart was filled with uncertainty. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, there was a legend about the icy jade pond. He now remembered that legend. When Gu Fei came close, the scene that appeared in front of him after he went around a large rock shocked him to the point that all the hairs on his body stood on end. He could not recover from the shock for a long time. He saw a tall and imposing middle-aged man standing on a stone platform in front of him. His expression was vivid and lifelike. If it were not for the big bloody hole in the middle-aged man's chest, Gu Fei would really think that this middle-aged man was still alive. The middle-aged man had a head of long black hair that floated over his shoulders. His eyebrows were long, and his pair of bright black eyes still had a soul-stirring expression. Just looking at him made people tremble. What shocked Gu Fei the most was the middle-aged man's aura. It was a domineering power, a majestic posture that looked down on all living things. Without a doubt, this middle-aged man must have been an unparalleled demon god when he was alive. How could such a person appear in the cave at the bottom of the icy jade pond? Under the middle-aged man's feet, there was a broken skeleton, a skeleton that was as black as ink. Although countless years had passed, this black skeleton still exuded a fiendish and evil aura. The skeleton that was scattered on the ground was as black as ink, faintly emitting a gloomy luster. Looking at this broken skeleton, Gu Fei suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart. Vaguely, he seemed to see the appearance of a demon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Gu Fei quickly withdrew his gaze. Obviously, this was a real demon skeleton. The middle-aged man stood facing a huge stone. Even if he disappeared, he would not be able to stand still. The ancient domineering aura still shook people's souls. Behind him was the broken head of the strange beast that was like a small mountain. The light source of the entire cave came from the two hands of the indestructible body that were hugging the dantian. Rays of light spread out from the two hands like waves, so that the entire cave was not shrouded in darkness. Chapter 6. This was a round yin-yang fish jade pendant. Half of it was emitting a hazy white light, while the other half was shrouded in a black aura. Yin and Yang energy interacted endlessly on the jade pendant, revealing an ancient and boundless aura, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. A mysterious force caused this yin-yang fish jade pendant to float between the hands of the middle-aged man. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade pendant floating between the hands of the middle-aged man. The cave suddenly became dark. His palm isolated the light source and the cave immediately became pitch black. Amazing! Gu Fei exclaimed. A small piece of jade pendant was the only light source in such a large cave. For it to be so amazing, this jade pendant was definitely not an ordinary item. He opened his palm and a hazy light spread out from Gu Fei's hand. The pitch-black cave was once again filled with light, dispersing the darkness. Upon closer inspection, the yin-yang fish jade pendant seemed to be naturally formed. When he held it in his hand, there was actually a warm air that seeped into Gu Fei's palm, greatly reducing the chill in his body. There was a small hole on the yin-yang fish jade pendant. It seemed that there was originally something like a chain tied to it, and then it was worn on the body. However, now there was only a piece of jade pendant left. Gu Fei looked at the jade pendant and thought for a moment. Then he tore a thread from his clothes, condensing it into a tough silk rope, and threaded it through the small hole on the jade pendant. Then he tied the jade pendant around his neck and wore it on his chest. The yin-yang fish jade pendant on his chest and the yin and yang qi interacted, rippling waves of warm air. Immediately, the chill in Gu Fei's body was completely dispelled, causing the strength in his body to gradually increase. The internal injuries that had not yet healed seemed to show signs of improvement. Then, Gu Fei observed the indestructible body and the hundreds of feet-long skeleton of the strange beast that emitted a black light. An unparalleled expert's cultivation is so high that he can condense his body into an indestructible body. What kind of cultivation is needed to make his body indestructible? Gu Fei exclaimed. An expert was indeed an expert. Even if he had already disappeared, he was still extraordinary. There was actually an immortal body of a peerless expert in this cave. This shocked Gu Fei, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. There seemed to be a secret hidden beneath the icy jade pond. This peerless master was definitely comparable to an immortal god when he was alive. If one were to use the cultivation world's ranking system, this middle-aged man's realm was definitely above the saint realm. Even a half-god realm expert didn't have the ability to have an immortal body after countless years of death. His attire was strange and ancient. It was obvious that he had been gone for countless years, but he was still vivid and lifelike. There was a large hole where his heart was, and the blood seemed to have not dried up yet. To be able to kill such a figure, what kind of terrifying existence was that? Why was he killed here? Who was the one who killed him? The broken bones on the ground seemed to faintly emit the aura of demon qi. Only the bones of a demon would be black because they were nourished by the extremely evil demon qi between heaven and earth. Moreover, the black bones that were stepped on by the immortal body and the bones of the strange beast that was hundreds of meters long were black and shiny. Could be seen that this demon was definitely a demon among demons when he was alive. That strange beast was also a powerful existence among demon beasts. Around the middle-aged man, there were more than a dozen pieces of broken metal. They were not ordinary metal, and from the murderous aura emitted from them, one could tell that these things were definitely a broken demon artifact. At the feet of the middle-aged man, Gu Fei found two pieces of a broken sword. The style of the sword was strange and ancient. It was not a modern item, but it was still flickering with a cold light. Unfortunately, it had already been broken in two. The huge stone in front of the middle-aged man. With the light from the yin-yang jade pendant, Gu Fei vaguely saw that there seemed to be words on the stone. He went forward to take a look. Indeed, on the incomparably hard black stone, there was a line of words that were carved with iron strokes and silver hooks. These words Gu Fei had never seen before. Obviously, it was not the words of this era. The ancient words were bold and powerful. When Gu Fei focused his attention on them, there was a faintly discernible spiritual wave coming from the words. Gu Fei was indescribably shocked. The cultivation of this peerless expert who had died countless years ago was simply shocking and had truly reached an unimaginable level. The words he left on the stone actually contained a spiritual fluctuation that had not dissipated until now. Kill the immeasurable demon lord, kill the black water mystical snake here. The extremely weak spiritual wave on the words allowed Gu Fei to read the meaning of the words. Immeasurable demon lord? Could it be the broken black skeleton under the feet of this peerless master? Black water mystical snake? This strange beast's bones were actually left by the black water mystical snake? Gu Fei did not know who the immeasurable demon lord was, but he knew what kind of existence the black water mystical snake was. Because he knew he was dumbfounded. Black water mystical snake. Huge snake, black body, white belly, green eyes, body more than 4 zhang thick, more than 100 zhang long. Cannot die after eating immortal medicine, live more than 10,000 years, live in the western Great Marsh. Also said to live in the sea. This was a paragraph about the black water mystical snake recorded in the Tenglong Continent's monster records. The black water mystical viper was a terrifying beast from the ancient times. This man had actually killed it in a cave at the bottom of the icy azure pool. It was really unbelievable. Gu Fei recalled the demonic beast that had captured him and brought him here. Green eyes, that demonic beast also had green eyes. Could it be? Gu Fei felt a chill in his heart. The 100 zhang long beast bone was chopped into 7 or 8 pieces, and its head was completely smashed. It could be seen that this ancient beast had suffered a fierce attack. Gu Fei suddenly realized that there were some white things scattered in the beast bone. He hurried over to take a look and couldn't help but gasp. It was some half-black, half-white eggshell-like things scattered in the huge skeleton. Oh no, oh no. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. I knew it, how could there be such a powerful monster in the icy azure pool? It turned out that the descendant of the black water mystical snake was causing trouble. Although the dead black water mystical snake was chopped into 7 or 8 pieces by this supreme expert, it left behind a snake egg. This snake egg, after countless years, not only did it not lose its vitality, it even gave birth to a young snake. Thinking of this, Gu Fei felt a headache coming on. The black water mystical snake, even if it was not an adult, was not something he could deal with. This was definitely not a good place. Everything in this cave was already beyond the scope of his understanding. After a moment of shock, Gu Fei picked up the 2 pieces of the ancient sword on the ground. It was heavy in his hand. The sword body was carved with simple and unadorned patterns. The body of the sword was like a human's hair. It was extremely cold. It was definitely not an ordinary sword. Even though Gu Fei was not a sword cultivator of the Guangqing Celestial Sect, one of the 3 great Taoist sects, he knew that this ancient sword was definitely a divine weapon. Although the sword is broken, it is still useful to deal with the young black water mystical snake. Gu Fei thought. Obviously, the 100 zhang long black water mystical snake that was killed by the supreme expert was already an adult. Perhaps he used this ancient sword to chop it into 7 or 8 pieces. Gu Fei looked around and saw that the huge skeleton of the black water mystical snake had a small piece of bone at its tail. It had reached into a large pool on the stone wall of the cave. Looking at the size of the pool, it was not hard to imagine that the black water mystical snake must have broken through the hard rock and entered this cave from that direction. Chapter 7. Splash. The sound of water affected Gu Fei's nerves. He hurriedly hid behind the big rock and then carefully poked his head out from behind the big rock, looking in the direction of the sound. Black body, white belly, green eyes. The black serpent that popped out from the pool next to the pile of bones was highly consistent with the features of the black water mystical serpent recorded in the record of demon beasts. Hiss. The infant black water mystical serpent, whose body was as thick as a bucket, suddenly hissed and jumped out of the water. In the dim light, Gu Fei could see clearly that the black water mystical serpent was more than 1 or 2 zhang long. The scales on the serpent's body were as big as a palm, like black iron, emitting a faintly discernible black light. A pair of frightening green eyes were flashing in all directions. The serpent's tongue flickered in and out of its bloody mouth, which was full of barbed sharp teeth. Obviously, this black water mystical serpent had found that its prey was missing, which made it furious. Its thick body whipped on the cold, hard ground. The black rocks, which were as hard as refined iron, were all cracked under the whip-like body, splashing debris everywhere. Loud crashing sounds and rolling sounds of rocks came one after another. The hill-like white bones were instantly flattened by the infant black water mystical serpent. A strong fishy smell immediately spread out in the cave. The black rocks, which were as hard as steel, were all broken by the whipping of the infant black water mystical serpent. The strength of this black water mystical serpent and the toughness of its body were evident. Demon beasts that had not yet developed intelligence had the instinct of beasts. When they were not hungry, they often had the habit of storing their prey. This infant black water mystical serpent had already swallowed a huge jade phosphor carp, so that Gu Fei could escape from this disaster. Not good. Gu Fei immediately hid behind the big rock, not daring to look any more. Because that black water mystical serpent seemed to have sensed the abnormality here. Its pair of frightening eyes suddenly looked towards Gu Fei's direction. Whoosh! A black shadow, like a huge sharp arrow, drew a long path in the air, and stopped 30 feet away from the boulder where Gu Fei was hiding. It raised its ferocious snake head and entrenched itself in the rubble. The dark water mystical viper seemed to be afraid of something, not daring to approach. Gu Fei, who was behind the boulder, felt a fishy wind blow past the boulder. Then a terrifying ferocious might surged over, causing him to tremble in fear. The baleful aura was very, very close to him. Gu Fei felt extreme danger. All of his muscles were tensed up, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He held the two pieces of the ancient sword tightly in his hands. That black water mystical viper hissed again and again, as if it was unwilling to give up. It coiled in front of the huge rock for a while, then unexpectedly retreated. Gu Fei, who was extremely nervous, sensed that the terrifying sense of danger was fading away. The sound of water came again. That dark water mystical viper had left the cave just like that. What is it afraid of? Gu Fei was inexplicably surprised. Then his whole body relaxed and he sat down on the ground. Only then did he realize that he was covered in cold sweat. The oppressive feeling that the black water mystical viper gave Gu Fei was really too strong. The black water mystical viper's retreat made him heave a sigh of relief, but also very surprised. Could it be? Gu Fei glanced at the indestructible body that stood in front of him like a huge mountain. Was the black water mystical viper afraid of this matchless overlord? It seemed that this was the only reason why the black water mystical viper retreated. Although it was dead, its body was not destroyed and its aura remained forever. The overbearing aura of a matchless overlord was actually able to intimidate the black water mystical viper? This made Gu Fei feel incredulous. Of course, it might be related to the fact that this was a young black water mystical viper. No matter what, he was in a dangerous place and his life could be in danger at any time. This was the situation that Gu Fei was in. In this cold and gloomy cave, there was a demonic beast that could threaten Gu Fei's life at any time watching from the side. This made Gu Fei feel extremely pressured. No matter when, having powerful strength was the most important thing. After being brought here from the icy jade lake by the black water mystical viper, the endless water pressure almost tore his body apart. And when the black water mystical viper coiled around his body, his muscles and bones were also shaken. In addition, in the courtyard of the sect residence, he was hit on the back by Wang Yuanji's 5-ding mountain-splitting Taoist technique, and suffered internal injuries. At this time, Gu Fei could be said to be suffering from a combination of typhoid and cold. As his body relaxed, he actually felt a little exhausted. He placed the two pieces of the ancient sword on the ground beside him, and then sat cross-legged in front of the indestructible body under the boulder. He activated the ancient body tempering method to recover his strength. The black water mystical viper did not dare to approach the dead middle-aged expert in the middle of the cave. This made Gu Fei feel more at ease. Activating the method, a suction force gradually formed in his dantian, gathering the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and then spreading from his dantian to his muscles and bones. Because all the meridians in his body had not been completely opened, the process of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth refining his body was extremely slow. Just as Gu Fei was immersed in cultivation, the yin-yang jade pendant in front of his chest began to emit a faint spiritual light. The yin and yang chi on the jade pendant began to spin, and a tai chi diagram of yin and yang appeared. The moment the tai chi diagram of yin and yang appeared on the yin-yang jade pendant, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the cave began to vibrate, and then quickly rushed towards the tai chi diagram of yin and yang. The speed at which Gu Fei absorbed spiritual chi immediately increased exponentially. The gathered spiritual chi of heaven and earth passed through the tai chi diagram of yin and yang, and was absorbed into Gu Fei's dantian. In just a moment, Gu Fei felt a swelling pain in his dantian. The tai chi diagram of yin and yang became clearer, and gradually showed signs of materialization. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions surged like a raging sea. The cave at the bottom of the icy jade lake contained an astonishing amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. A dazzling ball of light emerged from Gu Fei's dantian. This was the result of the highly concentrated spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the cave. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the cave was almost instantly gathered by the tai chi diagram of yin and yang. Then the countless tunnels in the cave began to emit waves of spiritual chi. Through the water curtain of the tunnels, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was continuously absorbed into the cave. The vast spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed into Gu Fei's body. The energy ball of light in his dantian became more and more dazzling. The light it emitted illuminated the entire cave. Splash! With a splash, a black shadow rushed out from one of the pools. It had dark green eyes and a ferocious beast head. It was the black water mystical serpent, which was still in its infant form. The black water mystical serpent's eyes were shining with a fierce light, and there was a trace of fear in them. Like a bolt of lightning, it crossed the distance of 300 to 400 feet and came close. It wanted to pounce forward and swallow the prey in front of it, but it didn't dare to. It only raised its head and hissed, not daring to move forward. However, the black water mystical serpent didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. It actually coiled up 4 to 5 feet away and stared at Gu Fei. A fierce and ferocious aura spread out. Even Gu Fei, who was meditating, seemed to feel something strange at this moment. His eyelids twitched, but in the end he didn't open his eyes. Through the Tai Chi diagram of yin and yang, endless spiritual chi rushed into Gu Fei's body. Not only did it repair his wounded body, but even the wall that he couldn't break through for a long time also began to shake at this moment. The 12 meridians in Gu Fei's body were continuously broken by the endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth surging out from his dantian. It could be described as an irresistible force. In the cave, there were countless caves that seemed to be covered with a layer of water curtain. It was unknown where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that was being absorbed by the Tai Chi diagram of yin and yang seemed to be endless. Chapter 8. The Tai Chi diagram of yin and yang had expanded to the size of a millstone, and was completely formed by the energies of yin and yang. An enormous amount of natural essence was drawn over by the diagram of yin and yang, then gushed into Gu Fei's body, gathered in his dantian, and then spread to the 12 main meridians that had been opened up. From these meridians, they seeped into his muscles and bones, refining his body. Inside the huge cave, a strange scene appeared. From the countless caves that were connected to unknown places, an endless amount of natural energy was constantly being drawn into the caves, forming into countless tornado-like pillars of energy, big and small. Although the natural essence that formed into the pillars of energy was not so dense that it could be condensed into a solid form, it was still visible to the naked eye. Specks of spiritual light appeared, making the dark, cold cave look like a fairyland. The dark water mystical serpent, which was coiled a few feet away from Gu Fei, immediately rushed into the largest pillar of energy with the densest amount of natural energy, and spat out an egg-sized bead, which was surrounded by black mist. That was the inner pellet of this young dark water mystical serpent, also known as the spirit pellet. The spirit pellet, which was emitting a layer of dark light, flew out from the dark water mystical serpent's mouth. For a moment, the natural essence in the surroundings quickly gathered towards the spirit pellet. This young dark water mystical serpent actually began to cultivate by instinct. As the spirit pellet breathed, it actually plundered all the natural energy in the entire pillar. The dark water mystical serpent was an ancient wild beast, and it was not easy for it to develop intelligence. Normally, the higher the level of a demon beast, the more potential it had, the harder it was for it to develop intelligence that was comparable to that of a human being. The heavens were fair. Demon beasts had strong bodies, but they did not have the intelligence that humans had. Humans had the intelligence, but they did not have strong bodies. In order for demon beasts to develop intelligence and for humans to cultivate to the heavens, they had to go through arduous cultivation. Gu Fei opened his eyes, and was stunned when he saw the strange scene caused by the yin-yang jade pendant. The shocking scene made his brain short-circuit, and it took him a long time to wake up. The cultivation method inside his body was still running. He did not expect that a small jade pendant could gather the natural essence from all directions. The natural essence was still flowing into Gu Fei's body. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity? He began to use the natural essence to break through the 8 extraordinary meridians. As long as the 8 extraordinary meridians in Gu Fei's body were all opened, the second step of the ancient body tempering technique, meridian opening, would be completed, and he would then enter the third step, tendon transformation. The natural essence poured into his body again and again, hitting Gu Fei's meridians and improving his physique. At this moment, subtle changes were taking place in his body. Under the scouring of the spiritual energy, a small amount of impurities in his body were excreted through his pores along with his sweat. Chi spirit pellet chi and of chi and chi. Of chi and yang of qof yang meridians and chi and yang. Streams of essence chi flowed through his newly opened meridians, making Gu Fei feel refreshed as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. Opening up the meridians undoubtedly consumed an enormous amount of essence chi, and unlike cultivators wouldn't consume any essence chi to temper their bodies. Because their cultivation placed emphasis on the spirit, within essence, energy, and spirit. They directly refined essence into energy and used energy to nurture the spirit. Opening meridians consumed a huge amount of natural essence. Unlike cultivators would not consume any natural essence to temper their body, because their cultivation focused on the spirit of essence, qi, and spirit. In the eyes of cultivators, the body was just a stinky bag, and they would eventually have to abandon it. On the other hand, Gu Fei's body tempering process required him to constantly change his physique, allowing his body to constantly evolve and unleash his potential. The process of Gu Fei's body refining was a process of constantly changing the physique, and it did not leave the body so that the body could constantly transform and release the potential of the body. The potential of the human body was limitless. When the martial path was cultivated to the peak, even if one didn't know any divine abilities, they would still be able to produce divine abilities that belonged to the martial path. Even if one didn't deliberately cultivate divine abilities, they would still be able to produce divine abilities. The yin-yang jade pendant gathered endless heaven and earth essence, allowing Gu Fei to make another breakthrough. 8 hours later, he finally broke through the barrier of meridian opening, completely opening his 8 extraordinary meridians and entering the realm of tendon transformation. The moment that Gu Fei broke through to the 6th heavenly layer was also the moment that all of his meridians were opened. All of his muscles and bones shook, and wisps of nearly imperceptible 5-colored essence energy were produced in his flesh and blood, gathering in his meridians. Gu Fei was overjoyed when he sensed this change in his body. 5-element essence energy. I've actually managed to cultivate 5-element essence energy. Opening all of his meridians in one fell swoop, allowing his body to produce 5-element essence energy. Gu Fei had finally taken a crucial step in his cultivation. Although the 5-element essence energy produced in Gu Fei's body was weak, it was extremely pure. It was born from his flesh and blood, gathering in his meridians, and then surging towards his dantian. Finally, it formed a thumb-sized 5-colored essence energy ball in his dantian. This was a power that was produced by himself, not refined from the outside world's spiritual energy. Under the nourishment of the outside world's endless yuan qi, the 5-element essence energy was refined from his flesh and blood. This could be said to be the source energy within Gu Fei's body. Source energy was the foundation for deriving martial path divine abilities. The 5-element essence energy slowly revolved within Gu Fei's dantian, emitting waves of spiritual energy. The circulation of the ancient cultivation technique gradually calmed down. The impurities that were originally stuck to Gu Fei's body were washed away by the constantly surging spiritual energy. His clothes also turned to ash, revealing his powerful physique that was faintly glowing with a treasure light. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram that covered Gu Fei's body also gradually stopped revolving. The yin and yang qi once again disappeared into the yin-yang jade pendant. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt the yin-yang jade pendant on his chest heat up. Then a scene that left him dumbfounded appeared in front of his eyes. The yin-yang jade pendant slowly melted into the skin of Gu Fei's chest. Finally, on the skin of Gu Fei's chest, a faint Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared. What's going on? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. This mystical jade pendant had actually entered his body. Could it be that the jade pendant had a spirit of its own? Had it become a spirit? Gu Fei reached out his hand to touch the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram on his chest. It seemed to be a little warm. When his fingers touched it, it seemed that he did not feel any hard lumps under the skin. The yin-yang jade pendant seemed to have disappeared. It turned into a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram and was branded on Gu Fei's chest. Unable to figure out why such an unimaginable thing happened, Gu Fei did not think about it, because no matter how hard he thought, he could not figure out the reason. Gu Fei was not a person who would be stubborn. Now that his cultivation had soared, he really wanted to test his current strength. Therefore, his eyes fell on the black water mystical viper. The yin-yang jade pendant had melted into Gu Fei's body. As the light source of the cave, the jade pendant disappeared, and the cave fell into darkness. However, the vast amount of essence of heaven and earth that the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram had gathered hadn't dissipated yet. Although the pillar of essence of heaven and earth had already dissipated, the spots of light condensed from essence of heaven and earth were still fluttering in the cave like fireflies. With Gu Fei's eyesight and the light spots that had not dissipated, he could clearly see everything in the cave. He saw that in a large pool under the cave wall 500 feet away, there was a huge black snake, half of its body out of the water. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and inside the snake's mouth, it was swallowing and spitting out an egg-sized demon core that was surrounded by wisps of black gas. The body of the black water mystical viper that was out of the water was also 20 to 30 feet long. The snake's head was the size of a basket and it looked ferocious. Its bloody mouth was filled with dense barbed teeth. It was not hard to imagine what a horrible scene it would be when it bit someone. Along with the frequency of the demon core's breathing, the spots of spiritual light in the cave quickly converged toward the demon core and disappeared into the demon core that was glowing with a dark light. Chapter 9. Holding the broken ancient sword with both hands, Gu Fei lurked towards the black water mystical serpent 500 feet away in the cave, which was flickering with spiritual light. The dense spiritual energy condensed into spiritual light spots, like countless stars, constantly flickering and disappearing, filling the entire cave with magical colors. In the hazy halo, a giant black serpent was swallowing the world in a pool of water with a diameter of 5 or 6 feet. The hazy glow was gathering towards the ferocious serpent's head. The sword in Gu Fei's right hand was the broken sword with the hilt. Compared to the other broken sword in his left hand, this broken sword was a bit longer and easier to use. The naked Gu Fei's clothes had already turned into ashes during the training just now. Although he had no clothes on, Gu Fei did not feel a trace of coldness, even though the cave under the azure cold pool was as cold as an ice cave. Gu Fei, whose cultivation had been greatly improved, was no longer afraid of the cold. He kept his eyes fixed on the black water mystical serpent, who was swallowing and spitting demon cores and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He nervously and carefully moved towards it. With the improvement of his cultivation, Gu Fei could feel the power of this young black water mystical serpent. Even though it was still a young black water mystical serpent, the oppressive aura emitted from its body was enough to make people's hearts palpitate. He could almost hear his own heart pounding. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful and ferocious beast. His palms were sweating. The reason why the word beast was added after the word demon was that it was not a demon yet. Demon usually referred to a species that had already developed spiritual intelligence and was no less intelligent than human beings. When a demon beast's demonic nature was greater than its bestial nature, it was no longer a beast, but a demon. Beasts had not developed spiritual intelligence. Therefore, demon beasts were all mentally retarded, acting only on instinct. But human beings were the most intelligent of all creatures. Therefore, even if they could not defeat a powerful demon beast, they could defeat it with their wits. Gu Fei wanted to launch a sneak attack while the black water mystical viper was cultivating. However, his wishful thinking was doomed to fail. Because, when Gu Fei was less than 50 feet away from the dark water mystical serpent, the dark water mystical serpent suddenly sucked the spirit Dan into its mouth. With a hiss, the snake's head, which was as big as a basket, suddenly turned around. Two ferocious eyes, flickering with green light, immediately stared at Gu Fei. A man and a snake stared at each other for a moment. Splash! The black water mystical snake rushed out of the pool, splashing water all over the sky. Gu Fei only felt a gust of fishy wind hit him in the face. Without thinking, he rolled to the side. Hoo! The giant snake dashed straight over, opened its huge mouth, and a gust of black gas sprayed out from the black water mystical serpent's mouth, covering the place where Gu Fei was just standing. Without a sound, like melting ice and snow, wherever the black gas sprayed, whether it was the solid black rocks or the black ground, they all sank instantly. Quietly, a large pit about 20 feet wide quietly appeared on the ground. Gu Fei rolled 30 feet away, barely dodging the black gas. When he turned around and saw this scene, a chill ran up from the bottom of his heart, and all the hair on his body stood up. If he had been hit by that black gas, who? Not giving Gu Fei time to think, the rapid sound of air breaking and air exploding suddenly came into Gu Fei's ears. Under the dim light, a huge black shadow madly whipped towards Gu Fei's waist. Gu Fei jumped up from the ground. The black water mystical serpent's body, which was as thick as a water bucket, swept under his feet. It didn't hit Gu Fei, but a few rocks beside him were whipped into the air and smashed far away. As Gu Fei leaped up, he roused the newly born 5 elements chi in his body, and poured it into the broken sword in his right hand. Then he waved the broken sword and fiercely chopped down. The moment the 5 elements chi was poured into the broken sword, the blade of the broken sword was immediately covered with a faint layer of 5-colored light. Swoosh! A light sound was heard, and the black water mystical serpent madly hissed. A stench of blood immediately rushed into Gu Fei's nose. It is indeed a divine weapon. It can actually break the black water mystical serpent's incomparably hard scales so easily. Gu Fei was delighted, but then his face changed dramatically. Just as he chopped the black water mystical serpent, and his body was falling down, a ferocious huge serpent head, like a cannonball, madly struck towards him. Being in the air, there was no way for him to borrow strength. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel anxious. He hurriedly held the first half of the ancient sword in his left hand, and smashed it towards the huge serpent. A cold light flashed. Swoosh. Swoosh. The broken sword actually cut a half-foot-long wound on the black water mystical serpent's neck. The serpent's blood splattered. Gu Fei's empty left hand hurriedly moved forward, and a hazy light lingered in his palm. Boom. A loud sound shook the cave. Gu Fei only felt a huge force coming from his left hand, and his entire left arm immediately became numb. At the same time, his whole body was thrown backwards by the huge force. His back heavily slammed against the cave wall, and the rocks scattered and fell down. So strong. Gu Fei knelt on one knee. His eyes were like two cold stars staring at the huge serpent that was shaking its head in front of him. It could be seen that the attack just now also made the huge serpent dizzy, and it couldn't tell north from south. Quack. An ancient beast is indeed an ancient beast. Even if it's just a baby, it's still very powerful. Gu Fei casually wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up from the ground. After cultivating the ancient body refining technique, after he opened up all the meridians in his body, the strength of his body and the speed of his movement were greatly improved. Although Gu Fei's cultivation was only at the awakening 6th heavenly layer, his body had been tempered for many years, and it was already very strong. After his cultivation greatly improved, perhaps ordinary swords wouldn't be able to hurt him. At this time, the black water mystical serpent shook its ferocious head, and its pair of dark green eyes emitted endless ominous light as it fiercely stared at Gu Fei. Gu Fei coldly snorted. Holding the broken sword in his hand, he fiercely pushed his feet on the ice-cold rock, and like a sharp arrow, he rushed towards the black water mystical serpent. The black water mystical serpent was obviously angry. Its head tilted back and a strange energy wave came out from its mouth. Then a black light shone brightly. Hoo! In the next moment, an earth-shattering black gas came out from the black water mystical serpent's mouth and rushed towards Gu Fei. This move again? After Gu Fei had seen the power of the black gas, he knew that as long as he touched a trace of it, his life would be ended. Gu Fei was very surprised by the black water mystical serpent's magical ability to spit out black gas. Ordinary experts definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. This ancient demonic beast had extraordinary magical abilities. Especially when the black water mystical serpent in front of him was so young, but the black gas that it spat out could corrode everything. If it grew up, it was really hard to imagine how strong it would be. It was really worthy of being a famous ancient demonic beast. Ancient battle technique, 8 desolate steps. Gu Fei lightly shouted. At the moment when his body was about to be enveloped by the black gas, he soared into the sky, stepped out in the void, and in an instant, appeared behind the black water mystical serpent's huge head. The surging black gas was wreaking havoc, and the terrible corrosive power contained in it destroyed a large piece of rock in an instant. It could even be said that the rock was evaporated, not even a speck of dust was left. Chapter 10. Gu Fei cut the black water mystical serpent into 8 pieces and dug out an egg-sized black bead from the serpent's abdomen. This bead was the black water mystical serpent's beast Dan. This beast Dan was black and shiny. There was a huge amount of beast power surging in it. This beast power made Gu Fei tremble with fear. It was as if he was holding a celestial thunder bead that could explode at any time in his hand. This was because Gu Fei had sensed the terrifying aura of the corrosive black gas that the Blackwater mystical viper had spat out from the demonic core. If this beast Dan were to explode, its power would definitely not be weaker than the celestial thunder bead. It might even be more powerful than the celestial thunder bead. This thing is a treasure. Gu Fei looked at the beast Dan in his hand, which was emitting a dim black light. He smiled. With this beast Dan he had a chance to save his life. If he didn't like someone he could activate the beast power in this beast Dan and throw it out. That person would be turned into ashes. This black water mystical serpent, which was still in its infancy, died a little unjustly. This was also Gu Fei's luck. Unexpectedly he met an indestructible body in this cave. The indestructible body happened to have a yin-yang fish jade pendant in his hand. This yin-yang fish jade pendant had the ability to gather the essence of heaven and earth. Therefore Gu Fei made a breakthrough. At this crucial moment, with the help of the yin-yang fish jade pendant, he made a breakthrough. The 100 meridians were connected and the 5 kinds of qi were derived. This enabled Gu Fei to perform some simple ancient battle skills. However, even though it was the simplest ancient battle skill, Gu Fei could only display some superficial knowledge. If I can really display the power of the ancient battle skill, even an adult black water mystical serpent's head can be crushed with one step. Now it can only increase my speed. The 8 Desolation Trampling battle skill contained profound martial arts. If Gu Fei had enough strength, he might really be able to display the terrifying power of crushing the Great Desolation world with a single stomp. Gu Fei stood next to the body of the Blackwater mystical serpent, holding a broken sword that was not stained with any blood in his right hand and the beast Dan in his left. The ancient battle skill, footwork, could only greatly increase his movement speed. However, he could not unleash any of the true ultimacy of martial arts. However, with the addition of the broken ancient sword in his hand, he was able to kill this ferocious Blackwater mystical snake. In order to truly unleash the terrifying power of the ancient battle skills, one had to break through to the transcended mortality realm, causing their bodies to undergo a metamorphosis and unleash an even greater potential. However, in the Taishan sect, ever since one of the ancestors of Gu Fei's line had obtained this ancient body refining technique, no one had been able to truly break through the shackles of their body refining technique and break through to the transcendence realm. When Gu Fei's ancestral masters reached the end of their lifespans, the most outstanding ancestral master could only cultivate the ancient body tempering art to the 9 heavens awakening realm, unable to advance any further. There were many cultivation systems in the world. Among the major sects, there were as many entry-level cultivation methods as there were hairs on an ox. For a major Taoist sect like the Taishan sect, the cultivation method for the transcendence realm was just a basic cultivation method that everyone in the sect could cultivate. There were also many cultivation manuals for the transcendence realm. It was said that the Taishan sect's secret manual, the Taishan Truth, was a supreme Taoist book that could allow people to cultivate to the demigod realm. As a result, Gu Fei's lineage's ancient body tempering art had become a useless body tempering art that was a waste to abandon. Over time it was called trash by the people in the sect. Is this ancient body refining technique really a garbage cultivation technique? No one knew. After Gu Fei killed the Blackwater mystical snake, he was not in a hurry to go out. This was because he wanted to restore his strength and explore the way out in his peak state. Gu Fei drank a few mouthfuls of snake blood. This was a great supplement. He ate a piece of raw snake meat, then sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and began to cultivate. To be honest, the Blackwater mystical snake's meat was not ordinary. It was like chewing on a piece of wood. Moreover, the snake meat had a strong stench. If it were not for the fact that he had not eaten for several hours, Gu Fei really would not want to eat such a disgusting thing. But in less than a moment, the essence of heaven and earth in the cave, like a tide, gathered towards Gu Fei. A little bit of light lingered around his body. The Tai Chi diagram formed by the yin-yang fish jade pendant on his chest slowly lit up, and the power of yin and yang began to emit from the diagram. The Tai Chi diagram on the skin of Gu Fei's chest seemed to come to life. The yin and yang chi rushed out, and then formed a Tai Chi diagram the size of a millstone above Gu Fei's head. As soon as the Tai Chi diagram appeared, the spiritual chi from all directions rapidly gathered towards the Tai Chi diagram, and then through the Tai Chi diagram, it poured into Gu Fei's body. Soon, Gu Fei felt the difference inside and outside of his body. He found that the spiritual chi that could not be gathered even if he sat for 10 hours had reached that level in less than half an hour. In other words, with the help of the Tai Chi diagram, Gu Fei's cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than usual. 10 times? Gu Fei shuddered at the thought of it. Gu Fei operated the chi refinement technique, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and a hazy light shrouded him. Gradually, the small amount of 5 elements essence in his dantian began to form a small funnel-like vortex. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered in the vortex, being refined and integrated into the 5 elements essence in his body. The 5 elements essence was slowly but irreversibly growing. Using the origin energy as a guide to refine the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into the 5 elemental essences was an extremely slow process. Even 10,000% of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth wasn't enough to refine one portion of the 5 elemental essences. From this, it could be seen how slow the 5 elemental essences in Gu Fei's body grew. However, he had 10 times the cultivation speed, so the growth of the 5 elements essence was 10 times faster. The 5 elements essence produced in the dantian spread along the meridians to the flesh and bones, slowly transforming the body. The ancient body refining technique used a trace of the 5 elements essence produced by the body's flesh and blood as a guide to form a vortex to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the dantian, thereby refining the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into one's own origin power to strengthen oneself. The Tai Chi diagram slowly rotated above Gu Fei's head, and no sound could be heard in the cave. As time passed, the spiritual chi around Gu Fei's body became thicker and thicker, and a spiritual light visible to the naked eye entered his body. An obscure power fluctuation emanated from Gu Fei's body. The realm of the sixth layer of awakening self was completely fixed. The five elements' essence began to refine his muscles and bones. Gu Fei's body was shrouded in a faint layer of colorful light. He was forging a body of steel and iron. It was just like how cultivators cultivated magic treasures. The only difference was that cultivators cultivated external objects into powerful magic treasures. On the other hand, Gu Fei had refined his body into a treasure that was comparable to a magical treasure. Chapter 11. The sunset glow was like fire, and the surroundings of the icy azure pond were deathly silent. Even the birds in the nearby mountains were unwilling to approach, as if this was an ominous place. Not all creatures liked the cold environment. This pond was so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and the depths of the water were filled with caves that led to who knew where. There were no fish, prawns, or crabs here. There was only one kind of fish, and that was the jade carp. However, it seemed that even the traces of the jade carp were hard to find. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a forest hundreds of feet away from the pond. Then a youth dressed in white, about 16 or 17 years old, walked out. This was a delicate and pretty face, but there was a hint of arrogance and frivolity between his brows. After the youth came out of the forest, there were still sounds coming from behind him. A second youth dressed in white, about the same age, walked out of the forest. Then there was the figure of a third youth dressed in white. In this forest there were 3 youths dressed in white. Senior Brother Wang, it's been 2 days. That good-for-nothing couldn't have died in the icy azure pond, could he? A youth dressed in white said in a panic. Yes, for the past 2 days, we've searched every place within a radius of dozens of miles, but there's no trace of that good-for-nothing, another youth said anxiously. The youth who walked out of the forest first turned around and glanced at the 2 youths behind him. He said in a low voice, "Useless things, even if that brat Gu Fei really died in the pond, what does it have to do with us? How could it have nothing to do with him, his mission token? Alright, I know this even without you saying it. How troublesome." One of the youths still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Senior Brother Wang. This Senior Brother Wang was Wang Yuanji. I heard that Gu Fei's master, Wan Xianqing, is about to come out of seclusion. If something really happened to Gu Fei. The other youth could not help but look at Wang Yuanji and say in a low voice. These 2 youths could not be compared to Wang Yuanji. Wang Yuanji was a disciple of a cultivation family. No matter what, he had a backer behind him. If something happened, he could easily escape. However, the backgrounds of these 2 youths were ordinary, but because of their good physique, they were accepted as disciples by the Taishan sect. Therefore, if something happened, the 2 of them would be the unlucky ones. How could they not be worried? How could they not be terrified? I'm here. What are you afraid of? Wang Yuanji couldn't help but feel a little angry. His handsome face darkened, and the anger in his eyes swept across the faces of the 2 people. Yes. With Senior Brother's protection, there's nothing for us brothers to worry about. The 2 white-robed youths hurriedly said with a smile. Go. Let's go to the side of the pool and take a look. Damn it, I can't see him if he's alive and I can't see his corpse if he's dead. Did that good-for-nothing Gu disappear into thin air? Wang Yuanji, the young master, immediately subdued the 2 junior brothers. Then the 3 of them walked towards the icy jade pond 1,000 feet away. The closer they got to the deathly still pond, the colder the air became. The rocks under their feet gradually turned black. When they arrived at the side of the pond, they jumped onto a large rock that was as black as ink. Waves of cold air came from the pond and hit them in the face. Although they were already prepared, Wang Yuanji and the others looked at the dark pond in front of them and couldn't help but shiver. The cold air from the pond was not unbearable, but it still made the 3 of them feel a little uncomfortable. Even if he drowned in the pond, his corpse should have floated up. Wang Yuanji murmured as he looked at the water. Not to mention the corpse, there wasn't even a ripple on the surface of the water. Wang Yuanji and the other 2 carefully looked around the pond, but in the end they saw that night was about to fall, but they found nothing. Just as they were about to leave, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the icy jade pond. Then, at a spot near the cliff, a large amount of water bubbles began to rise. What's going on? Wang Yuanji and the others were immediately alarmed. They looked at the place where the bubbles had appeared in surprise. Then, splash. The sound of water splashing could be heard as a figure rushed out of the pool under the astonished gazes of Wang Yuanji and the others. You. Wang Yuanji and the others were shocked when they saw the person who jumped out of the pool and landed on a pitch-black rock at the edge of the water. They were dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief, their mouths agape, unable to speak for a long time. The person who had jumped out of the water, or rather, the person who was completely naked, was someone they were very familiar with. They were so familiar with that they often bullied him. This person was Gu Fei, whom they had been secretly searching for the past 2 days. It turned out that in the cave, the pond beside the pile of bones that the Blackwater mystical snake had eaten, which was also the cave that the Blackwater mystical snake had passed through when it had captured Gu Fei, led straight to the top of the icy jade pond. There was no fork in the middle. But even so, it took Gu Fei a lot of effort to get out of the cave. Gu Fei did not bring the broken ancient sword out of the cave. He did not intend to let others know about the secret of the indestructible body in the cave. That broken sword was not an ordinary item. If the people in the sect found out about it, it would be hard for him to explain. However, Gu Fei had brought out the monster pearl of the black blood mystical snake. Wang Yuanji? When Gu Fei rushed out of the pond, he noticed that there were people outside the pond. But he did not expect that the people outside the pond were Wang Yuanji and his 2 best friends. Gu Fei? I thought you were dead. Wang Yuanji was shocked. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he quickly calmed down and looked at Gu Fei with a strong sense of disdain. Humph. Gu Fei took a step forward. In a flash, he appeared in front of Wang Yuanji and his 2 friends and threw a punch at Wang Yuanji. Gu Fei did not say anything. After his strength increased, the person he wanted to beat up the most was Wang Yuanji. He did not expect to meet Wang Yuanji the moment he came out. So without saying a word, he threw a punch. Whoosh! The wind from the punch surged. A fist had already appeared in front of Wang Yuanji and was rapidly enlarging in his eyes. So fast. Wang Yuanji was shocked. He hurriedly leaned back and at the same time, his legs pushed against the ground and his body retreated. Gu Fei followed him like a shadow. At the same time, his fist turned into a palm and pressed down. Bang! It hit Wang Yuanji's chest. Wah! Wang Yuanji screamed. Bang! He was hit by Gu Fei's palm and his back hit the black stone on the ground. The momentum of his retreat did not stop. His body slid on the ground for about 3 feet before stopping. Wang Yuanji, how does it feel to be beaten? This is only the beginning. Thinking of the humiliation he had just suffered, Gu Fei's eyes suddenly revealed a chilling gaze that was as sharp as a knife's edge. He glanced coldly at the 2 youths in white, who seemed to have been scared silly by the scene in front of them. He said coldly, "If I were you, I would never make a move." Gu Fei's words were full of strong confidence. This confidence made the 2 youths not dare to act rashly. This was because confidence came from one's own strength. You take off your coat and throw it over. Gu Fei pointed at one of the youths and said coldly. The strength in his words made it impossible for anyone to refuse. Under Gu Fei's fierce and frightening gaze, the youth obediently took off his outer robe and threw it over to Gu Fei. Gu Fei caught the white robe and put it on. After all, fighting naked was not a glorious thing. He wanted to beat Wang Yuanji up today. Hey, Trash Gu, you have angered me. On the gravel 3 feet away, Wang Yuanji slowly climbed up from the ground. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Because he was injured and because he was injured by Gu Fei, who was trash in cultivation. This made Wang Yuanji feel extremely humiliated and angry. Chapter 12. Gu Fei's arrogance and disdain completely enraged Wang Yuanji. At this time Wang Yuanji was extremely angry. His originally delicate face was flushed with anger. The consequences of angering me are very serious. Who isn't frivolous in their youth? Especially Wang Yuanji, who was born in the Wang family of the state of Qi. He had never suffered any setbacks since he was a child. Now that he was injured by Gu Fei, he couldn't help but feel ashamed and resentful. He was so angry that he actually felt a strong desire to kill Gu Fei. Is that so? I want to see how serious it is. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. Then with a cold face he walked towards Wang Yuanji. An oppressive aura swept out from Gu Fei's body in all directions. The expressions of the 2 youths suddenly changed and they involuntarily retreated to the side. The oppressive pressure caused the furious Wang Yuanji to instantly sober up. He was secretly surprised. Didn't this Gu Fei only have a cultivation of the 3rd layer of the awakening heaven? Why did he seem to have become a different person after disappearing for 2 days? At this time, there was no time for Wang Yuanji to think too much. His handsome face suddenly revealed a fierce smile. Then he stretched out his right hand and nimbly pinched his fingers to form a spell. Divine heavenly thunder. Following Wang Yuanji's shout, there was a faint sound of thunder in the sky. The righteous energy of heaven and earth rapidly gathered under the influence of Wang Yuanji's Tao power and the spell. Then, with a rumbling sound, a bolt of lightning directly struck down from the sky towards Gu Fei. The two youths who had retreated to the side were very shocked to see Wang Yuanji use this Dao technique. They knew that their senior brother Wang was really angry this time. The moment Wang Yuanji's hand pinched the spell, Gu Fei's expression immediately became somewhat ugly. He felt a terrifying power condense in an instant. After his cultivation had greatly increased, Gu Fei's body was also extremely fast. Once he felt that something was wrong, he immediately dodged to the side. That bolt of lightning almost brushed past Gu Fei's body and struck where he had originally been standing. Immediately, stone chips flew everywhere and a small pit appeared on the hard black rock ground. The small pit was clearly covered with cracks. When Gu Fei saw this, he was shocked again. Following Wang Yuanji's repeated incantations, a series of thunderclaps rang out above Gu Fei's head, and numerous finger-sized lightning bolts chased after him. Umph! Gu Fei moved quickly. His figure was like the wind and lightning as he dodged the lightning bolts falling from the sky. He closed in on Wang Yuanji. The power of the lightning couldn't hit him at all. Lose for me. Gu Fei arrived in front of Wang Yuanji in an instant and punched Wang Yuanji's lower abdomen. Wang Yuanji's body immediately curled up like a prawn. Then, a palm ruthlessly came into contact with the left side of his face. However, the strength of this palm was obviously a little too strong. When the palm landed on Wang Yuanji's face, he was directly slapped into the air. Ah! Wang Yuanji let out a blood-curdling scream as he flew to the right. In that extremely short period of time, he opened his mouth in a very unrefined manner and spat out a few bloody teeth. Then, his limbs flailed wildly as he smashed into the rocks beside the pool with a "pang" sound. The left side of his face immediately swelled up. An unusually clear, purple palm print appeared on the left side of Wang Yuanji's face. No one thought that Wang Yuanji would be defeated so quickly and so thoroughly. In just the blink of an eye, he was beaten into a pig's head. His teeth were knocked out. Seeing this scene, the two youths who usually hung out with Wang Yuanji were even more frightened. They were afraid that Gu Fei would target them. Wang Yuanji was like a dead dog lying on the ground, groaning in pain. A punch, a slap, completely stunned him, beating him until he couldn't tell north from south. He never dreamed that Gu Fei would actually use such a simple move to defeat him. The punch on his lower abdomen caused his internal organs to be shaken, and his Dao power was almost scattered. On the contrary, the palm on his face was much lighter. What's going on? What's going on? He was clearly only at the third heaven 2 days ago. How could he beat me down? This is impossible. The pain on his body was far from the shock in Wang Yuanji's heart. 2 days ago he was still a piece of trash that he could bully. 2 days later, the situation actually reversed 180 degrees. This huge contrast made it difficult for Wang Yuanji to accept. Gu Fei walked forward and looked down coldly at the once high and mighty senior Wang, who was now like a pitiful worm at his feet. Remember, in the future, wherever I go, I don't want to see you. Otherwise, I will beat you up every time I see you, understand? Gu Fei was like a high and mighty king, looking down at the ants under his feet. Then he glanced at the two youths who were standing at the side, silent like cicadas in winter, and turned to leave. The two youths watched as Gu Fei walked a few feet away before they dared to rush forward and help Wang Yuanji up from the ground. Useless Gu. Wang Yuanji gritted his teeth and spat out these 3 words. A pair of blood-red eyes stared fiercely at the figure in front of him, his face twisted with anger. Gu Fei stopped in his tracks, and the two youths who were supporting Wang Yuanji were suddenly shocked. Don't ever turn your back to your enemy, Wang Yuanji said fiercely and pushed away the two youths who were supporting him. Then he quickly took out an item from his chest and unfolded it in front of Gu Fei. It was a talisman, a yellow talisman. What was strange was that on the talisman, there was only a sword and a knife drawn in cinnabar. But if one looked closely, it did not seem to be a sword and a knife, but countless knives and swords. The moment the talisman unfolded, the nearby energy of the world became chaotic. A terrifying wave of energy surged out from the talisman. Then a golden light surged towards Gu Fei in an earth-shattering manner. Thousands of rays of golden light flashed, illuminating the sky and earth into a golden color. Within the golden light, ancient knives and swords instantly condensed. They were completely formed by the golden light, like sharp blades that had been unsheathed. Thousands of them gathered together, forming a golden sea of knives and swords that surged forward with great momentum. Ah! Trash Gu, let's see if you don't die this time. The endless sense of humiliation made the arrogant Wang Yuanji dizzy, and he actually used his powerful life-saving magic weapon. The target of thousands of knives and swords was only one, and that was Gu Fei. Gu Fei instantly turned around, his eyes narrowed into slits, and there was a faint five-colored divine light flashing in his eyes. The vast golden waves emitted a terrifying aura, and completely turned into tangible knives and swords, sealing the entire space in front of him and slashed towards him. Ha! A low roar came from his throat, and Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body surged with an incomparably strong power, like a rolling river, like a torrential river. The essence of the five elements spread throughout his body in an instant. Gu Fei's body emitted a faint five-colored light, like refined steel that had been tempered thousands of times, shining brilliantly. He felt danger and punched forward with an ordinary punch. This was also a punch that he did not hold back, and it contained an extremely strong power. The perfect fusion of battle skills and power, and a misty five-colored fist aura surged from his fist, meeting the thousands of knives and swords that were slashing towards him. Chapter 13. It was definitely a huge collision. A talisman emitted a dazzling golden light, condensing into countless golden swords and blades, colliding with the blurry five-colored fist aura. A dazzling light burst out, the two forces constantly collided, constantly canceling each other out. The vast and mighty force seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Thousands of swords and blades collided violently with the fist aura, emitting a metallic clang, as if the swords and blades released by the talisman were real godly weapons. In Gu Fei's eyes, these thousands of swords and blades were definitely not any weaker than real godly weapons. He had suffered a great impact and his body shook violently. The pitch-black and incomparably hard black stone under his feet crumbled. He kept retreating and every step he took caused the ground to shake. After retreating 9 steps he finally managed to stop himself. Then, an even stronger wave of swords and blades surged over. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was sent flying, directly smashing into a boulder hundreds of feet away, directly smashing into pieces. The swords and blades released by the talisman were simply too strong, its power was comparable to an attack from a transcending mortality expert. After the swords and blades blasted Gu Fei away, they all entered the yellow talisman in Wang Yuanji's hand. After being released once, the swords and blades on the talisman seemed to have dimmed a lot. Trash Gu Shangqing Sect's talisman, it's not good, right? Ah. Wang Yuanji laughed crazily, his figure swayed, his laughter suddenly stopped, then he fell to the ground. The two youths who had already retreated far away, were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Senior brother Wang killed Gu Fei? This thought made the two youths break out in cold sweat. If Gu Fei died in the hands of Wang Yuanji, then they would not be able to escape responsibility. At this time, Gu Fei stood up shakily in the rubble hundreds of feet away. He actually withstood an attack from the talisman? The eyes of the two youths widened. When they saw Gu Fei slowly turn around, the two youths were startled. She saw that Gu Fei's body was covered with wounds that seemed to have been cut by sharp blades. However, those wounds were not too deep. They only broke through the skin and bled. Gu Fei silently adjusted his breathing, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked towards Wang Yuanji again. His injuries were not light. That punch had nearly exhausted all of his 5 elemental essences. However, he was very interested in the item in Wang Yuanji's hand. Dao Talisman? I didn't expect Wang Yuanji to have such a thing. Gu Fei walked to Wang Yuanji's side. His eyes were emotionless as he looked at Wang Yuanji, who was on the ground as if he was looking at a dead man. What do you want to do? This time around Wang Yuanji was startled and afraid. Gu Fei was just like a cockroach that could not be killed. Wang Yuanji was already exhausted. That talisman had already sucked away all the Dao energy in his body. He couldn't even stand up from the ground. He had become a piece of meat on the chopping block. If you and I were not from the same sect, I would have already killed you. Gu Fei said coldly, however, I can't let you go like this. With that, Gu Fei kicked Wang Yuanji's chest fiercely. Gu Fei's kick used pure physical strength. However, for someone who cultivated the ancient body refining technique, this kick was not something that Wang Yuanji could withstand. Wang Yuanji screamed as he was kicked. Vaguely, the sound of ribs breaking could be heard. For a person who wanted to put him to death, Gu Fei would never show mercy. Bang! Gu Fei chased up and punched again. Wang Yuanji's mouth and nose were bleeding and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Gu Fei continued to beat Wang Yuanji until he fainted. Only then did Gu Fei snatch the talisman that Wang Yuanji was still clutching tightly in his hand before turning around and leaving. The high-level talisman of the Shangqing sect was a rare thing in the cultivation world. It was definitely a rare magic weapon. Since it was a treasure, there was no reason to leave it in the hands of the opponent. If the person who was attacked by the talisman was an ordinary cultivator of the awakening self-realm, he would have been dismembered by the strong sword qi released from the talisman. Only Gu Fei, who cultivated the ancient body tempering technique, could escape this calamity by relying on his extremely tough body. Even so, a trace of saber and sword qi had already invaded his body. Gu Fei's body was already strong to the point where it was difficult to be injured by sword qi, but he was still injured by the terrifying sword qi. One could imagine the power of this talisman. At this time the night had come. Occasionally there was the roar of a beast in the mountains. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to return to the sect. If he returned to the sect now, he would definitely be punished. Moreover, the sword qi in his body was a hidden danger that could erupt at any time. He needed to deal with it immediately. Therefore Gu Fei did not go far. Instead he found a cave near the azure cold pond. He placed the talisman that he had snatched from Wang Yuanji and the demon core of the black water mystical snake in front of him. He sat cross-legged inside and activated his cultivation technique to refine the sword qi in his body. Wang Yuanji was carried back to the Taishan sect by the two youths. Soon, Gu Fei's mind entered a clear and ethereal state. His whole body relaxed as if he had integrated into the surrounding nature. The Tai Chi symbol on his chest gradually brightened, revealing a black and a white light. This time the yin and yang qi did not condense into the Tai Chi symbol. It only flowed endlessly on the Tai Chi symbol on Gu Fei's chest. However, Gu Fei's cultivation speed did not slow down at all. It was still 10 times faster than usual. Gu Fei's body was like a bottomless abyss, gathering the essence from all directions. The essence of the sun and the moon, the essence of the plants, all gathered. Beams of imperceptible holy light swirled around Gu Fei. His dantian was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the gathered essence of heaven and earth, refining it into traces of the essence of the 5 elements, and integrating it into his source power. Then it spread out from his dantian, nourishing his body like sweet dew. His organs, bones, flesh, and blood gradually revealed a layer of colorful brilliance. 5 elements body refinement. He was tempering his body. The essence of the 5 elements washed his tendons and periosteum over and over again, tempering his body and repairing the injured parts. At the same time, it seemed to be forging this body of flesh and blood into an invincible 5 elements battle body. The power of the 5 elements seeped into his tendons, bones, and flesh, washing his marrow, causing Gu Fei's body to gradually transform. Although the process of transformation was very slow, he was indeed moving forward on the path of transformation. The ancient battle skill, the 5 elements battle body, Gu Fei had finally taken the first step on the road of the strong. The path of cultivation was full of dangers and obstacles. He might be able to break through fate, break into the realm of transcending mortality with the art of body refinement, and truly touch the mysteries of the ancient martial way that had been lost. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The mountain was silent until the second half of the night, when the clanging sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out from the cave. A golden sword aura was forced out from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's internal injuries were completely healed, and even the sword wounds on his body were all healed, leaving only faint scars. The essence of the 5 elements in his dantian seemed to have increased a little, became brighter, and emitted a faint warmth, constantly nourishing his flesh, tendons, and bones. This was the power of his own body, not the power of the outside world. This was the embodiment of self-improvement. It seemed that the shackles of awakening him to the 6th heaven had loosened. He felt that he was only 1 step away from the 7th heaven, as if he could break through at any time. Gu Fei touched the Taiji symbol on his chest. He was shocked and a little at a loss. 10 times the speed of cultivation, gathering the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. This jade pendant that had integrated into his body was too magical. It could be said that he had the cultivation he had today because of this Taiji Yin-Yang jade pendant. What kind of existence are you? Gu Fei murmured to himself. The jade pendant was obtained from the indestructible body in the cave. Although it had disappeared for countless years, the body was not destroyed. Something that could be valued by such an unparalleled expert was definitely not ordinary. After thinking for a while, Gu Fei suddenly felt that his body was sticky, and there seemed to be a layer of greasy black substance seeping out of his skin. This was the impure impurities that were discharged from the pores of the body during body tempering. Therefore he picked up the Blackwater mystical viper's demon core and the golden talisman in front of him, got up from the ground and walked out of the cave. He took a step and without much strength, his body flew forward like a sharp arrow. This speed. If I don't use Taoist techniques, even an expert of the 9th heaven can't catch up to me. Gu Fei thought. The physical body of a cultivator was not strong. A white figure moved quickly in the mountains. Soon, Gu Fei came to the side of the icy azure pool. As soon as he arrived at the edge of the pool, he sensed that something was wrong. He looked around and immediately noticed a few emerald green clothes on a large rock not far away. Just as Gu Fei was surprised, suddenly, there was a splash on the surface of the lake in front of him. In the next moment, a beautiful scene appeared in front of Gu Fei. A girl stood up from the pool. Her long black hair was wet and draped over her shoulders. Her jade-like cheeks were dripping with water. She was as elegant and refined as a lotus flower. This was a girl who seemed to be born of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call her a girl. This girl was only 16 or 17 years old. Her unparalleled face had a pair of intelligent eyes, long eyelashes, a straight nose and a small red mouth. It made her look as beautiful as a fairy, as pure as an angel. Chapter 14. Gu Fei would never have thought that there would be someone bathing in the icy jade pond. Furthermore, it was a beautiful girl. A beautiful scene appeared in front of him. The girl also never would have thought that there would be someone who would come to this barren mountain on this moonlit night. It was fine if they came to this barren mountain, but they just had to come to this pond and appear right in front of her. Both of them were stunned. Then an earth-shattering scream soared into the sky, completely breaking the silence of the moonlit night. The scream spread far and wide, startling the nearby birds. They flapped their wings in panic and flew into the distance. Gu Fei was so startled by this sudden scream that he almost jumped up. He couldn't help but blush when he saw this scene. He quickly turned around and retreated. He said, I didn't see anything. Hearing this, the girl became even more ashamed and resentful. Her pair of spirited black eyes were about to spit fire at this moment. Her graceful body was like a spirit swallow as she flew out of the pond. At the same time, she waved her hand and the clothes on the large rock beside the pond flew into the air and quickly put them on her body. Pervert, give me your life. The girl landed on the ground and shouted angrily. At the same time, her two lily-white hands began to dance in the air. A mysterious trajectory seemed to contain an indescribable magical power. The surrounding world essence actually followed the girl's dancing hands and quickly gathered towards the girl. Then a faint golden talisman appeared around the girl's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the girl's command, the 7 or 8 glyphs turned into faint golden rays of light and rushed towards Gu Fei. The fluctuations of the surrounding world essence were immediately captured by Gu Fei's sharp senses. A dangerous aura rushed towards him from behind. The girl used her Dao power to condense the glyphs. The glyphs then gathered the surrounding world essence, causing the surrounding world essence to be instantly sucked out. 7 or 8 rays of light that were powerful enough to pierce through stone and gold made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. Gu Fei calmly turned around and stared coldly at the girl. At this time, 7 or 8 faint golden Dao talismans had already shot towards him. As the chilling aura assaulted his face, Gu Fei almost suspected that the 7 or 8 beams of golden light were actually divine weapons, emitting a kind of sharpness that could only be felt from divine weapons. Shangqing sect's Dao technique? Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the girl's Dao technique. This girl was using Dao talismans to draw upon the sharp metal chi of the 5 elements of heaven and earth to attack her enemies. It was obvious that she had received the true teachings of the Shangqing sect. So what the Shangqing sect? Gu Fei snorted coldly and directly punched forward. At this moment, a powerful force surged out of his body and a faint 5-colored light appeared on the surface of his body. Boom! The direct force collided and the violent wind that erupted caused the sand and dust on the ground to fly up. The 7 or 8 rays of golden light that were as sharp as swords were blown away by Gu Fei's punch and then dissipated in the air. You only have the cultivation of the 5th layer of heaven. You overestimate yourself. Gu Fei thought to himself. Gu Fei's punch dissipated the girl's golden light, but the power of the punch did not dissipate. The power of the punch was still rushing towards the girl. When the golden light formed by the Dao talismans was blown away, the girl immediately suffered a great impact. Her body shook violently and she took 3 or 4 steps back. One of her feet had already stepped into the water behind her. The girl only felt that Gu Fei's fist force was like a giant wall crashing towards her, which shocked her greatly. Her hands immediately danced like butterflies flying through flowers. Faint golden talismans immediately appeared around her, forming a golden bell-like light barrier that enveloped her inside. The power of Gu Fei's punch collided with the girl's protective light shield. The light golden bell formed by the Tao talismans shook violently a few times. Then, it turned into specks of golden light that scattered in all directions and shattered. The girl, she was blown away. The Tao talismans that were formed by the essence of heaven and earth around her had already dissipated the moment the golden bell shield was broken. They once again turned into the essence of heaven and earth and returned to heaven and earth. Gu Fei did not want to be entangled with this girl anymore. This kind of thing, even if he had 1,000 mouths, he would not be able to explain himself. Therefore, the moment the girl was blown away, he turned around and left. His figure flickered a few times and disappeared from the side of the pool. There was only a plop sound. Without any suspense, the girl directly smashed into the pool. Boom. In the next moment, the surface of the water exploded. In the midst of the splashing of water, the girl rushed out of the pool. However, when she aggressively rushed out of the pool to the edge of the water, there was no one around. The perverted thief who had seen her body was nowhere to be found. The girl flew up the cliff beside the pool and looked around. Under the moonlight, it was very quiet. Only the night wind would blow the trees and flowers on the mountain from time to time. As for the figure of a person, there was not a single person. Damn stinky thief, even if you run to the bottom of the sky, I will catch you, dig out your eyes and then cut you into 8 pieces. At this moment, the beautiful girl's face was filled with killing intent. She was almost driven mad. In her rage, the girl did not realize that in fact, the cultivation of the perverted thief seemed to be much higher than hers. Even if she met this perverted thief again, she would not be able to do anything to him. Hearing the angry scolding coming from far behind him, Gu Fei could not help but smile bitterly. I never thought that I, Gu Fei, would have such luck. Unfortunately, I do not have the fortune to enjoy it. That female Wuxia does not seem to be an ordinary girl. It would be good if she did not provoke the wrong person. Gu Fei was a little nervous. The girl was so young, but the Taoist techniques she used were authentic Shanqing sect's Taoist talisman techniques. She must have a powerful background. But so what? Even if she had a powerful background, she would not be able to recognize me. What I used was not the Taoist techniques of Taishan sect, but ancient battle techniques. When Gu Fei thought of this, the worry in his heart disappeared in an instant. He quickly moved through the mountains, the sound of the wind ringing in his ears. His destination, Taishan Mountain. His cultivation had greatly improved, and the speed at which he walked through the mountains was much faster than usual. The surrounding vegetation moved quickly behind him. Under the moonlight, as he ran, the cool air of the mountains hit him in the face, making Gu Fei's mind particularly clear. The blood qi in his body moved, and a trace of the 5 elements qi, so subtle that it was negligible, was produced from his essence blood, and then gathered in the meridians in his body that had all been opened. Although Gu Fei was still unable to sense the extremely minute changes in his body, it was clearly happening. This was refining essence into qi. His own 5 elemental qi would be derived from his essence blood, and the 5 elemental qi would then nourish his flesh, tendons and bones, causing his body to undergo a transformation. Of course, the process of this transformation was extremely long. The ancient body refining technique that Gu Fei cultivated had been studied by his lineage for generations. Most of the ancestors of Gu Fei knew that this technique was most likely an ancient martial art that had been lost. In the secular world, there might be many people who cultivated martial arts, but in the entire cultivation world of the Tenglong continent, those who truly understood the profound meaning of martial arts seemed to have disappeared. The path of martial arts was a path that defied the natural order of cultivation. It trained the skin and flesh, then the muscles and bones, and a deeper level was to cultivate the martial arts into the bone marrow. This was a process from the outside to the inside. The bone marrow was where the essence blood was born. By cultivating the martial arts into the bone marrow, one could change the blood, then the bones and finally the skin and flesh. This was a true transformation. This process was a process from the inside to the outside. From the outside to the inside, and then from the inside to the outside, it was a reincarnation. The reincarnation of the transformation of the body caused the body to reach a state of great perfection, and then produce a qualitative sublimation and transformation. Soon, the mountain gate of Taishan sect was reflected in Gu Fei's eyes. There was a pavilion outside the mountain gate, which was a place for people to rest. Usually, those who came to visit the mountain would wait in this pavilion. At night, the mountain protection matrix of Taishan sect had to be opened. According to legend, the mountain protection matrix of Taishan sect was laid down by the founder of Taishan sect with his supreme power. Although thousands of years had passed, this large matrix not only could still be operated, but its power had only become more terrifying under the blessing of the successive leaders. Even the legendary demigod-level cultivators on the Tenglong continent would find it difficult to break this large matrix that covered the entire Taishan mountain. Chapter 15. In the mountains the scenery was picturesque. It was a place where spiritual qi gathered. And Taishan Mountain, as the location of the Taishan sect, was one of the rare blessed lands in the world. In addition, the great matrix that sealed off the mountains also had the effect of gathering the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Therefore, the spiritual qi of Taishan Mountain was even more concentrated and thick. Even outside the mountains, the concentration of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was not comparable to that of ordinary mountains and rivers. There was a reason why the disciples of the famous sects were stronger than the disciples of the second and third-rate sections. The famous sects occupied the best cultivation resources in the world and had the best cultivation conditions. If the disciples of the famous sects were weaker than the disciples of the second and third-rate sects, then the cultivation method of the famous sects was really wasted on the body of a dog. At this time, it was the darkest period before dawn. Outside the mountains there was silence. Occasionally, there was only the slight sound of the wind rustling the grass. Outside the mountain gate of the Taishan sect, in the pavilion, there was suddenly a slight sound. The sound was very soft, and if one did not pay attention they would not have heard it. The sound was very strange. It sounded like popcorn being fried in a hot pot, but if one listened carefully, it sounded like the cracking of bones being squeezed. The source of the sound was even more strange. If someone passed by the mountain gate of the Taishan sect at this time, they would be shocked, because this strange sound was coming from the body of a person. To be more precise, it was coming from the body of this person. This person was Gu Fei. He was operating the qi of the 5 elements in his body according to the ancient method of refining the body, causing the muscles and bones of his body to tremble slightly. With the frequency of the vibration, the qi of the 5 elements in his body surged from his flesh and blood to his muscles and bones, nourishing them and washing away the impurities in them. This rhythmic vibration of the muscles and bones made a sound like muffled thunder, but also like the sound of beans being fried. In fact, this sound had a very loud name, and that was the sound of thunder. Gu Fei's current cultivation base had already reached the stage of tendon transformation and bone forging. However, the vast majority of the meridians in the human body were in the flesh and blood. The flesh and blood refined essence into energy, producing the 5 elemental source energy, making it very difficult for it to reach the tendons and bones. There was only one way to make the 5 elements qi enter the tendons and bones, and that was to use the heavenly drum thunder sound to vibrate the tendons and bones. At the same time, it could also make the 5 elements qi directly enter the tendons and bones through the flesh and blood wrapping around the tendons and bones. In truth, the heavenly thunder drum could not only temper one's muscles and bones, but the 5 elemental energies in one's flesh and blood could also permeate into one's internal organs and strengthen one's internal organs. The heavenly thunder drum had an unimaginable effect in body refinement. When trained to a high level, one would be able to produce the true sound of thunder within one's body. Cultivators who had reached that level would have their bodies completely transparent from inside out. Their bodies would be so powerful that even the treasures of martial cultivators would not be able to injure them. Of course, with Gu Fei's current cultivation base, even the sound of frying beans was not pure or loud, let alone the sound of thunder. The sound that came from his body was just loud enough for others to hear. The ancient body refinement technique was martial, and martial meant that one had to move. Even if he was meditating and seemed calm, in fact, Gu Fei's body was moving. His tendons, bones and flesh were moving without stopping for even a moment. All 3,000 great Daos could make one a saint. Although the path of heaven-defying cultivation was much more difficult than that of martial cultivation, once one succeeded, one would be able to lead the crowd and be invincible among cultivators of the same level. The time spent cultivating passed very quickly. Before he knew it, the sky in the east had already turned bright, and the darkness that shrouded the world began to fade. Outside the mountain gate, although it could be said that no evil cultivators would dare to cause trouble for the Taishan sect, Gu Fei still did not dare to enter a deep state of cultivation. He was still half asleep and half awake, paying attention to the situation around him. When he felt that it was almost dawn, he slowly stopped. The sound of his flesh and bones trembling gradually weakened and then completely disappeared. Gu Fei stood up from the pavilion and patted the hem of his robe. Then he walked out of the pavilion and arrived at the mountain gate. Looking into the mountain gate, he could vaguely see the silhouettes of people moving about on the mountain. The mountain protection formation is about to be withdrawn. Gu Fei looked up at the sky and said to himself. Sure enough, in the void outside the mountain gate, transparent ripples began to appear. Then, the entire space suddenly became blurred and then immediately became clear again. Gu Fei smiled and strode toward the mountain gate. He knew that the mountain protection formation had been withdrawn. However, when he thought about how he had been missing for a few days, Gu Fei could not help but frown. The mission Jade token was lost in the battle with the Blackwater mystical snake, and I did not catch the Jade Phosphor Carp to obtain the inner core of the Jade Phosphor Carp. It seems that this time I will be punished again. I should first go back to my residence, change into a clean set of clothes, and then go to Marshal Uncle Mo of the Hualin Pavilion to receive my punishment. After Gu Fei had already made up his mind, his pace was clearly much faster. The disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect who could not complete the chores on time would be punished. This was something that Gu Fei was very clear about. In the sect, there were often disciples who forgot the chores they were responsible for because they were cultivating, and it was not uncommon for them to be punished. Even Gu Fei himself had learned a few lessons from the mistakes of others. There were some disciples who randomly found a place to cultivate on the mountain. Sometimes, they would be immersed in their cultivation, and there were also many people who would not be seen for several days. Therefore, in the few days that Gu Fei had disappeared, the sect did not send anyone to look for him. Only Wang Yuanji and the others were frightened, afraid that if something happened to Gu Fei they would also be in big trouble. As Gu Fei walked on the mountain road, the scenery on both sides moved quickly. Soon he saw the courtyard hidden in the forest where he lived. On Taishan Mountain, there were several such courtyards for young disciples to live in. The Supreme Mystery Sect was divided into 9 branches. The branch of the sect leader had the most people, and the branch that Gu Fei belonged to had the least people. There were only 2, and they were Gu Fei and his master Wan Xianqing. Of the 9 major branches except for the one that Gu Fei belonged to, the other 8 had many people. Altogether, there were hundreds of disciples of the younger generation. This kind of courtyard was the residence of the young disciples. Although cultivators were people outside of the world, they still needed a place to live. Therefore, the Supreme Mystery Sect had built many pavilions on the mountain. At the peak of Taishan Mountain was the important place of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Supreme Mystery Temple. The leader of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Taoist Shantian, was a cultivator of the 9th tier of controlling the void, and a cultivator who was only one step away from the demigod realm. He sat in the Supreme Mystery Temple. As Gu Fei walked into the courtyard, he met Wang Yuanji and the 2 youths who followed Wang Yuanji's lead. When Wang Yuanji and the others saw Gu Fei, they were suddenly startled, then looked at Gu Fei with a strange expression and hurried past Gu Fei. Gu Fei saw that the expressions of Wang Yuanji and the others were a little strange, but his cultivation was already above Wang Yuanji's, so he did not care about Wang Yuanji at all. I don't think he would dare to provoke me again. Gu Fei could not be bothered with these people and strode toward his room. He pushed open the door, opened the wardrobe and changed into a clean white robe. He put the inner core of the Blackwater mystical snake and the talisman that he had stolen from Wang Yuanji on his body, and then left the room heading for the Hualin Pavilion. Along the way he met several white-robed disciples from the Hualin Pavilion. These disciples looked at Gu Fei with a strange expression, which made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. The atmosphere today seemed different from the past. Could something have happened in the sect? Gu Fei was a little surprised and he quickened his pace toward the Hualin Pavilion. Chapter 16. Gu Fei, where have you been these past few days? The green-robed Taoist was the steward of the Hualin Pavilion, Mo Songxian. When he saw Gu Fei, he actually stood up from behind the table in a somewhat abnormal manner. Greetings, Uncle Master Mo. Gu Fei hurriedly took a few steps forward and bowed to Mo Songxian. Gu Fei, your master came out of seclusion 2 days ago. Mo Songxuan's expression was a little sad. This made Gu Fei's heart skip a beat and he felt faintly uneasy. My master has come out of seclusion, I'll go see him now. Gu Fei hurriedly turned around and was about to rush out of the Hualin Pavilion. However, Mo Songxian called out to him from behind. Gu Fei, your master has come out of seclusion but... Mo Songxian was a little hesitant. Gu Fei hurriedly turned around again and looked at Mo Songxian. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He asked, Uncle Master Mo, did something happen to my master? Tell me quickly. Mo Songxuan's hesitant look made Gu Fei's heart hang in his throat. His palms were sweaty from nervousness. Gu Fei, you must be mentally prepared. Mo Songxian muttered to himself for a moment before saying this. There was a trace of pity in his gaze as he looked at Gu Fei. Could it be? Gu Fei's heart shook violently. His body swayed involuntarily and he actually took a step back. He asked in a trembling voice, could it be that my master, Mo Songxian did not speak, but nodded with a serious expression. This action of his almost caused Gu Fei to break down. Gu Fei felt as if the world before his eyes had collapsed in that instant. It was as if his head had been struck by the wrath of the ninth heaven, causing him to be unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. A line of hot tears flowed down his face. His master's kind face appeared in his mind, but at this moment he and his master were forever separated. Before his master went into seclusion, he already vaguely knew that this was his master's last chance. His master was already more than 150 years old, and his time could come at any time. However, when his master really passed away, he couldn't accept it. To Gu Fei, 10,000 immortals become was no longer just a simple master. Gu Fei, I'm sorry for your loss. Mo Songxian couldn't help but comfort Gu Fei when he saw that his master's face was distorted from grief. The Taishang forgets emotions and the Taishang heartless. Actually, cultivators usually viewed life and death very lightly. The more profound a cultivator was, the more indifferent they would be to life and death. However, Gu Fei was not a martial cultivator. Instead, he was a martial cultivator. He had emotions and they were very rich. Cultivating martial arts was actually cultivating the human path. The 7 emotions and 6 desires were originally human nature. Since it was human nature, it should not be abandoned. Therefore, Gu Fei did not need to hide his inner feelings and vented his sorrow to his heart's content. Martial Uncle Mo. When did this happen? Gu Fei asked Mo Songxian mournfully, allowing his tears to blur his eyes. He didn't even reach out to wipe them away. Your master passed away in meditation last night. He couldn't let go of you and wanted to see you, but... Mo Songxian said with some emotion. Although 10,000 immortals Cheng and he were not related by blood, they had a good relationship. Mo Songxian was a martial cultivator, and martial cultivators paid particular attention to abandoning the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Although 10,000 immortals Cheng was his senior brother, if he could not cultivate to the immortal realm, he would still die eventually. Mo Songxian didn't seem too sad. Martial cultivators paid particular attention to understanding the heavenly Tao. The Tao followed the natural law. If there was life, there would be death. If there was withering, there would be prosperity. This was the law of the cycle of heaven and earth. Letting nature take its course was the point of view of martial cultivators. Master, your disciple is unfilial. Gu Fei looked up to the sky and wailed, tears streaming down his face. His appearance attracted the surrounding disciples to look at him in shock. This is what your master asked me to give you. At this moment, Mo Songxian took out a package and a purple stick with ancient patterns engraved on it from under the table. Gu Fei held back his grief and reached out to take the package and the stick with tears in his eyes. This stick seemed to be made of wood and iron, but it was unknown what material it was made of. It looked a little like a sword hilt and was a little heavy in his hand. According to Gu Fei's master, Wan Immortals, this short stick was obtained by their ancestor along with the ancient cultivation technique. It should be an extraordinary object. However, after several generations of Gu Fei's lineage, they couldn't find anything extraordinary about this short purple stick. No matter how they looked at it, it was an unremarkable object. Uncle Master, where is my master buried? I want to pay my respects. Gu Fei asked in a deep voice filled with sorrow. Although Wan Immortals and Gu Fei were master and disciple, they were as close as father and son. Gu Fei was extremely regretful that he hadn't been able to see his master one last time. In addition to grief, there was also self-blame in his heart. Your master is buried in the sect cemetery. You will see him when you enter the cemetery, Mo Songxian replied. As soon as Mo Songxian finished speaking, Gu Fei rushed out of the Hualin pavilion. Mo Songxian seemed to want to say something, but in the end he didn't stop Gu Fei. In the back mountains of the Taishan sect, halfway up the mountain, there was a special place. There was green grass and fragrant flowers. If there were no forest of steels, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a garden. This was the cemetery of the Taishan sect, the burial place of the disciples of the past. After all, not everyone could cultivate the great way of the immortal God. When the time came, they would return to the cycle of reincarnation and turn into a pile of yellow soil. The entire cemetery was silent. There was not a single sound. In an inconspicuous corner of the cemetery, a figure stood quietly in front of a small, low grave, motionless. He was Gu Fei. He stood there in a daze from morning to noon and then from noon to evening. The setting sun was like blood, shining on the mountains, dyeing them red. It was another sunset, and the afterglow of the setting sun rendered the cemetery solemn and somewhat strange. The small, low grave was inconspicuous. Could be said to be very simple. There was only a tombstone, no flowers, and a simple little mound of soil. The soil was new. Who didn't die in life? No matter how peerless one was, in the end they were just a pile of yellow soil. There was no difference. People died like a lamp going out. Who would remember, and who would remember that such a person had once existed in this world? The essence of cultivation was actually to defy the heavens. Whether it was martial cultivation or cultivation, it was a struggle against the heavens. If they succeeded, they could enjoy a long life. If they failed, they would disappear from the world and everything would disappear. Although martial cultivators were said to obey the heavens, but at the same time, were they not breaking through the heavens? Chapter 17. When the last ray of sunlight disappeared from the horizon, Gu Fei finally recovered from his sorrow. He poured a jug of fine wine in front of his master, Wan Xiancheng's grave, then turned and walked out of the graveyard. At this moment, a faint white mist rose from somewhere in the graveyard, causing Gu Fei to feel a slight chill. He subconsciously tightened his clothes. The dead were already dead, so what was the point of being sad? The moment Gu Fei walked out of the graveyard, his gaze became abnormally determined. Then, without looking back, he stepped onto the gravel path in front of the graveyard and strode off into the distance. When Gu Fei's slightly lonely figure disappeared on the small path, there was a creak. The wooden door of a thatched cottage next to the entrance of the graveyard was pushed open, and an old man walked out of the cottage. This old man was very old. His teeth seemed to have all fallen out, and there were a few strands of white and slightly yellow hair on his head. His face was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree, and it was almost impossible to tell his appearance from his face. The old man staggered into the graveyard. His eyes were cloudy, and there was not the slightest ripple of energy coming from his body. However, his back was ramrod straight. This was an old man who could not be any more ordinary, and an old man who had one foot in the grave. This old man picked a bunch of white flowers around the graveyard, then walked past each grave and placed a bunch of flowers in front of each grave. No matter the size of the grave, no matter how illustrious the identity of the person in the grave was, or whether they were unknown people, the old man placed a bunch of flowers in front of the grave without exception. Not a single one was left out. When the old man only had the last bunch of flowers left in his hand, he stood in front of a new grave. He did not stop in front of any of the graves, but he stopped in front of the last new grave. It was a small, low grave and a pile of yellow soil. In front of the yellow soil was an ordinary stone tablet, and on the stone wall were written 5 words, Wan Xiancheng's grave. There was no inscription, just 5 words. The old man's cloudy gaze rested on the graveyard for a long time. Finally, he seemed to sigh, and then, with trembling hands, he placed the white flowers in the soil in front of the graveyard. The old man turned around and staggered out of the cemetery. He walked into the small hut beside the entrance of the cemetery, and then closed the wooden door with a creak. At this moment, the smoke in the graveyard seemed to have thickened. The graves were faintly discernible in the fog, seeming both real and illusory. On a small path at the back of the mountain, someone stopped Gu Fei. This person was a youth dressed in a loose white gown. When he saw this young man, Gu Fei's eyes narrowed into slits because he knew this young man and his cultivation base. This was a youth that was hard to forget after a single glance. His black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, his face was as sharp as a knife, his eyebrows were long, and his eyes were as bright as stars. He was one of the few young masters of the Taishan sect, Dongfang Qin. I heard that you defeated Wang Yuanji. I didn't quite believe it, but now it seems that it is true. Dongfang Chen's words were very calm, and there was even a smile at the corner of his mouth. However, Gu Fei felt a strong pressure from Dongfang Chen. This young master was not simple. As the legend said, he was one of the best of the younger generation in the sect. What, are you going to stand up for Wang Yuanji? Gu Fei looked straight at Dongfang Chen, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. He was not afraid of the oppressive feeling that the other party gave him. So what if he was a rare young master in the sect? He couldn't do anything to him. Dongfang Chen smiled, and his handsome face seemed very bright. An oppressive aura suddenly swept out from his body, like a stormy sea, causing the grass and trees on both sides of the path to sway without any wind. Your master has just passed away. I don't want to fight with you, but you have to give me Wang Yuanji's talisman. Although Dongfang Chen's expression was calm and light, his aura was oppressive. Although he didn't make a move, it was no different from making a move. Perhaps he wanted to give Gu Fei a show of strength and force Gu Fei to yield. Humph. If Wang Yuanji wants that talisman back, then tell him to come and get it himself. Gu Fei's eyes flickered, and the flesh under his clothes began to tighten. He was like a cheetah looking for food, ready to explode at any time. Dong Fangchen rubbed his chin with interest as he stared at Gu Fei. His eyes flickered with a faint smile, but no one knew what he was thinking. After a while he said, "Good, very good, you really have guts." After saying that, Dong Fangchen actually turned around and left. When Gu Fei saw that Dong Fangchen actually left, he couldn't help but be surprised. He knew that Dong Fangchen was actually a disciple of a cultivation family, and he seemed to have some friendship with Wang Yuanji. Why did he let him go so easily? But there was one thing that Gu Fei was sure of. He refused to hand over the talisman that he snatched from Wang Yuanji, and he had already offended Dong Fangchen. 1 year from now it will be the 10-year examination. Don't let me down at that time. At this time Dong Fangchen's words came from the front, and this voice seemed to ring in Gu Fei's ears. Sound transmission technique? Gu Fei was startled and at the same time his heart trembled. He immediately understood Dong Fangchen's intention. Dong Fangchen actually wanted to defeat him in front of all his fellow disciples. The 10-year examination of the Supreme Mystery Sect was also the time when they opened the mountain gate to accept disciples. Those who won the top 10 in the examination would be able to receive rewards from the sect. Among the rewards, there was a spirit pill that could help the disciples of the sect condense a Dao core. Core condensation pill? I don't cultivate Dao techniques, and I don't walk the 9 revolutions golden core of the Taoist sect. This thing is useless to me, but if you, Dong Fangchen, want to humiliate me in front of all my fellow disciples during the examination, you are dreaming. Gu Fei looked in the direction where Dong Fangchen disappeared, and his eyes burst out with light. Gu Fei knew very well that with the help of the Yin-Yang Jade Pendant, his cultivation speed was 10 times faster. If others cultivated for a year, it was equivalent to him cultivating for 10 years. In this way, within a year, his cultivation would automatically awaken, and he would ascend from the 6th layer to the 7th layer. It was an ironclad matter. A 7th heaven awakened martial cultivator had an obvious advantage over another 7th heaven awakened martial cultivator. Martial artists had a strong body but cultivators did not. Martial artists' battle skills were enough to compete with Dao techniques, and were even more powerful than Dao techniques. Because the reason why battle skills were called battle skills was because they were ultimate skills that had been tempered in actual combat. Compared to Dao techniques, the killing nature of battle skills was countless times heavier. That Dong Fangchen, his cultivation base seems to be at the 7th layer of the awakened self-realm. Thinking of that, the corners of Gu Fei's mouth curved into a sneer, and then he strode forward. He had buried the sorrow deep in his heart. He wanted to turn the sorrow into strength, and cultivate the ancient technique that his master had taught him to the extreme. He wanted to make all those who looked down on this technique feel ashamed of their ignorance. Chapter 18. Early in the morning, mist drifted over Taishan Mountain, and the palace on the mountain loomed in the haze. From time to time, beautiful birds could be seen jumping on the branches of the mountain, making crisp and melodious songs. It was a beautiful scene. Suddenly, in the eastern sky, 2 figures came through the air, stepping on golden haze, and landed outside the gate of Taishan Mountain. The golden haze dissipated and 2 people appeared. Vaguely, there seemed to be a yellow light entering the sleeve of one of them. "Uncle, it can't be. Wouldn't it be much easier if we just flew up the mountain? Are we going to walk up there?" Outside the memorial archway of the mountain gate, a young girl wearing light green tights and a pair of exquisite leather shoes raised her head and looked at the top of the mountain. The girl's figure was very slender and exquisite. Her eyes were like autumn water, and there was a hint of slyness in them. Her beautiful and delicate face had a hint of mischief. This girl was the girl Gu Fei had seen the night before when she was bathing in the icy azure pool. Shuer, the Taishan sect and our Shanqing sect are both part of the 3 great Taoist sects. If we just fly up the mountain, it will be a bit disrespectful to the Taishan sect, a middle-aged Taoist said indifferently behind the naughty girl. If we don't respect them, then we won't respect them. What's so great about the Taishan sect? The girl said with a pout. Shuer, the Taishan sect is also a great Taoist sect. They have thousands of years of history, and it is not something that ordinary sects can compare with. Although you are an outstanding figure among the younger generation of our Shanqing sect, in the Taishan sect, there are many people who are as young as you, and whose strength is comparable to yours and even stronger than you. The middle-aged Taoist said lightly. "Oh, I want to see what kind of ability they have to be worthy of Uncle's attention." The girl stared at him, raised her eyebrows and strode into the gate of the Taishan sect. The middle-aged Taoist looked at the girl's back and smiled. He said to himself, "It's good to let this girl make a scene. She can observe the cultivation of the new generation of disciples of the Taishan sect. With me watching, Shui girl will not be at a disadvantage. As he said this, the middle-aged Taoist strode toward the girl in green. The middle-aged Taoist knew very well that his little disciple nephew was a proud person, but his words seemed to be subtly prodding him into action. On top of that, this young woman was a heaven's favorite in the Shangqing sect. She never gave in to anyone. The middle-aged Taoist's words triggered the young woman's competitive nature. The Shangqing sect, the Supreme Mystery sect, and the Guanxing Celestial sect were the three great Taoist sects of the cultivation world. The three great Taoist sects all had a long history and could be said to be of the same branch. However, there was also competition between the three great Taoist sects. There was no one in the three great Taoist sects who did not covet the position of the number one Taoist sect. But the three great Taoist sects each had their own strengths and specialties. None of them could do anything to the other, so they formed a situation where the three great Taoist sects were in a tripod. Halt. This is the Taishan sect. Please tell us your name. Two young disciples of the Taishan sect who were on patrol came down from the mountain path and stopped in front of the girl in green. The eyes of the girl in green, which were like black gemstones, turned and smiled. Shangqing sect disciple Lin Shui, and Uncle Ding Yangzi have come to visit the Taishan sect to discuss the event that happens once in 100 years. The girl in green paused and suddenly smiled slyly. I heard that the Taishan sect's techniques are amazing. I would like to see the techniques of my brothers. Hearing the cute girl's words, the two young disciples of the Taishan sect did not think much of it. However, when they heard the girl's words, their faces immediately became a little ugly. At this moment, the girl Lin Shui did not wait for the two young disciples to answer. She suddenly separated her palms and shouted, "Thunder Palm." In the midst of her soft and crisp voice, the girl's palms separated. A talisman appeared in her palms, and then there were two muffled sounds like thunder. The two young disciples were caught off guard, and with a muffled grunt, they were sent flying and fell onto the mountain path. Hee brothers, I am so sorry. Lin Shui laughed and apologized to the two, then continued to walk forward. As she passed by the two, she muttered, "The people of the Taishan sect are only SOSO." Lin Shui seemed to be deliberately angering the two of them. After the two young disciples on the ground heard Lin Shui's words, their faces immediately turned red from the blood that rushed up. However, they had been hit by Lin Shui's thunder palm. A wave of lightning was running through their bodies, causing their bodies to become numb. It was difficult for them to stand up for a while. Lin Shui of the Shangqing sect is here to ask for advice from the brothers of the Taishan sect. A clear voice rang out on the mountain, traveling far away. At the same time, there were a few sounds of thunder, and a few figures were sent flying. In the Hualin pavilion, Mo Songshen said to Gu Fei, who was standing in front of him, "You did not complete the chores you were responsible for and you lost the jade plate. You should have been punished, but since your master has passed away, you are the only one left in this branch. So, from now on you do not need to be responsible for chores in the sect. Go and cultivate." Mo Songshen waved his hand, and there was a trace of pity in his expression. Perhaps in 100 years, this branch of the Taishan sect would be extinct. Mo Songshuan's heart was a little heavy. The Taishan sect was divided into 9 branches, and in 100 years the 9 branches would become 8. From Mo Songshuan's point of view, there was no hope for Gu Fei's branch to continue the family line. If there were no accidents in 100 years, Gu Fei would follow in his master's footsteps. "Yes, Uncle Master." There was no expression on Gu Fei's face, and he faced everything indifferently. After he bowed to Mo Songshen, he straightened up and was about to turn and walk out of the Hualin pavilion. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the Hualin pavilion, and then the footsteps of the disciples outside could be heard moving quickly into the distance. It seemed that many disciples were leaving quickly. Gu Fei could not help but feel strange. Wasn't this the time when these disciples came to the Hualin pavilion to receive their chores? Why were they leaving in such a hurry? At this time, Mo Songshuan's ears suddenly twitched, and then his expression became a little strange. It seems that our Taishan sect has not had such a thing happen in many years. Interesting, let's go take a look. As he spoke, Mo Songshen straightened his robe and walked out of the Hualin pavilion. Gu Fei was also very curious. What was it that even this slovenly Uncle Master, who had always been sleepy in the Hualin pavilion, was interested? Gu Fei hurriedly followed. Chapter 19. A shadow flashed, and a young man dressed in white, about 17 or 18 years old, appeared on the mountain path. The disciple of the Taishan sect looked at the girl in green and said, "You are Lin Shui from the Shangqing sect?" The girl in green calmly walked up to the disciple and stood still. She smiled and said, "That's right. I am Shangqing Sect's unranked disciple Lin Shui. What, do you want to challenge me?" Unranked disciple? The young man was startled for a moment, and then his face darkened. "How dare you say that you're not qualified? Doesn't that mean that the disciples of the Taishan sect can't even defeat a disciple of the Shangqing sect? That means we're even less qualified?" After understanding what Lin Shui was implying, the Taishan sect's disciple was a little angry. Okay. Then let me experience the unranked techniques of the Shangqing sect." As he spoke, the Taishan sect's disciple formed a seal with his right hand. A wave of heat immediately followed the young man's movement and spread out from his body. The temperature around them rose dramatically. Burning sky fire. After a soft shout, the 17 or 18-year-old disciple formed a seal with his right hand and pressed forward. A fireball the size of an egg appeared in his palm. Lin Shui suddenly felt a wave of heat rush towards her. She chuckled and her expression did not change. Fire elemental techniques? At the same time, her right hand formed a seal as well. A golden talisman appeared in Lin Shui's palm. It was a talisman of fire and it also emitted waves of heat. Lin Shui also pressed forward and shouted, "Let's see if my burning sky fire is stronger or if your burning sky fire is stronger." Two palms collided with each other in the air. The fire essence chi condensed in the two palms was like a spark falling into a barrel of gunpowder. It exploded fiercely and raging flames immediately enveloped the two of them. Both of them are injured? Just as everyone thought the two of them were evenly matched, a muffled groan came from within the flames. Then a ball of fire flew up and down the mountain path. The ball of flames that flew backward was extinguished in an instant. A white-clothed youth with smoke all over his body smashed onto the mountain path with a plop. He opened his mouth and spat out a thick cloud of white smoke. The young disciple of the Supreme Profound Sect struggled a few times on the ground, but was unable to stand up for a while. The disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect are at this level? As the flames dissipated, the graceful figure of the green-clothed girl, Lin Shui, appeared. She walked past the disciple. Hearing Lin Shui's somewhat disappointed words, the face of the young disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect alternated between red and white. He really wanted nothing more than to open a crack in the ground for him to crawl into. Lin Shui continued forward, but she had only taken less than 10 steps when another young disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect blocked her way. "I'm here to experience the Prime Clear Dao technique." As the disciple spoke, he had already made his move. His right leg stepped out. Bang! This step was extremely heavy, and the entire ground seemed to tremble for a moment. In the next moment, a yellow light rose from the ground. At this moment, Lin Shui suddenly felt her body sink, as if there was a great force from the ground that was pulling her into the ground. She hurriedly looked down and saw that a misty yellow light had already wrapped around her legs. Earth Dao technique? Lin Shui frowned and raised her head to look coldly at the smiling disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect in front of her. At this time, the technique of the Supreme Mystery Sect disciple had already been completed. The yellow light surged in front of the young man, and the shape of an earth python instantly condensed. "Go!" The young disciple pointed forward with his right hand, and the earth python that was condensed from the earth chi immediately pounced towards Lin Shui with its fangs and claws. Although the earth python that the young disciple had condensed with the earth chi was only the size of a bowl and 5 or 6 meters long, it was ferocious and frightening. As it pounced forward, it set off a gust of wind, and it had the momentum to send sand and stones flying. "See how I break you?" Lin Shui laughed coldly. Facing the fierce attack of the young disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect, she did not seem to be nervous at all. Lin Shui's hands formed a series of seals. Suddenly, as the seals changed, green talismans immediately surged out of her body. As soon as the transparent green talismans appeared, the earth chi that was binding her to the ground was immediately blocked. The earth chi that was wrapped around her legs also dissipated like snow exposed to high temperature. Just as the earth python was about to pounce on her, Lin Shui suddenly flipped her hands and shouted, "Easternwood Green Dragon Break Technique." In an instant, the mysterious green talismans that were surrounding Lin Shui's body suddenly burst forth with a dazzling green light, and then quickly gathered towards her hands. A dragon's roar sounded, and the shadow of a green dragon rushed out from Lin Shui's hands. The dragon's roar shook the mountains, breaking through the thick earth chi. Boom! In an instant, it collided with the earth python that was rushing over. The two forces collided with each other and cancelled each other out. A strong whirlwind suddenly appeared on the mountain path, sweeping out in all directions. Some of the stones on the side of the mountain path were swept up and smashed outwards. As a result, the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect who were watching from the side were immediately shocked and quickly retreated further away. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, within the whirlwind, the shadow of a green dragon and the shadow of an earth-yellow snake began to fight, and a mighty wave of spiritual power spread out. The young disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect who was using earth chi was clearly stronger than the previous disciples. For a moment, the earth python that was condensed from the earth chi was actually evenly matched with the eastern wood green dragon chi. Lose for me. At the same time as Lin Shui's calm voice rang out, an even more powerful ripple of transcendence energy suddenly erupted from her body. The surrounding wood essence chi was actually gathered by her and gathered on her hands. The green dragon silhouette that had been condensed from the wood essence chi using her Taoist powers immediately became much clearer. The eastern wood green dragon that was fighting against the earth python suddenly became much more powerful. The dragon's claws under its abdomen made a ping sound, and in an instant the earth python's head exploded. Roar! The green dragon's shadow broke through the heavy earth chi like it was breaking a tree branch. It violently headed towards the disciple in white who was stumbling back. Bang! After a loud noise, the disciple in white was knocked into the air by the dragon's shadow. He slammed into the ground and fainted. Is this the true capability of this Shangqing sect girl? The 5 elements reinforce and counter each other, and what counters earth? Chapter 20. When Mo Songxian and Gu Fei arrived in front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, the girl from the Shangqing sect was still charging forward on the mountain path. None of the disciples from the Supreme Mystery sect could stop her. The strength that Lin Shui displayed was only at the peak of the 5th level of the awakened realm. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, there were actually quite a few disciples who were at the 5th level of the awakened realm. However, when these disciples faced Lin Shui, they were all defeated. The reason for this was that the Tao techniques that Lin Shui cultivated had the upper hand in the battle. She relied on the power of the Shangqing talisman technique to increase her own strength by 20 to 30%. In this way, it would be strange if the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect who fought with her did not lose. The Tao techniques of the Shangqing sect were famous for their formations and talismans. Formations and talismans could amplify one's own Tao power, causing the power of the Tao techniques that Lin Shui displayed to be much stronger than that of cultivators of the same level. This girl is not bad. She has such a cultivation level at such a young age. I wonder which disciple of the Shangqing sect is proud of. Mo Songxuan's eyes lit up when he saw the green-clothed girl who had sent a white-clothed disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect flying on the mountain path below. Greetings, Uncle Master Mo's senior brother Gu Fei, you've come as well? Suddenly, a clear voice came from beside the two of them. They saw a beautiful girl dressed in white, with black hair that flowed like a waterfall, and eyes that were like water. She was brimming with a spiritual aura, and she walked towards Mo Songxian and Gu Fei. Martial niece Zhao. Junior sister Zhao. After Mo Songxian and Gu Fei saw the person who had come, they immediately greeted the person who had come, and once again cast their eyes on the green figure on the mountain path below. The white-clothed girl, Zhao Zairu, perhaps it was because she was born, or perhaps it was because she had cultivated for many years, but her body had an elegant and pure aura. In addition to her beautiful appearance, there were many admirers in the Supreme Mystery Sect. However, when Zhao Zairu saw that Gu Fei's eyes were as clear as a mirror, without a trace of impurity, her heart surged with a trace of disappointment. Isn't that guy Ding Yangzi? Could this girl be his disciple? Suddenly, Mo Songxuan's gaze fell on a middle-aged Taoist with fluttering sleeves who was following behind the young girl. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. However, no one noticed that when Gu Fei saw the green-clothed girl walking towards Supreme Mystery Hall, his expression immediately changed and his eyes became filled with shock. This girl. Isn't she the girl I met at the icy Jade Lake 2 nights ago? How did she get here? When Gu Fei clearly saw the appearance of the girl in light green clothes on the mountain path, he was immediately shocked. The scene of that night immediately appeared in his mind. It was a beautiful scene of a hibiscus emerging from the water. Junior sister Zhao, where did this girl come from? Gu Fei silently moved his feet and retreated behind Mo Songxian. He did not want to be seen by the girl on the mountain path. If he was discovered by the girl, then it would be troublesome. Seeing Gu Fei's action, Zhao Zairu couldn't help but be a little surprised. She never would have thought that the girl on the mountain path would have any interaction with Gu Fei. She said, "This girl is called Lin Shui. She seems to be a disciple of the Shangqing sect. I don't know anything else. You said her surname is Lin? Mo Songxian, who was standing in front of the two, suddenly turned around and asked in surprise. Yes, martial uncle. Zhao Ziru quickly replied. Surname Lin? Could this girl be a disciple of that person? Mo Songxuan's expression was a little strange. He frowned and rubbed his chin, thinking. Mo Songxuan's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru both felt a little strange, but Mo Songxian didn't say anything. As disciples of the younger generation, it was not appropriate for them to ask. At this moment there was a sudden uproar. The white-clothed disciples gathered in front of the Supreme Mystery Temple and on both sides of the mountain path cheered. On the mountain path, a youth of about 10 years old with his hands behind his back greeted the girl in green with a smile that was not a smile. The attention of Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru was immediately attracted by the two people on the mountain path below. Senior brother Dongfang has finally made his move. That arrogant girl is going to be unlucky this time. That's right. Senior brother Dongfang is the second strongest disciple of our younger generation. If even he can't deal with the girl from the Shangqing sect, then our Supreme Mystery sect will lose too much face. Senior brother Dongfang, teach her a lesson. Let her know the consequences of underestimating us. When the surrounding disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect saw the youth appear, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Some even shouted loudly to cheer for Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen? Gu Fei, who was hiding behind Mo Songxian, saw Dongfang Chen coming out from the crowd. He couldn't help but think, I can take advantage of this opportunity to observe Dongfang Chen's strength. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy and you will always be victorious. Dongfang Chen had previously said that he would compete with Gu Fei in the sect competition after the new year. This Dongfang Chen was the same as Wang Yuanji. They were both disciples of cultivation families. They were both arrogant people with their eyes on their foreheads. This group of people, in the Supreme Mystery sect, represented the power of the cultivation families. Wang Yuanji had been beaten up by Gu Fei, and the protective talisman that he had bought with a lot of money was taken away. Wang Yuanji couldn't swallow this anger. However, as a member of the Supreme Mystery sect, Dongfang Chen couldn't directly attack Gu Fei. It was absolutely forbidden to fight in the sect. Although Dongfang Chen was a disciple of a cultivation family, he still had some scruples. A year later, the great competition of the Supreme Mystery sect would be held. However, it was a major event for the 9 branches and 9 branches of the Supreme Mystery sect. Once every 10 years after the competition, the Supreme Mystery sect would open its doors and accept disciples from the secular world. During the competition, Dongfang Chen could openly teach Gu Fei a lesson, and the others in the sect wouldn't be able to say anything. It's starting. Suddenly, Zhao Ziru, who was beside Gu Fei, let out a soft cry, but it brought Gu Fei's thoughts back to reality, causing him to recover from his contemplation. Shangqing Heaven Overturning Hand. On the mountain path, the green-clothed girl of the Shangqing sect, Lin Shuihao, let out a soft cry. Her hand formed a seal and a spirit talisman appeared. Her mana was vast and then a purple palm rushed out, grabbing towards Dongfang Chen. Supreme Mystery Mountain Splitting Palm. The corner of Dongfang Chen's mouth raised into an evil smile. He also formed a seal and his right palm pressed forward. A golden palm suddenly rushed out from his hand, meeting the purple palm. Chapter 21. Interesting, from the bottom of the mountain to here, there's finally a good opponent. Lin Shuer quietly put her right hand behind her back. No one noticed that Lin Shuer's right hand was trembling slightly. But Gu Fei noticed this detail. Although Lin Shuer and Dongfang Chen retreated the same number of steps, it was obvious that Dongfang Chen was stronger. Because Dongfang Chen was still at ease and hadn't used his true strength. On the other hand, Lin Shuer's palm strike contained the strongest power she could muster. This Dongfang Chen has hidden his strength well and doesn't easily show it in front of others. But can this Lin Shuer force him to use his true strength? Gu Fei hid behind Mo Songxian with interest and watched the battle below. You're not bad either. Enough is enough. You're not my opponent. Dongfang Chen smiled faintly at Lin Shuer. How could a cultivator of the 5th Ascended Realm be his opponent? Dongfang Chen already had a conclusion to this battle. Lin Shuer stared at Dongfang Chen, her beautiful face extremely serious. She felt a great amount of pressure from Dongfang Chen. She couldn't see through this person's cultivation. It was because she couldn't see through him that she felt that Dongfang Chen wasn't simple. I'm a bit unhappy that you said it so directly. Even if your cultivation is higher than mine, I can still defeat you. Lin Shuer looked at Dong Fangchen and suddenly smiled. Crap. I should have completely defeated her just then, but now. Dong Fangchen suddenly remembered that the girl in front of him was a disciple of the Shangqing sect. She definitely had a powerful talisman on her. Dong Fangchen's expression changed. The talisman that Wang Yuanji spent a lot of money to get could release a technique that was equivalent to the full power of a cultivator at the first sky of the ascended realm. As a disciple of the Shangqing sect, Lin Shuer definitely had this talisman on her. Therefore Lin Shuer wasn't exaggerating when she said that she could defeat him. Thinking about this, Dong Fangchen could no longer remain calm. Oh! He suddenly rushed forward. His speed was so fast that only a white shadow could be seen. He decisively made his move, not wanting to give the girl in front of him any more chances. Lin Shuer's expression changed and she immediately retreated. Her light green figure left a series of afterimages in the air. Her speed wasn't much slower than Dong Fangchen's. Swoosh! Dong Fangchen's charging figure suddenly split into two, and then in the eyes of everyone the two split into four as if four people were rushing towards Lin Shuer at the same time. Hey! Lin Shuer chuckled. Then a ray of yellow light shot out from her body. A golden talisman instantly appeared in front of Lin Shuer. Faintly, one could see the image of a ferocious tiger circling around the talisman. Spirit talisman break, Western 7 constellations white tiger appear. Lin Shuer's hands formed a Dao seal, and the Dao energy in her body immediately surged out and entered the Dao seal in front of her. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded through the mountains. All the disciples of the Taishan sect who were watching the battle were shocked as they looked at the scene in front of them. On the mountain road below, the spiritual power was vast, and the spiritual energy from all directions rapidly gathered. A white tiger appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It roared at the sky and the power of the tiger was shocking. The white tiger then pounced forward. In an instant an extremely fierce gust of wind rose out of thin air. As soon as it came into contact with the 4 illusions of Dong Fangchen, 3 of the illusions immediately dissipated with the wind, revealing Dong Fangchen's real body. The huge white tiger, which seemed to have condensed into a substance, set off an endless murderous aura. Dong Fangchen was suddenly shocked. He felt great danger. The vast fluctuations of spiritual power made his heart palpitate. Without thinking, he hurriedly changed from rushing forward to retreating, wanting to avoid the fierce attack of a tiger coming down the mountain. However, it was already too late. The white tiger's momentum was too fast, and a pair of tiger claws had already grabbed Dong Fangchen's chest. Have mercy! Suddenly, there was a loud shout from within the Taishan temple, and a figure rushed out of the main hall. In an instant, it crossed the void and rushed down the mountain. Stop! At the same time, there was a shout from the foot of the mountain. A middle-aged Taoist with fluttering sleeves rushed up the mountain road. This Taoist seemed to shrink the ground into an inch. His figure flashed a few times on the mountain road and he arrived in front of Dong Fangchen. However, these 2 Taoists were still a beat too late. When they rushed up to the front, the huge white tiger had already pounced on Dong Fangchen's body. Just when everyone thought that Dong Fangchen was either dead or injured this time, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. Dong Fangchen's body suddenly emitted a green brilliance enveloping him. Peng! There was a loud sound and the world shook. The power of the white tiger's pounce was incomparably fierce, and it directly knocked Dong Fangchen away. Everyone seemed to hear a slight kacha-kacha sound. The moment the cyan light shield around Dong Fangchen flew out, it shattered. The person who rushed out of the Supreme Mystery Temple was a black-bearded Taoist. He leaped up, hugged Dong Fangchen and then landed on the ground. The Taoist who rushed up from the foot of the mountain was Lin Shuer's martial uncle, Ding Yangzi. Ding Yangzi came to Lin Shuer's side. At this time his expression was a bit ugly. Why haven't you put away the Dao talisman? Lin Shuer smiled disapprovingly, but she didn't dare to go against Ding Yangzi's intentions. Thus, she stretched out her right hand and pointed at the Dao talisman floating in front of her. Another tiger roar sounded, and a sudden gust of wind rose. The ferocious white tiger immediately leaped up, and its body rapidly shrank. Finally, it turned into a ray of white light and entered the Dao talisman. The moment the white tiger entered the Dao talisman, the golden Dao talisman immediately turned into a ray of yellow light and entered the space between Lin Shuer's eyebrows. Good, very good. I didn't expect you to be able to refine Dao talismans into your body at such a young age. It was really surprising. The black-bearded Taoist who rushed out of the Supreme Mystery Temple carried the unconscious Dong Fangchen. His words were filled with coldness. Just now Dongfang Qin received a huge impact. If it weren't for the light that suddenly appeared around his body and blocked the white tiger's attack, he would have been severely injured. Although that white tiger wasn't a real white tiger divine beast that had descended, its power and ferocity weren't inferior to a real ferocious beast. Nobody could have imagined that the battle between Dongfang Qin and Lin Shui would end up in such a way that everyone's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The arrogant Dongfang Qin was definitely more capable than Lin Shui. However, if one only looked at a Shangqing sect's disciples' cultivation level, then it would be impossible to determine their true capabilities. Chapter 22. Ding Yangzi, you are purposely trying to embarrass our Supreme Mystery sect. This girl has a few talismans protecting her. Who among the younger generation can be her opponent? The black-bearded Taoist Dan Yang's pupils contracted as he watched Ding Yangzi leisurely walk up to him. Taoist Dan Yang, you are wrong to say that. How would I know that sect master martial uncle would bestow the talismans he refined to me? Of course, Ding Yangzi wouldn't admit that he was the one who provoked Lin Shui to stage a farce in the High Clarity sect. Fine, I will remember this. However, that girl injured my disciple. What do you have to say about that? Taoist Dan Yang lowered his head to look at Dongfang Qin, who was still in his arms. Taoist Dan Yang didn't want to make a big deal out of this. It wouldn't be a good thing for both sections. Dongfang Qin was pounced on by the white tiger. Although the tiger didn't actually pounce on him, his Taoist technique was broken, his protective magic treasure was destroyed, and his spirit was shaken, causing him to fall into a coma. He is not as skilled as others. How can you blame me? Lin Shui muttered disapprovingly from behind Ding Yangzi. Taoist Dan Yang immediately glared at her. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. He was about to lose his temper. Lin Shui's voice was soft, but in front of these transcending mortality stage cultivators who had already formed their Tao cores, it was no different from speaking directly into their ears. Shui, don't be presumptuous. Ding Yangzi also knew when to stop. After all, the 3 great sects were on the same side. It wouldn't be good to damage the harmony between them. Taoist Dan Yang, I have an essence-enhancing pill here. Give it to your disciple. As he spoke, Ding Yangzi reluctantly took out a small jade bottle from his robe and handed it to Taoist Dan Yang. At least you know what's good for you. Taoist Dan Yang handed Dongfang Qin to a disciple beside him. Then, with a smile on his face, he took the jade bottle from Ding Yangzi. The essence-enhancing pill was a good thing. At this time, almost all the disciples of the younger generation of the 9 branches of the Supreme Mystery sect had gathered in front of the Supreme Mystery Temple. Many of Dongfang Chen's fellow disciples were standing behind the Taoist of the Dan Yang sect with angry faces, glaring at Lin Shui, who was behind Ding Yangzi. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was hiding in the crowd, quietly retreated. Everyone's attention was attracted by Ding Yangzi and the others, and no one paid any attention to Gu Fei. The curtain fell on the farce and Mo Songxian disappeared into the crowd. When Zhao Ziru realized that Gu Fei had left, she scanned her surroundings, only to see Gu Fei's figure disappearing into the forest on the small path leading to the back of the mountain. Sect Master, please welcome our esteemed guest. At this time, a thin Taoist with white hair walked out of the Supreme Mystery Temple. Fellow Taoist Ding Yangzi, come with me to see the Sect Master. Everyone disperse. The thin Taoist waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, smiled faintly at Ding Yangzi, and then waved his hand at the disciples gathered in front of the Supreme Mystery Temple. Ding Yangzi will accept the order. Please lead the way, fellow Taoist Wuxia. Ding Yangzi seemed like a good person, but in fact he was extremely shrewd. Otherwise, he would not have encouraged Lin Shui to rush into the Supreme Mystery sect and make them suffer in silence. The figures of Ding Yangzi and Lin Shui disappeared from the Supreme Mystery Temple, and the disciples gathered in front of the temple also gradually dispersed. I can't believe that even senior brother Dongfang was defeated by that girl. How infuriating. Didn't you hear what Uncle Dan Yang said just now? It seems that this girl is already invincible among the younger generation. Invincible? That's right, she defeated senior brother Dongfang so easily. Even if eldest brother personally came, he may not be able to defeat that girl from the Shangqing sect. With the help of talismans and magic treasures, it's not her own real strength. Without talismans and magic treasures, she's not necessarily stronger than us. The talismans of the Shangqing sect. All the disciples were discussing the battle that had just happened. Most of the disciples were not convinced, because the reason why Lin Shui could defeat Dongfang Chen was because of the talismans she had. However, in the Supreme Mystery Sect, eldest brother Li Lingfeng, who had the highest level of cultivation among the younger generation, had never shown his face. Li Lingfeng was the most outstanding figure among the younger disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Less than 10 years after entering the sect, Li Lingfeng had already cultivated to the 8th layer of the Awakening Realm, and was only one step away from the 9th layer of the Awakening Realm. After a cultivator broke through to the 9th layer of the Awakening Realm, they would encounter the second threshold of cultivation, which was also the bottleneck. At this stage of cultivation, the body of a cultivator was full of essence, qi, and spirit. They had to condense the essence, qi, and spirit with the power of the Tao, so that the three could become one and form a Tao core in the body. Condensing the power of the Tao, forming a Tao core, and nourishing the primordial spirit, a cultivator who had reached this realm could be considered to stand out among the thousands of people in the mortal world, and step onto the path of the strong. This was the realm of transcending mortality. I didn't expect that girl to be so powerful. Fortunately, I didn't get entangled with her that night, otherwise. Gu Fei walked on the tree-lined path, feeling a lingering fear in his heart. Dongfang Qin, who was at the 7th layer of the Awakening Realm, was defeated by Lin Shuai in 2 moves. The power of the white tiger formed by the spirit talisman was so great that it was definitely not something that a cultivator of the Awakening Realm could contend with. She is already invincible among the younger generation. If I meet her in the future, I will be in big trouble. Strength, as long as I have enough strength, I don't need to fear anyone. When Gu Fei thought of this, his thirst for strength increased even more, and he couldn't wait to go into seclusion to cultivate. Whether it was for the sex examination in a year, or to suppress Dongfang Qin, only by becoming strong would he be respected by others, and only then would others not dare to look down on him. Gu Fei's footsteps obviously quickened, and soon, his figure disappeared on the path behind the mountain. Green Spirit Peak of Taishan Sect was the cultivation place of one of the 9 branches of Taishan. Here the trees were verdant and the wisteria was overlapping. It could be said that the flowers were fragrant, the birds were singing, and the spiritual energy was dense. There were 7 other places on Taishan Mountain that were as beautiful as this one. They were important places for the disciples of the other 7 branches, and the disciples of the head of the branch were at the main peak of Taishan Mountain, Taishan Peak. Taishan Temple on Taishan Peak was the residence of the head of the sect. The place where the 7 great elders of Taishan sect cultivated for many years was not in Taishan Temple, but in their respective caves. Except for the disciples who had been in the sect for less than 10 years, who were under the control of the sect at Taishan Peak and received the chores of the sect, the disciples of the branches above the transcending mortality realm would return to their own. Everyone was cultivating on the mountains of the various branches. Of course, the people in charge of the affairs of the sect also had to stay on Taishan Peak. Unlike the prosperous scene of the other 8 branches, Green Spirit Peak was very deserted, and could even be said to be uninhabited. There was a cave on the peak. The heavy stone door of the cave seemed to not be opened often. The pair of copper rings on the doorknob had grown a layer of green copper. Chapter 23. Sunset filled the sky, and the red sun on the horizon dyed the western sky blood red. On this seemingly calm evening, in a primitive forest 100 miles away from Green Spirit Peak of Taishan Mountain, the roar of a ferocious beast rang out. All kinds of ferocious beasts were fleeing for their lives in the forest. A black-haired young man with a body that seemed to be forged from steel, with only the upper half of his bronze-colored body, was charging and killing the beasts as if there was no one there. Blood flowed down the young man's bronze-colored body, but it wasn't his blood. The young man was like a peerless god of death. His eyes were fierce and his long hair was dancing wildly. He tore apart several fierce beasts in succession, and bursts of blood burst out of the forest. Then he shouted, grabbed the hind leg of a giant bear and violently swung the giant bear. Go! The young man exhaled and shouted. The giant brown bear, which weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, was thrown out like a sack. Boom! 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 The loud noise was endless. The giant bear was like a cannonball, smashing through a dozen towering trees and finally, with a bang, smashed to the ground. Mud flew, trees were broken, and the ground shook. The huge and heavy body of the giant brown bear smashed a large pit in the ground. The giant brown bear, half buried in the pit, was already dying. The trees that were smashed by the giant bear fell one after another, and the branches were broken. It was a mess. The forest was suddenly in chaos, and the beasts were scrambling to escape. The young man's eyes were like lightning, sweeping across the beasts. The murderous aura surging from his body was even more terrifying than the fierce beasts. A strange beast that looked like a pangolin but was the size of a lion or tiger fell into the young man's eyes. This strange beast was covered with palm-sized cyan scales, and its front claws were as sharp as 10 small swords. Its limbs were short but it ran like it was flying. The scales glowed with cyan light. At first glance, one could tell that this strange beast's defense must be very strong. "It's you." The young man's mouth raised into a cold smile, and his feet pushed hard on the ground. Boom. The soil under the young man's feet immediately exploded. If he wanted to kill, then he had to kill a berserk beast that was a little challenging. The young man's body shot out like an arrow that left the bow, pouncing straight at the strange beast. In an instant he had closed in on the strange beast. That strange beast turned around abruptly and actually turned around to bite the youth. However, the youth completely ignored the exotic beast's fierce counterattack. Pooh! With a loud bang, the young man's hands, which were faintly glowing with 5 different colors, forcefully pierced through the strange beast's body. The tough scales did not seem to have any defensive effect at all. The young man glared and stomped on the ground, causing it to crack. Immediately after, he twisted his waist, and at the same time he exerted force with his hands to the left and right. The exotic beast let out a final miserable cry before it was torn into 2 by the young man. Hot blood rained down on the youth's head, face and body. Then, from the tips of his hair, face and body, it dripped onto the ground and seeped into the soil. The young man allowed the warm blood of the exotic beast to spray on his body. He stuck out his tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. External training of muscles, bones, and skin, internal training of the 5 elements of Qi. In the blink of an eye, I have been on the Green Spirit Peak for half a year, but I still can't break through to the 7th layer. The young man muttered to himself. This seemingly 17 or 18-year-old young man, who was bathed in blood like a fierce beast, was Gu Fei, who was cultivating on the Green Spirit Peak. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Even with the help of the yin-yang jade pendant that had fused into his body, Gu Fei's cultivation speed had increased by 10 times. However, the ancient cultivation method he was cultivating was too difficult and obscure. He could only move forward step by step with difficulty. The profound meaning of martial arts passed down from ancient times was not so easy to comprehend. Now, Gu Fei had reached the point where he could use the thunder sound of the heavenly drum to temper his internal organs and condense his muscles and bones. Half a year ago he had already felt that he had reached a bottleneck, but he was still unable to take that step and break through that layer of paper. Although he was unable to truly break through to the 7th layer, but in the past half a year, Gu Fei had tempered his body to an incomparably tough level. Even the fierce beasts in the mountains could not bite him in the slightest. Under the tempering and nourishment of the power of the 5 elements in his body, the strength of Gu Fei's treasure body was no less than that of an ordinary cultivator's magic treasure. He was using one of the magic treasures in his body to refine it. Alright, I'm not playing anymore. What should I eat tonight? After torturing the group of fierce beasts to the point that they pissed their pants and completely lost their temper, Gu Fei's interest waned and he stopped. He touched his chin, and a pair of shining eyes swept across the fierce beasts that were fleeing in all directions. Suddenly, a silver-white shadow fell into his eyes. Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Got it, let's eat snake soup tonight. The bronze-colored devil body left an afterimage in its original place, and with lightning speed, it pounced towards the rapidly fleeing white shadow. It was a silver-white python about 6 feet long in the herd of beasts. Gu Fei's movement technique was like the wind and lightning, and in the blink of an eye he caught up with the silver python. His right hand immediately stretched forward, and his 5 fingers, like a steel hook, pinched the vital point of the silver python. A smile appeared on Gu Fei's face as he tightened his grip on the silver python. The silver python immediately softened. Tonight's snake stew was settled. Gu Fei had a smile on his face as he tightened his grip. The sky was dotted with stars and endless starlight sprinkled down from the vault of heaven. From time to time, the roars of several beasts could be heard in the quiet mountains. In front of a cave residence on the Green Spirit Peak, a bonfire was lit. The fire flickered in the open space outside the cave residence's stone door. A branch was propped over the bonfire, and there was a shiny golden snake meat skewered on it. Bursts of meat fragrance wafted out. Next to the bonfire, Gu Fei's fingers moved. He directly stretched out his hand and tore off a hind leg from the roasted wild rabbit meat. He didn't care if it was hot or not and took a big bite. As he chewed, his mouth was immediately full of oil. With the good wine that was taken out from the cave residence, Gu Fei took a bite of the meat. A few caddies of snake meat was quickly devoured by Gu Fei. Gu Fei burped, touched his slightly swollen belly, and stood up from the bonfire in satisfaction. He looked up at the sky. The stars dotted the sky, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. A cool breeze blew and the fresh air made people feel comfortable. After eating and drinking, what should I do next? It's better to practice martial arts. Gu Fei laughed heartily. Then he tossed the empty wine jar in his hand down the mountain and directly sat in front of the hall. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. In the middle of the night there was no warning. Everything seemed so calm. Suddenly, a boundless and terrifying aura appeared in the distant sky. The overwhelming demonic aura suddenly emerged from nowhere, and the rolling demonic clouds covered half the sky in an instant, rushing toward Taishan Mountain from the west. The demonic aura came and went like lightning. In the blink of an eye, all of Tianshan Mountain was covered by the rolling demonic clouds. The world suddenly became completely dark without the slightest bit of light. The demonic clouds covered the sky, as if the end of the world had come. The oppressive feeling was enough to drive people crazy. On Taishan Mountain, all of a sudden, it was like a pot had exploded. All the disciples were shocked and they were at a loss. In the demonic clouds in the sky, there was a powerful and frightening murderous aura. The infinite murderous aura made everyone feel cold from head to toe. A terrible sense of oppression floated in everyone's hearts. It was a tremor that originated from the soul. Demon Lord of Six Paths? Suddenly, a righteous voice like a morning bell came from Taishan Temple at the top of the mountain. It clearly reached the ears of every disciple of Taishan sect. Chapter 24. The 9 peaks of Taishan were all under the cover of the protective matrix. Although the monstrous demonic aura was surging, it was blocked outside, and not a trace of it was able to penetrate into the matrix. The Great Mountain Protection Formation of the Supreme Mystery Sect covered a radius of hundreds of miles. The founder of the sect could be said to have the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Even after thousands of years, the Great Formation still had an unfathomable power. In the sky above Taishan Mountain, a layer of purple light was faintly discernible, and matrix diagrams were constantly emerging. They did not seem to have any magical effect, but they were able to block the overwhelming demonic chi that was coming at them. In front of the cave residence of Green Spirit Peak, when the demonic aura emerged and sealed Taishan Mountain, Gu Fei was alerted and woke up from his meditation. When he saw the ink-like demonic clouds rolling in the sky, Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. Although the demonic aura did not fall and was blocked outside by the matrix, a cold aura attacked Gu Fei's body. This cold aura was many times stronger than the icy aura at the bottom of the icy pool of jade waters. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the dew on the grass around him had turned into crystal beads of ice. In the rolling demonic clouds, there seemed to be endless demonic shadows floating inside. This was a gloomy and terrifying night. It was extremely quiet, but it made people feel as if there were thousands of demons howling. It made people's scalps go numb, and their hearts were filled with fear. What kind of demon has come to attack? Just as Gu Fei was using his power to dispel the demonic cold that was attacking him, a voice full of righteousness came from Taishan Temple 100 miles away. Then he saw a bright white light spread out from the temple at the top of the mountain. The soft light spread out, covering hundreds of miles of Taishan Mountain. The demonic cold that pervaded Taishan Mountain was immediately dispelled. Demon Lord of Six Paths, why have you come to disturb my Taishan sect? The voice from before rang out once more. It was a gentle voice filled with magnetism. Although it wasn't very loud, it reverberated throughout the mountains. Old Taoist Tianshan, the Six Paths do not need a reason to do things. I've heard people say that your Taishan sect's mountain ceiling formation is amazing. Let me see if it's really true or if it's just an empty shell. A thunderous sound came from the demonic clouds. At the same time, the monstrous demonic energy in the sky surged, and a giant demonic face suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a demonic fist the size of a mountain smashed down on the Supreme Mystery Temple with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom! An earth-shattering rumble shook the heavens and the earth. Amidst the rumble, a layer of light abruptly appeared in midair, like a barrier of light that enveloped a radius of several hundred kilometers. The surging demonic chi was blocked outside the barrier of light, unable to take even half a step forward. Roar! This turtle shell is really hard. The giant mouth of the demonic face in midair spat out roars again and again. The giant demonic fist constantly bombarded the light barrier, and a series of earth-shattering rumbles rang out one after another. The light barrier in the sky flickered under the impact of the demonic chi, and a series of mysterious diagrams appeared on the light barrier. The heavens and the earth shook. The demon lord of six paths, who was hiding in the demonic clouds, actually wanted to use brute force to break through the protective formation of the Taishan sect. It was crazy. In front of the Supreme Mystery Temple, hundreds of Taishan sect disciples had gathered. On the white jade steps in front of the temple stood 7 old Taoists. All of them looked up at the scene in the sky with inexplicable shock. As for Gu Fei, he was still sitting cross-legged in front of the cave on Green Spirit Peak. Gu Fei was also inexplicably shocked. There was a trace of fear in his eyes, not because of the ferocity of the demon lord of six paths in the sky, but because of the strange fluctuations coming from the Tai Chi diagram in front of his chest. Just now, when the demon lord of six paths began to attack the protective formation of the Taishan sect, he seemed to have heard a sigh so faint that it was almost imperceptible. The source of the sigh was actually the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in front of his chest, which made Gu Fei feel a kind of creepy feeling. At the same time, he also felt that it was incredible. Was it an illusion? It didn't seem like it. Ever since Gu Fei had opened up all the meridians in his body, the sensitivity of his spiritual sense had greatly increased. It was impossible for him not to have heard that sigh. Moreover, as his cultivation level rose, he slowly began to feel that there was something wrong with the yin-yang jade pendant that he had obtained from the mysterious cave under the icy jade pool. Gu Fei found that the yin-yang jade pendant that had melted into his chest could gather the essence of the world from all directions, increasing his cultivation speed by 10 times. In fact, the jade pendant itself was also absorbing the essence of the world. After half a year, the mystical jade pendant that had turned into a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram on the skin of Gu Fei's chest had actually absorbed a huge amount of spirit energy. No one knew what would happen when the jade pendant gathered spirit energy. Perhaps even the immortal body in the cave that no longer had any signs of life was reborn. Just as Gu Fei's thoughts were in a mess and he felt a headache coming on, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky above the Supreme Mystery Temple. It was a magical treasure that looked like an ancient mirror. The moment this magic treasure rose from outside the Supreme Mystery Temple, a huge pillar of light shot into the sky. That pillar of light broke through the Great Formation, broke through the layers of demonic energy, and entered the endless universe. The blazing light was like 10 suns shining in the sky, shining brightly between the heavens and the earth. The divine light of the pillar of light spread out, and the huge demonic face that was condensed from the endless demonic energy in the sky immediately dissipated under the light. The demon monarch of six paths that was hidden in the demonic energy immediately stopped attacking. The surging demonic clouds in the sky, under the divine light of the ancient treasure, quickly melted like snow. A tall demonic shadow that was surrounded by black gas appeared in the dissipating demonic clouds, but it immediately disappeared again. It's the mirror of heaven and earth. You actually refined the mirror of heaven and earth. An incomparably shocked voice came from the demonic clouds. Then the surging demonic energy retreated like the tide. But at this time, this part of the world seemed to have been frozen by the magic treasure hanging high above the supreme profound temple. Under the illumination of the divine light, the demonic cloud continued to dissipate. It charged forward, but it could not break through the blockade of the divine light. When the disciples outside the Supreme Mystery Temple saw the scene in the sky, they immediately became excited and cheered in unison. The tense expressions of the 7 old Taoists on the jade steps in front of the temple finally relaxed. One of the old Taoists looked up at the bright light in the sky and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect senior brother Shantian to be able to use the divine weapon left behind by the patriarch. It was really surprising." Feeling the terrifying fluctuations coming from the mirror of heaven and earth, even the 7 void-resisting stage cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. The Supreme Mystery Sect had thousands of years of history. If they didn't have 1 or 2 great magical treasures, no one would believe it. Chapter 25. The scene in front of him shocked Gu Fei. He looked at the Supreme Mystery Temple that was hundreds of miles away. There, a sun-like ball of light shone in all directions, dispelling the demonic clouds that covered the sky. The stars reappeared in the sky. A thick, ink-like demonic aura, shrouded by the black and white light, rushed left and right. Angry roars came from the demonic aura and resounded through the mountains. The great demonic aura was gradually weakening under the vast energy fluctuations of the silver light above the Supreme Mystery Temple. What he saw in front of him completely stunned Gu Fei. He could no longer remember the strange sigh that came from the yin-yang pattern in front of his chest. In the world in front of him, the mountains were emitting a hazy, earthy yellow aura. Endless starlight sprinkled down from the sky. The grass and trees all over the mountains were emitting green essence. Water vapor was condensing in the void, and countless sparks of fire were extinguished. The heaven and earth mirror, which was hanging above the Supreme Mystery Temple, was gathering the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. It was an unimaginably powerful ancient treasure that gathered the 5 elements and reversed yin and yang. The essence of the 5 elements that gathered from all directions was reversed into yin and yang qi, which began to destroy Demon King of 6 Paths. The true power of the heaven and earth mirror was revealed. The world was shaking and the power of the universe was unstoppable. The thick demonic aura around Demon King of 6 Paths suddenly dissipated, revealing his true appearance. Demon King of 6 Paths, a great demon who had dominated the world for hundreds of years, turned out to be a pale-faced, red-haired young man. At this time, this devilishly handsome red-haired young man could no longer remain calm under the restraint of the yin and yang qi of heaven and earth, and a look of panic appeared on his face. A great demonic power surged out of Demon King of 6 Paths' body, desperately resisting the yin and yang qi. Suddenly, a mournful scream came from the sky. Demon blood sprayed out, and one of Demon King of 6 Paths' right arms suddenly exploded. At the same time, a terrifying power burst out of Demon King of 6 Paths' body. The yin and yang qi as well as the power of the universe were unexpectedly shaken by him. Heavenly demon disintegration? 6 Paths, this is your final struggle. At this moment, a Taoist walked out from the side of the disk of light formed by the heaven and earth mirror. It was a white-haired and white-bearded old Taoist wearing a purple Taoist robe. The old Taoist was wearing a purple and gold crown. His face was as smooth as jade and there was not a single wrinkle on his face. His 3-foot-long beard hung in front of his chest, and his eyes shone brightly as he looked at the demon monarch of 6 Paths. This sage-like old Taoist was the Taishan sect leader, Taoist Shantian. As soon as Taoist Shantian appeared, he held the Chengquan mirror and suppressed demon monarch of 6 Paths under the Chengquan qi emitted by the mirror. It seemed that Taoist Shantian had really refined the sect's treasure, the Chengquan mirror. Even the great demon monarch of 6 Paths was about to be obliterated by Taoist Shantian. Just when everyone thought that demon monarch of 6 Paths was doomed, 100 miles away, in front of the cave on Green Spirit Peak, Gu Fei suddenly felt as if his chest had been branded by a red-hot iron. Then, under Gu Fei's shocked gaze, the yin and yang jade pendant appeared on his chest and disappeared. The next moment, a Tai Chi yin and yang diagram suddenly appeared in the sky above the Supreme Mystery Temple. The endless essence of the world that had gathered above the Supreme Mystery Temple immediately surged toward the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram. Seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. That jade pendant was really strange. It had come out on its own. Was it a spiritual item? Legend had it that some treasures that had been passed down from ancient times would condense a soul after countless years. This was the same as the ancient treasure developing intelligence and a soul. This kind of spiritual treasure could already be called a heaven-defying divine weapon. Its power was enough to destroy the world. But this kind of heaven-defying battle treasure only appeared in legends. No one had ever seen it before. Could it be that this yin and yang jade pendant was a forbidden item that had been passed down from ancient times? Gu Fei didn't know. In fact, no one in the entire Tinglong continent knew. However, when the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram appeared in the sky above the Supreme Mystery Temple, Taoist Shantian, who was holding the Chengquan mirror and using the power of the world's 5 elements to reverse the yin and yang, immediately changed his expression. All the disciples of the Taishan sect who had gathered in front of the Supreme Mystery Temple were also shocked. The Tai Chi yin and yang diagram were fighting with the Chengquan mirror for the 5 elements. Moreover, an unfathomable force was sucking the ball of light formed by the mirror of the universe, trying to devour it into the Tai Chi diagram. Who is it? Who is it? Taoist Xuantian's voice echoed through the mountains. He was a little angry. He looked in all directions trying to find the person who was secretly attacking. It wasn't just Taoist Shantian who thought that a great cultivator was secretly attacking. Even the disciples of the Taishan sect in front of the Supreme Mystery Temple felt that something was wrong. Someone was secretly spying on them and controlling a treasure to make things difficult for the Taishan sect. No one responded. This made all the disciples of the Taishan sect angry. Endless spiritual energy was stolen by the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram, and the power of the mirror of heaven and earth was greatly reduced. Trapped under the light of the mirror of heaven and earth, Demon King of 6 Paths blew up one of his arms. He used the demon disintegration technique to stimulate a huge amount of demonic yuan to break through the seal. Roar. Shantian, I will remember this for now. Demon King of 6 Paths' vitality was greatly injured. He didn't dare to fight anymore. After he escaped, He turned into a shadow and quickly disappeared into the night sky. At this time, on the white jade steps in front of the Supreme Mystery Temple, none of the 7 old Taoists chased after Demon King of 6 Paths. This was because the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram above the Supreme Mystery Temple seemed to be a greater threat than Demon King of 6 Paths. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram had sealed the area. After absorbing the endless spiritual energy gathered by the mirror of heaven and earth, it did not let go of the power of the protective matrix. It began to pull out the power of the matrix. After Demon King of 6 Paths escaped, Taoist Shantian immediately shone the divine light from the mirror of heaven and earth onto the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram above his head to resist the great suction force of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. At this time, from all over Taishan Mountain, 81 strange stones containing a vast fluctuation of spiritual chi rose. The mountain-protecting matrix suddenly shook violently. These were the strange stones placed in the 81 matrix eyes of the mountain-protecting matrix to activate the matrix. Junior brothers, come and lend me a hand. Up in the sky, Taoist Shantian, who was controlling the mirror of heaven and earth, was flushed. He had used up most of his spiritual power, and he could no longer drive the mirror of heaven and earth to fight against the mysterious Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. The 7 old Taoists suddenly rose into the sky. Without the help of any magical treasures, they flew toward Taoist Shantian. These were cultivators at the royal void realm. They could move freely in the sky and on the ground without the help of external forces. Their primordial spirits could transform into anything and everything. The 7 old Taoists came behind Taoist Shantian in an instant. Each of them poured a vast amount of spiritual power into Taoist Shantian's body. The mirror of heaven and earth suddenly burst with a dazzling brilliance. The yin and yang chi of heaven and earth rushed toward the Tai Chi Yin and Yang chi in the sky. However, a shocking scene appeared. The yin and yang chi of heaven and earth that the mirror of heaven and earth had stimulated were swallowed by the Tai Chi Yin and Yang chi. Chapter 26. Angry roars echoed in the sky, and the sound waves of anger spread in all directions, spreading throughout the mountains. Shantian Taoist and his junior brothers were truly angry. 3 suns open Tai burn the void. Shantian Taoist roared. 3 balls of red flames like the sun suddenly appeared above his head. Endless waves of heat spread out, immediately causing the entire void to ripple. The 3 blazing fireballs seemed to be able to burn even the void. On Taishan Mountain, it was as if 3 suns had appeared out of thin air, illuminating the world. Even Gu Fei, who was hundreds of miles away in front of the cave on Shui Ling Peak, felt the waves of heat. The disciples of the Taishan sect who had gathered in front of Supreme Mystery Temple felt as if they had fallen into a fiery cave. Sweat poured down like rain, as if the spiritual power in their bodies was about to evaporate. The high-level disciples whose cultivation was above the shedding of mortality realm were slightly better off, but the younger disciples who were at the awakening realm were unlucky. Some of the weaker ones immediately fainted. An old Taoist in the sky sensed the abnormality of the disciples below and immediately turned around. He pointed down, and a blue halo immediately spread out from his fingertips. In an instant, it spread out, covering the entire Supreme Mystery Temple and the disciples in front of it. The heat wave was immediately blocked, and the group of disciples immediately felt a chill all over their bodies. Although the mighty heat wave from the sky lasted for a very short time, the disciples of the younger generation all felt as if they had fought with someone for 3 days and 3 nights. They had exhausted all of their Tao energy and mana, and their bodies were exhausted. Go! At this moment there was a loud shout in the sky. The 3 suns floating above Shantian Taoist's head immediately flew towards the Tai Chi diagram in the sky. Boom! 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 The 3 balls of fire, like the sun, instantly collided with the Tai Chi diagram and exploded. There were 3 earth-shattering sounds, and the mighty power that spread out caused the world to tremble. The monstrous fire that erupted from the balls of fire covered half the sky. Even hundreds of miles away the scene in the sky could be seen. The raging flames immediately submerged the Tai Chi diagram in the sky. Such a fire was not inferior to the monstrous demonic aura of the Demon King of 6 Paths, sigh. Suddenly everyone heard a sigh. Then a shocking scene unfolded. The Taoist true fire that Taoist Shantian had condensed with his supreme dermic power was rapidly retreating. Taoist Shantian and the junior brothers behind him were dumbfounded. They looked at the sky in disbelief. Taoist true fire was not like the ordinary fire that mortals used to cook. That was the true Taoist fire that could burn the heavens and boil the seas. But now, it seemed like it was being taken away by someone. How could Taoist Shantian not be shocked? The person who was secretly controlling the magical treasure in the sky really had heaven-reaching methods, possessing unfathomable great divine abilities. No one would have guessed that the Taiji symbol was not actually controlled by a powerful figure in the dark. Instead, it had rushed out from within Gu Fei's body. At this moment, Daoist Xuantian's hand suddenly shook. The mirror of heaven and earth in his hand, which was shining like a bright moon, was pulled up by an unfathomable force and flew towards the rapidly shrinking fire in the sky. Within the fire, one could vaguely see the Taiji symbol trembling. Then, it sucked in the Daoist true fire and the moon-like mirror of the universe towards the west. Damn it! Daoist Xiantian was furious. The person who had secretly let the Demon King of Six Paths go was one thing, but he had also destroyed the Taishan sect's protective formation. Now he even wanted to steal the sect's most important treasure. Thus, under the moonlit night, such a strange scene appeared in the sky above the mountain. A ball of fire and a streak of clear light flew in front, while 8 meteor-like figures chased after them. Everywhere they passed, a vast and terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the entire mountain to fall into absolute silence. All living creatures were trembling with fear. They left just like that? On Jade Spirit Peak, in front of the cave, Gu Fei watched as the streams of light in the sky disappeared into the west. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the Taiji symbol on his chest. He looked down. On his chest, the mysterious Taiji symbol that had increased his cultivation speed by 10 times had disappeared. Gu Fei was a little worried. The Taiji symbol was too mysterious. He didn't know what it was or what secrets it had. There were too many uncertainties and he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Moreover, the mysterious Taiji symbol had caused such a big commotion in Taishan Mountain tonight. Soon, the news that a mysterious master had used the Taiji symbol to break the Taishan sect's protective formation would spread throughout the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent. If people knew that the Taiji symbol had something to do with him, it would definitely cause great trouble. However, with the Taiji symbol gone, wouldn't his cultivation speed be the same as before? Forget it. It's good that the Yin Yang Jade pendant is gone. On the path of cultivation, one should rely on one's own efforts. Magic treasures and elixirs only play a supporting role. If one relies too much on the help of treasures, they may lose the qualification to become the strongest, Gu Fei comforted himself. Then he turned and walked into the cave and closed the stone door. This night was destined to not be peaceful. The departure of the ancestors had caused chaos on Taishan Mountain. However, this was only temporary. Under the restraint of the second and third generation disciples, the fourth generation, which had the largest number of disciples, gradually calmed down. However, the fluctuations caused by tonight's battle would affect Taishan sect for a long time. When the sky began to brighten, a white figure appeared at the foot of Green Spirit Peak. This was a female disciple dressed in white from Taishan sect. Her name was Zhao Zairu. Last night, such a shocking event had happened in the sect. Zhao Zairu had also been in the square outside Taishan Temple, but she had seen the figure of Gu Fei among the younger disciples. Therefore, she was a little worried and had come to the foot of Green Spirit Peak early. At the foot of the peak there was a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, there was a small lake that was as clear as a mirror. Walking on the bamboo forest path leading to the peak, there was a rustling sound under her feet. The thick layer of withered yellow bamboo leaves on the ground made people feel a soft feeling coming from under their feet. The bamboo forest was very quiet. Zhao Zairu, who was walking in the bamboo forest, felt the faint fragrance of the bamboo leaves hitting her face, making her spirit rise. Bypassing the small lake that was like a piece of jade embedded in the bamboo forest, Zhao Zairu walked out of the bamboo forest and set foot on the mountain path to the top of the peak. It seemed that no one often came to Green Spirit Peak. The mountain path was already overgrown with weeds, and there were no traces of people walking on it. Zhao Zairu could almost not tell that it was a mountain path. At the end of the mountain path there was a cave on Green Spirit Peak. That was Zhao Zairu's destination. However, when Zhao Zairu reached the peak and saw the tightly closed stone door, it was difficult to hide the trace of disappointment on her face. And just as Zhao Zairu turned around and was about to leave, a strange rumbling sound that sounded like 10,000 horses galloping suddenly came from behind her. Zhao Zairu was shocked and hurriedly turned around to look. Chapter 27. The departure of the Yin Yang Jade pendant made Gu Fei worried. He closed the door of the cave and sat on a cushion in the middle of the hall. It was difficult for him to enter a deep state of cultivation again. The cave was very simple. There were no dazzling decorations. In the large hall, there was a portrait hanging on the wall directly opposite. The portrait was of an old Taoist wearing a purple Taoist robe. Below the portrait was an incense burner. On the incense burner, there was nothing else except for two incense burners on the left and right sides. The old Taoist in the portrait was the founder of the Taishan sect, Gu Fei. The founder of the Taishan sect passed on the disciples of the 9 branches, and the disciples of the 9 branches opened their doors to accept disciples. Over thousands of years, the Taishan 9 branches had formed. However, among the 9 branches, the branch that Gu Fei was in had begun to decline hundreds of years ago. The reason was very simple. One of the ancestors of this branch had obtained an ancient body refining method and turned to cultivating martial arts. It was this reason that directly led to the direct decline of the branch that could compete with the other branches. At that time, no one knew that this ancient method was so difficult to cultivate. Moreover, after cultivating it, they could not stop. They always wanted to break through the barrier of cultivation and see if it really had the power to shock the world and make the gods weep. After several generations, the disciples of Gu Fei's branch began to wither. Gradually, no one was willing to become a disciple of Gu Fei's branch. When it came to Gu Fei's generation, there was only him and his disciple. After the death of Gu Fei's master, Wan Xianqing, this branch of the Taishan sect was on the verge of being cut off from the inheritance. But with the help of the mysterious Yin-Yang jade pendant, Gu Fei's cultivation had skyrocketed. Before the age of 20, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the awakening realm. This was something that had never happened before. Under normal circumstances, one had to train through the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, open up all the meridians in the body, connect all the acupoints in the body, refine essence into qi, and let the body produce the essence of the 5 elements from the flesh and blood. Just this process alone was impossible to achieve without 30 to 40 years of hard work. The origin of the 5 elements was endless. Then, using the heavenly drum thunder to change the marrow for the blood, only then could one be considered to have touched the surface of the path of martial arts. Their bodies would transform to become even more powerful, and only then would they be able to withstand the explosion of the powerful origin energy. However, losing the Yin-Yang jade pendant was equivalent to losing a great help in his cultivation. It was impossible for Gu Fei not to feel disappointed. If there are gains, there are losses. If there are losses, it doesn't mean that there are no gains. Why should I care too much about gains and losses? Thinking of this, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the jade bed, gradually calmed down and became as calm as an ancient well. His mind became ethereal and he comprehended something. The moon waxes and wanes and people have their ups and downs. Nothing in the world is absolutely perfect. A person's life cannot be carefree. Between gains and losses, it all depends on how you choose. At this moment, Gu Fei's mind was completely open. He let his thoughts wander into the universe and threw away all the troubles of cultivation. He focused on the origin of his heart and made his complicated thoughts simple. At this moment, Gu Fei's state of mind was infinitely close to the state of a pure and innocent child's heart. It was approaching perfection. Only with a pure and innocent child's heart could one observe the world without any flaws. The pure and innocent child's heart was a manifestation of returning to one's self. It coincided with the pursuit of martial arts. Martial arts also pointed to the origin of one's body. Then it would go against the natural order and open up the treasures in one's body. With the passage of time, Gu Fei's body gradually emitted bursts of roaring sounds. Then, the surrounding essence of heaven and earth began to follow the rhythm of the sound and converge into his dantian. The essence of the 5 elements surged in his meridians. A faint 5-colored halo appeared on his body. Waves of essence of the 5 elements, along with the vibration caused by the thunder sound of the sky drum, integrated into his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. It washed through his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh, and expelled the impurities out of his body. Traces of essence of the 5 elements began to penetrate through his bones and into his bone marrow, changing the marrow and exchanging the blood. At the same time, Gu Fei's dantian seemed to have become a bottomless pit. It produced a strong suction force that even affected the essence of heaven and earth on the Green Spirit Peak. The essence of heaven and earth, like rivers converging into the sea, gathered towards the cave residence on the Green Spirit Peak. Finally, the rapidly flowing qi and blood in Gu Fei's body surged out a huge amount of essence of the 5 elements, condensing into a bright 5-colored light spot in his dantian. The vigorous life essence slowly circulated in his dantian. The vigorous essence of the 5 elements made his skin flow with a brilliant 5-colored brilliance. Looking inside, he found that his blood, flesh, and bones were filled with a 5-colored glow. When the sky was about to turn bright, everything on the Green Spirit Peak returned to normal. The essence of heaven and earth no longer converged. Then Gu Fei's body shook violently. Between his chest and abdomen, There was a loud rumbling sound like the roar of thunder and the thundering of war drums. His dantian burst out a dazzling light. He actually broke through under such circumstances. Gu Fei opened his eyes. 2 beams of 5-colored divine light suddenly shot out from his eye sockets. Then, the light in his eyes gradually dissipated and disappeared into his eyes. After half a year of hard training, he did not make any progress. This accidental enlightenment broke the barrier of training and broke into a new realm of training. Gu Fei felt that every inch of his skin was full of power. The power of the 5 elements surged in his internal organs and washed in his bone marrow. His body seemed to be cast by fine iron. This made Gu Fei feel as if he had been reborn. He had successfully broken into the 7th heavenly layer of the awakening self-state. The 5-colored light on his body gradually converged into his body. Gu Fei stood up from the jade peak. His heart was very calm. His mind was like a clear mirror. He still maintained that pure and innocent state of mind without any impurities. One night of enlightenment was definitely better than several years of hard work. This transformation for Gu Fei was incomparably significant. This was the enlightenment of the soul, directly pointing to the origin, but at the same time, it was the beginning of a great transformation of the body. Changing the marrow for blood, the body was equivalent to being reborn. Although it was still a body of flesh and blood, the essence of things had changed. The hidden treasures in the body had been opened, and the mortal body was gradually fading away. Awakening my 7th heavenly layer, I'm afraid I'm the youngest disciple in the sect in hundreds of years to cultivate to such a level. Gu Fei thought. His confidence had increased greatly. Breaking through to the transcending mortality state was no longer a distant dream. At this moment, a familiar fluctuation suddenly came from the closed stone door of the cave. Gu Fei was taken aback. His ethereal state of mind was suddenly lost. Then his eyes suddenly widened, his face full of shock and disbelief. Chapter 28. When Gu Fei saw the black and white ball of light that entered through the door, all the hair on his body stood up, and a chill ran down his spine. The familiar fluctuations were caused by the interaction of the yin and yang forces of heaven and earth. Vaguely, one could see that within the black and white light, there was a jade pendant. Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked and fear rose in his heart. He saw the black and white ball of air turn in the air, and as if it had a mind of its own, it flew straight towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked and reached out to block, but the ball of light suddenly accelerated, and in an instant bypassed his palm and entered his chest. Gu Fei only felt a chill in his chest as if he had been hit by a large snowflake. He hurriedly looked down and saw a ray of black and white light flash in front of his chest, and then he saw a yin-yang symbol the size of an egg appear in the middle of his chest. Unbelievable, really unbelievable, the yin-yang jade pendant actually came back on its own. Could it really have developed a spiritual consciousness? Thinking of the earth-shattering scene last night, Gu Fei found it difficult to calm down. This yin-yang jade pendant was too mysterious, and it had an unfathomable power. Even the protective mountain formation of the Supreme Mystery Sect was broken. Moreover, since this yin-yang jade pendant had already flown away, why would it come back? This made Gu Fei unable to understand, no matter how hard he thought about it. "Senior Gu, are you there?" Just as Gu Fei was standing there stupidly at a loss of what to do, there was suddenly a call from outside the cave. "Is it Junior Zhao? What is she doing here?" Gu Fei was startled and immediately shook his head, temporarily putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, then tidied up his clothes and walked towards the cave door. In the light rumbling sound, the heavy stone door opened. Outside the room stood a slightly nervous and worried girl in white. When the white-clothed girl saw Gu Fei walk out from behind the stone door, the worry on her face immediately disappeared. A faint smile appeared on her otherworldly and flawless face. "Senior Gu, what happened just now? I heard movement inside and then I saw a strange glowing thing." Zhao Ziru hurriedly asked. Hearing this, Gu Fei was startled and said with a bitter smile, "I was cultivating just now, and that sound was produced when I was cultivating. As for the strange thing you were talking about, I did not see it." Gu Fei directly concealed the matter of the yin-yang jade pendant. He did not want anyone to know that he had such a jade pendant because this yin-yang jade pendant was too strange, it was too unbelievable, and it would bring him great trouble. "Is that so? I clearly saw." Zhao Ziru was skeptical and wanted to say more. However, Gu Fei interrupted her with a wave of his hand, not allowing her to continue. "Junior Sister Zhao, why have you come to my place so early in the morning?" Gu Fei asked. Gu Fei knew that he wasn't very popular in the sect, and no one could get along well with him. Normally no one would come to the Green Spirit Peak. Last night, I didn't see senior brother in front of the main hall, so... Hearing Gu Fei ask her why she came here, Zhao Ziru could not help but be stunned. Then she blushed and said softly. Gu Fei had been brought back to the Supreme Profound Sect by Wan Xianqing since he was young, and was accepted as a disciple. He was also the only disciple, and he had never come into contact with a girl before. Moreover, he had focused all his attention on cultivation, so of course, he did not know what the girl was thinking. I'm fine. If there's nothing else, junior sister, please go back. Gu Fei said indifferently. Right now he was having a headache because of the yin-yang jade pendant. At this time he did not have the mood to greet Zhao Ziru. A trace of disappointment flashed on Zhao Ziru's face while she bit her lower lip lightly. It was unknown if there was pity or tenderness in her eyes as she gazed at Gu Fei, but she sighed and said, "All right then. Senior brother, take care." As she spoke, Zhao Ziru turned around and walked down the mountain. Why did she? When Gu Fei saw Zhao Ziru's strange expression, he could not help but feel a little strange. He vaguely felt that something in his heart had been touched. Why do I have this feeling? Gu Fei did not understand. He watched Zhao Ziru's graceful and slender figure disappear from the mountain path, then turned around and walked into the cave. The heavy stone door slowly closed with a light rumble. Just as the yin-yang jade pendant returned to Gu Fei's body. Supreme Mystery Sect, Supreme Mystery Temple, back hall, that was the cultivation place of the sect leader, Taoist Shen. At this time in the back hall, on the 8 praying mats on the ground, sat 8 purple-robed old Taoists. On one of the praying mats in the middle, sat the sect leader of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Taoist Shen. In front of Taoist Shen was an ancient magical tool. It was an ancient mirror with ancient patterns engraved on the back, but the front was like a bronze mirror. This ancient mirror didn't seem to have anything special about it. It was very ordinary and unremarkable. The smooth side was difficult to even reflect on, and one could only see a blurry shadow. However, this seemingly ordinary mirror had displayed great power last night. Taoist Shen had almost used this treasure of the Supreme Mystery Sect to kill the demon lord of 6 paths, who had dominated the Tenglong continent for hundreds of years and no one had been able to stop him. Senior, this mirror of the universe. An old Taoist said hesitantly. Everyone in the back hall knew how they had taken back this precious treasure of the sect last night. The spiritual power has been greatly damaged. I'm afraid it will need to be refined for hundreds of years before it can be used again. Taoist Xuantian's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He never would have thought that the Tai Chi diagram that had suddenly appeared would be so powerful that it had absorbed more than half of the mirror of the universe's spiritual power. At the bottom of it all, the reason the magic treasures refined by cultivators contained extraordinary might was because supreme energy was condensed from the essence of the heavens and the earth during the refinement of the magic treasures, and then it was sealed within the magic treasure. It was the original strength of the magical equipment. For magical equipment of the level of the mirror of heaven and earth, the original strength contained in it had long been integrated with the magical equipment itself. Unless the magical equipment was destroyed, the spiritual energy contained in the mirror of heaven and earth could not be extracted. Senior, that mysterious Tai Chi diagram is heading west. Could it be that the people of the Western Buddhist lands are secretly attacking us? The person who spoke was a thin Taoist. This old Taoist was Taoist Xuantian's junior, Taoist Xuanfa. As soon as Taoist Shen said this, everyone in the back hall couldn't help but be moved. Although they had a vague feeling that what happened last night might have been caused by the people of the Western Buddhist lands, knowing it was one thing, but saying it out loud was another. I don't think so. The Tai Chi diagram from last night seems to belong to our Tao sect. Taoist Master Xian Tsang said with a serious expression. This was a matter between the Buddhist lands and Taoist sects, so the higher-ups of the Supreme Mystery Sect were very cautious. Chapter 29. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since the attack of the 6 Paths Demon King. In the past 6 months, the experts of the Supreme Mystery Sect had come out, and the mountain protection formation had been broken by the mysterious Tai Chi diagram. The Supreme Mystery Sect had to find a treasure that could replace the 81 strange stones to reactivate the mountain protection formation. On the Green Spirit Peak, after Gu Fei broke through to the 7th heaven, he often went into seclusion. He would sit in the cave for 10 days to half a month. This time, the stone door of the cave had been closed for more than a month. Moss had already grown under the stone door. Early in the morning, when the first light of dawn appeared, there was a strange sound coming from the Green Spirit Peak. It sounded like thunder but also like the roar of thunder. However, this sound seemed to follow some kind of rule. Every time it rang, it caused the spiritual energy around the green spirit peak to move. The essence of heaven and earth was rippling and undulating, but it did not converge in a certain direction. The sound coming from the green spirit peak seemed to communicate with the heaven and earth. It was like the release of the original sound of heaven and earth, communicating with the heaven and earth, causing the void to vibrate. On the top of the Supreme Mystery Temple, 100 miles away, sat a purple-robed old Taoist. The old Taoist had the air of an immortal, and he exuded a transcendent aura. This Taoist was the head of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Taoist Shantian. Taoist Shantian was using a Taoist cultivation method. His 5 hearts faced the sky and he breathed in and out. As Taoist Shantian breathed in and out, all the spiritual energy above the Supreme Mystery Temple was sucked in and entered Taoist Shantian's body. Suddenly, Taoist Shantian seemed to feel something. After absorbing all the spiritual energy of the world, he opened his eyes. Suddenly, 2 rays of purple light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the faint smoke around him, and then gradually dissipated. Taoist Shantian turned his head in the direction of the green spirit peak, and his eyes flashed with surprise. That direction, this sound, could it be? Taoist Shantian seemed to think of something. His eyes flashed and he stood up from the top of the temple. Heavenly thunder drum. How is this possible? Didn't the 10,000 immortals already die? How can someone cultivate that cultivation method to this level? Taoist Shantian frowned in thought. Could it be that disciple of the 10,000 immortals? If it's really him, then it'll be interesting. Thinking of that, Taoist Shantian smiled and sat down again. He closed his eyes and no longer moved. On Emerald Spirit Peak, within the abode, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. As he inhaled and exhaled, the tendons and bones in his entire body emitted a sound that rumbled like muffled thunder, and it shook his tendons, blood, and meridians. This was different from the crackling sounds that were produced when his muscles and bones vibrated. The sound of the heavenly drum thunder seemed to have gradually taken shape, and it sounded like the heavenly drum thunder. Along with the rhythm of his breathing, it was as if a storm was blowing all over Gu Fei's body, inside and outside of his body. The air that gushed out from his pores caused a whirlwind to spin violently around his body. The 7 heavens of awakening me was a dividing line. After successfully taking this step, the hidden treasures in Gu Fei's body were gradually revealed, and he began to touch the profound mysteries of the martial path. He had already cultivated his tendons, bones, skin, flesh, and internal organs. His body was one with the inside and outside, and there was no longer any difference between them. His profound chi was no longer blocked, and with a thought, it could reach every part of his body. Wherever the thought went, the power would go. Every move he made contained 1,000 caddies of power. Looking inside, Gu Fei's meridians were surging with a large amount of 5 elements profound chi. Each meridian seemed to have become divine, passing through his flesh, bones, and tendons. They were like rays of light that connected every part of his body. Gu Fei's chest and abdomen swelled, producing a thunderous sound. The entire cave slightly trembled under the sound waves. Waves of profound chi steamed out of his body and seeped into his tendons and bones. Changing the marrow and changing the blood, a purer chi and blood were slowly being produced. This made Gu Fei feel as if he had been reborn. The rise and fall of his chest and abdomen gradually intensified, and the thunderous rumbling sounds in Gu Fei's body became more frequent. After the 9 revolutions, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light shot out from his eye sockets. He then opened his mouth and spat out a stream of turbid air from his chest and abdomen. Whoosh! That turbid air was like an arrowhead that pierced through the void and shot out dozens of feet away, producing a sharp sound of breaking the air. Then the 5-colored light that emerged from the surface of Gu Fei's body suddenly swelled, and then quickly entered his body. He stood up and suddenly there was a burst of crackling sounds. There seemed to be a layer of luster flowing on his skin, and his body was even more powerful. After half a year of hard work, I have finally completely consolidated my cultivation of the 7th layer. With my current strength, I am afraid that even if I were to face an 8th layer cultivator, I would not be at a disadvantage. Dongfang Chen, I am looking forward to fighting with you. A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Dongfang Chen wanted to make a fool of himself in front of a crowd of people in the sect during the competition, but he had made a mistake. The 5 elements combat skill is definitely not inferior to the Tao. Although I have only touched the door, it is enough to defeat Dongfang Chen. As Gu Fei said this, he closed his eyes and recalled the introductory fist technique recorded in the ancient body refining technique, 5 elements fist. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, and the essence of his body surged. A layer of bright golden light immediately penetrated from his body, and then he directly punched forward. Pung! A ball of golden light suddenly erupted from his fist, and the golden aura surged forward, illuminating the entire cave mansion in a golden color, and causing the entire cave mansion to tremble. The golden light scraped the ground, and the hard rock floor was immediately silently shaved off a thin layer. The fist energy shook the void, making a rumbling sound like 10,000 horses galloping, and its power was unparalleled. Before Gu Fei's fist energy completely broke out, he quickly stopped, and the golden torrent that was like a rolling river suddenly dissipated. On Gu Fei's face, there was a trace of a satisfied smile. Although the Five Elements fist was a rough combat skill recorded in the ancient body refining technique, its power was not inferior to the Tao. He was confident that with his current strength, he could definitely enter the top 10 in the sect competition. Everyone said that I am practicing a trash martial art. This time, I will let all those who look down on me see how the trash in their eyes will trample them under my feet. Gu Fei's eyes burst out. He was bullied by the people in the sect and he was looked down by the people in the sect. All of this would become the past. Subconsciously, Gu Fei touched the Tai Chi tattoo on his chest. His strength could be said to be brought about by the Yin-Yang Jade Pendant, which had almost integrated into his chest. Without the help of the Yin-Yang Jade Pendant, Gu Fei's cultivation would probably still be struggling at the awakened 3 heavens. The awakened 7 heavens, which was once out of reach for Gu Fei, had now become a reality. Although the Yin-Yang Jade Pendant showed great power on the night of the attack of the Demon King of 6 Paths, Gu Fei still felt a little scared. In the past 6 months, the Yin-Yang Jade Pendant did not show any strange behavior. Chapter 30. At noon, the melodious sound of a bell rang out on Taishan Mountain. The sound of the bell was not very loud, but it seemed to have some kind of power. It penetrated the void, ignoring the distance of space, and spread throughout the 9 peaks of Taishan for hundreds of miles. The bell rang 9 times and then they saw the 9 peaks of Taishan except for Taishan Peak. On the surrounding 7 spiritual peaks, several rays of light shot up, heading toward Taishan Peak. Then the disciples of the various branches walked down from the other 7 peaks and gathered at Taishan Peak. The bell rang 9 times. That was the order for all the disciples of Taishan sect to gather. Those who heard the bell, no matter what they were doing, had to put down everything they were doing and rush to Taishan Temple to listen to the orders of the sect leader. On Green Spirit Peak, the stone door of the cave house slowly opened, and a young man in white came out. He was Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked up at Taishan Peak, which was 100 miles away, and there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. He murmured, "This day has finally come." Then Gu Fei rushed down Green Spirit Peak. The magnificent Taishan Temple stood at the top of Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by 8 peaks. At the foot of the peak, there was an endless stream of disciples gathering from all directions. No one wanted to miss this once-in-a-decade event, and no one dared to ignore it. In the entire Taishan Mountain, it was absolutely impossible to see so many cultivators. Taishan sect was worthy of being one of the 3 great Taoist sects, a major cultivation sect of the Shenmen sect. In a short moment, thousands of cultivators had gathered on the square in front of Taishan Temple. 7 or 8 purple-robed Taoists stood at the front of the white jade steps. They were the elders of the major branches of Taishan sect, and they were all great cultivators of the Yushu realm. The disciples of the 9 branches stood neatly with the purple-robed elders at the front, followed by the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples in green robes, and finally, the younger disciples of the 4th generation. The disciples of Taishan Peak stood in the center of the 9 branches, while there was only one person from Gu Fei's branch. Thus, a strange phenomenon was formed. A disciple in white stood at the front, seemingly on equal footing with the purple-robed elders. This was something that couldn't be helped. Gu Fei was the only one left among the Green Spirit Peak disciples. He stood at the very front and was really too eye-catching. A group of disciples couldn't help but be attracted by him. The elder Taoists were in a different mood. In the past, the disciples of the 9 branches of Taishan sect had dominated the world. What a breeze, what a spirit. But now Green Spirit Peak was about to be extinct. The elders of the various branches couldn't help but sigh. In the face of the strange gazes, Gu Fei remained calm. His heart was neither sad nor happy. It was as calm as a mirror. No matter what others thought of him, it would not affect his state of mind. At this time, the melodious sound of the bell had already stopped, but the echo still lingered in the 9 peaks, lingering on for a long time. The disciples of the 9 branches of the Supreme Profound sect had all gathered in the square in front of the Supreme Profound Hall. The Supreme Mystery Sect, which had been passed down for thousands of years, had no more than 1,000 disciples, and the majority of the younger generation were white-clothed disciples. On the path of cultivation, it was like thousands of people crossing a single log bridge. Those who were truly outstanding were very few. If a white-clothed disciple could not form a core of the way and break through to the realm of transcending mortality, then he would always be a fourth-generation disciple. He would not have any fate with the Great Path. He would be driven around by the sect until his lifespan was exhausted and he died of old age in the Supreme Mystery Sect. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of the main hall, and 8 old Taoists wearing purple robes walked out. The one in the lead held a horsetail whisk in his hand and had a smile on his face. It was the Supreme Mystery Sect leader, Taoist Shen. The heads of the 7 branches stood behind Taoist Shen. "Greetings, leader." When the thousands of disciples in the square saw Taoist Shen and the others walk out of the main hall, they immediately fell silent. Then they all bowed to Taoist Shen. Taoist Shen stood at the top of the white jade steps in front of the square. He looked around at the disciples in the square and nodded slightly. He then said, "Dear disciples, you should know very well why you have gathered here today. Today is the beginning of the 9 branches competition of the Taishan sect, which is held every 10 years. After the competition, the Supreme Mystery Sect will open its doors and accept disciples." After Taoist Xuantian's impassioned speech, the disciples in the square felt their blood boil. After that, the head of the Biyun Peak, the Xuanfa Taoist, came forward. The Xuanfa Taoist also looked around the square, then said, "The Supreme Mystery Sect is a place where strength speaks. As long as you are strong enough, you can enter the ranks of high-level disciples. In the future you can compete for the position of the heads of the branches, the elders of the branches, and even the position of the leader." The position of the Taishan sect leader? Gu Fei, who was standing in the front row, suddenly had a flash in his eyes, but then he suddenly realized something. "What I pursue is the limit of martial arts. I want to be the strongest. I don't want to waste any time fighting for fame and fortune." Xian Fa Daoist paused for a moment before continuing, "Of course it's not easy to reach this level. I know that there are many outstanding talents among you, and after today whether you will be a worm or a dragon will depend on your luck. Okay, I will now explain the rules of the 9 branches competition." All the disciples in the square suddenly perked up their ears. Although the 9 branches competition did not have much to do with most of them, in the 9 branches of Taishan, everyone wanted their own branch to be able to surpass the other 8 branches. Each of the 9 branches will send out the 10 strongest 4th-generation disciples to compete to determine the top 10 4th-generation disciples. In order to encourage the disciples to be diligent, the top 10 4th-generation disciples will receive a reward. When the Xuanfa Taoists said this, there was an immediate uproar among the younger disciples in the square. Of course they knew what the reward was. "The reward is the soul-solidifying pill refined by the sect," the Xuanfa Taoist continued. "Soul-solidifying pill? It is useless to me." Gu Fei could not help but frown. Although he did not care about the soul-solidifying pill, it did not mean that others did not. The soul-solidifying pill. The eyes of the younger disciples in the square all lit up. This was a supplementary medicine that cultivators used to condense their essence, energy, and spirit to form a core of the path. If a cultivator at the 9th tier of the awakening realm took the soul-solidifying pill, their chances of forming a core of the path would increase by at least 30%. This 30% chance was not to be underestimated. Even if there was a pill that increased the chances by 10%, people would still fight to get it, let alone 30%. In the Taishan sect, those who took the soul-solidifying pill seemed to be able to successfully form a core of the path in their bodies. They were reborn and successfully entered the transcending mortality realm. Moreover, the soul-solidifying pill was not easy to refine. The method of refining it was a top secret of the Taishan sect. However, it would take about 10 years to refine a furnace of soul-solidifying pills. This was also why the Taishan sect held the 9 branches trials for the 4th-generation disciples every 10 years. After the competition, the top 10 disciples would be rewarded with soul-solidifying pills. And these people who received the soul-solidifying pills were originally the best of the 4th-generation disciples. With the help of the soul-solidifying pill, it was a matter of time before these 10 people formed a soul-solidifying pill. "All right, go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning the 9 branches trials will begin," the Xuanfa Taoist finally said. Chapter 31. Gu Fei came down from Taishan Peak. At the foot of the peak, he saw Zhao Ziru following her master Yan Xingyun to Purple Bamboo Peak. Zhao Ziru was a disciple of Purple Bamboo Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Taishan. In Taishan sect, it seemed that only Purple Bamboo Peak had female disciples. It was rumored that the previous chief of Purple Bamboo Peak was a female Taoist. Tomorrow was the day of the competition, and Gu Fei had to prepare well. With his current strength, although he was only at the 7th layer of awakened heaven, he was comparable to a cultivator at the 8th layer of awakened heaven. Among the young disciples of the 9 peaks, he was already one of the best. He was no longer a piece of trash who was looked down upon and bullied. Tomorrow? When he thought that he had finally waited for the day to come, Gu Fei could not help but feel a little excited. Watching Zhao Ziru's figure disappear into the mountain forest in the distance, Gu Fei also turned and strode toward Green Spirit Peak. On Taishan Peak, from time to time, 1 or 2 beams of light flew out and then into the 8 peaks that surrounded Taishan Peak. Taishan Mountain was indeed a blessed enclave. Taishan Peak was in the center, surrounded by the 8 peaks, and there seemed to be a trace of mystery that could not be touched. The existence of the 9 peaks of Taishan did not seem to be natural. However, between the 9 peaks, there was probably no one in this world except the Taishan sect leader Taoist Shantian. In the 9 peaks of Taishan, there were many disciples in the realm of shedding mortality who had condensed their core of the way. Although disciples in this realm could not use their own strength to travel the 9 heavens without the help of external objects, but, with the help of magic treasures, disciples in the realm of shedding mortality could still enter and exit Qingming. Whoosh! Another sound came from the top of Gu Fei's head as he walked on the mountain road. A stream of light, like a meteor, shot into the distance. A huge wave of mana came down from the sky. Outside the forest at the foot of the mountain, Gu Fei, who was looking up, felt a strong wind blow against his face. Is this a cultivator in the realm of shedding mortality? Looking at the stream of light flying over his head and disappearing on a misty mountain peak 100 miles away, Gu Fei couldn't help but reveal a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Roaming the 9 heavens, flying in the air, traveling 10,000 miles in an instant. When will I be able to soar into the sky? Martial cultivators could soar through the sky and burrow through the earth. Once they had achieved a small success, they could soar through the horizon. It was simply too difficult for a martial artist to achieve such a feat. One day, I, Gu Fei, will also be able to soar into the sky and roam the 9 heavens. Gu Fei's eyes were filled with determination. I'm afraid you have no hope of roaming the 9 heavens in this lifetime. All of a sudden, a voice rang out from behind Gu Fei. There was an almost imperceptible disdain in the voice. Who is it? After hearing this voice, all the hair on Gu Fei's body suddenly stood up. A layer of goosebumps immediately appeared on his skin. All the essence in his body was immediately sealed in his body, without a trace of it leaking out. He suddenly turned around and saw that on the shaded path, a person was slowly walking over with a faint smile. This person's eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like cold stars. He walked over with his hands clasped behind his back, but he brought with him an unfathomable aura that pressed towards Gu Fei. I was wondering who was eavesdropping on others. So it's you. When Gu Fei saw the person approaching, his aura rose again. A murderous aura immediately swept out from his body, as if he had transformed into a ferocious beast in an instant. In the mountains, Gu Fei often fought with all kinds of ferocious beasts. Over time, it was unknown how many ferocious beasts died in his hands. His body was contaminated with a murderous aura. The place where Gu Fei was located was outside a forest at the foot of Taishan Peak. A wide forest path behind Gu Fei passed through the forest and went straight to Taishan Peak. The person who came down from the forest path was Dongfang Chen. When Dongfang Chen saw Gu Fei staring at him like a ferocious beast, he couldn't help but be startled, and his eyes showed a trace of surprise. Why does this guy have such a strong murderous aura? Killing intent was the aura of slaughter, and it was formed from the slaughter of all living beings. Cultivators paid particular attention to the natural way of the Tao, and while cultivating to comprehend the Tao, most cultivators comprehended techniques in silence, so this sort of killing intent very rarely appeared on cultivators. Gu Fei, don't tell me you want to compete with me now. Dongfang Chen stood 2 feet in front of Gu Fei, staring at Gu Fei like a poisonous snake and said in a deep voice. At the same time, Dongfang Chen's body spread out a huge wave of spiritual power like a wave of water. Feeling the fluctuation of magic power from Dongfang Chen's body, Gu Fei felt threatened. His whole body suddenly trembled and like a big whip he swung from head to toe. Suddenly, a dense burst of thunderous sounds came from his body. His muscles and bones sounded at the same time, and the essence of the 5 elements instantly spread throughout his body. A faint layer of colorful light faintly appeared on his skin. His bronze-colored body exuded a strong sense of power. Every inch of muscle contained amazing explosive power. Gu Fei was like a ferocious beast in an extremely dangerous state. His whole body was tense and he was about to pounce on his prey. At any time he could suddenly explode and ruthlessly kill his opponent, tearing his opponent apart. I didn't expect this Dongfang Chen to be defeated by Lin Shui of the Shanqing sect a year ago. Not only was he not depressed and dispirited, but he actually improved his cultivation. His strength is probably not much worse than the eldest senior brother of the Supreme Mystery Peak, Li Lingfeng. Gu Fei was secretly surprised. Although he did not notice Li Lingfeng outside the Supreme Mystery Temple, his name was like the shadow of a tree. Li Lingfeng was the disciple of the sect leader, and he was also the eldest senior disciple of the fourth generation of disciples. His cultivation was very high, and he was recognized as the #1 person in the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery sect. Gu Fei felt a great deal of pressure from Dongfang Chen. This Dongfang Chen seemed to have broken through to the 8th level of awakening. He was indeed an amazing talent. Among his peers, it would be difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. Gu Fei sneered and said, "If you don't mind, we can have a fight first." Gu Fei was not afraid of him. Gu Fei was originally regarded as a cripple by the disciples of the other 9 branches. Even if he was defeated by Dongfang Chen, no one would say anything because this was a matter of course. But Dongfang Chen was different. He was a proud disciple of an aristocratic family and an outstanding figure in the sect. If he was defeated by Gu Fei, it would be a big event that would shake the entire Supreme Mystery sect. Gu Fei had no scruples, but Dongfang Chen had a lot of scruples. Of course, Dongfang Chen would not act recklessly. He was not sure that he would win now. If that thing is on me now. Facing Gu Fei's arrogance, Dongfang Chen's eyes suddenly spat out 2 cold lights that were as sharp as blades. Dongfang Chen was very shrewd. Ever since he was defeated by Lin Shui, he became even more cautious. Tomorrow is the day of the competition. You and I have plenty of opportunities to fight. At that time, I will trample you under my feet in front of everyone. Chapter 32. At the foot of Taishan Peak, Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen met. The two of them were ready to fight, but Dongfang Chen suddenly retracted his powerful aura and went down the mountain. This made Gu Fei stunned, but after thinking about it, he also understood. This Taishan Peak was the cultivation place of the disciples of the 9 branches. After all, it was an important place in the sect. To fight here, it was simply not putting the disciples of the Taishan Peak in their eyes. Moreover, tomorrow was the day of the competition. Why rush? Gu Fei watched Dongfang Chen's figure disappear down the mountain and couldn't help but snort coldly. Although Dongfang Chen was not easy to deal with the strength of a martial cultivator and the 5 elements battle skills that were not inferior to any Taoist techniques, Gu Fei was confident that he could defeat Dongfang Chen. At this time, Gu Fei's tense body also slowly relaxed. His muscles and bones relaxed, and the condensed power dispersed back into his flesh and blood. Gu Fei's ancient cultivation method had a special characteristic, and that was before he fought, no one would know Gu Fei's true strength, because most of his power was hidden in his flesh and blood, and only when he fought with others would it burst out. Tomorrow? I don't know who will be trampled underfoot. Gu Fei didn't think much of it. Dongfang Chen was a good opponent, but he was destined to become his own whetstone. Gu Fei rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, then shrugged and left Taishan Peak. Among the disciples of the younger generation of the Taishan sect, there were not many people who were worthy of his attention. On Taishan Peak, inside the Taishan Temple, the huge hall was very empty. The headmaster, Taoist Shantian, sat on a white jade throne in the middle. On both sides of him sat 7 old Taoists. These were the heads of the 7 branches. Senior brother, are we really going to send the top 10 winners of the competition down the mountain? That is the disciple with the most potential among the younger generation of our sect. The head of Biyun Peak, Taoist Xuanfa, broke the silence in the hall. Yes. The ruined sky realm is a special place. It is impossible for us to let the masters of the sect enter. This is too risky, Taoist Shantian said indifferently. Taoist Xuansong of Full Moon Peak glanced at Taoist Shantian, who was sitting on the throne, and frowned. The ruined sky realm is full of unpredictable dangers. None of the disciples who have entered have been able to come out unscathed. It would be a pity if a few of the 10 disciples were killed inside. The average age of the top 10 young disciples of the Taishan sect was less than 20 years old, and they were already outstanding in their youth, showing that they were different from the rest. These 10 people might not be to say they of the geniuses of the Taishan of the sect. On the path of cultivation, as long as one was successful in cultivation, it was difficult to meet an opponent when they were young, and they surpassed their peers. These people who stood at the forefront of the younger generation were the focus of the sect's nurturing, because perhaps in a few decades, they would become great figures who could shake the heavens and earth. It was inevitable that outstanding people would receive attention. For example, Li Lingfeng of the Taishan sect and Dong Fangchen of the Biyun Peak. Their strength was unquestionable among the young disciples. In the world of cultivation, potential was the most important thing. No sect would let a disciple with unlimited potential fall into danger or even die young. Because these people were the future of the sect. Taoist Xuanzang's words made everyone look at each other. The heads of the 7 branches certainly did not want their outstanding disciples to take the risk. The head of Purple Bamboo Peak, Long Hongxue, pondered for a moment before he said to Taoist Zhang Xian, Senior Sect Master, it's worth it even if the 10 disciples have to take the risk for that thing in the ruins heaven realm. Longevity grass. As long as I can get the longevity grass, I have the confidence to break through to the demigod stage. Taoist Xiantian could no longer maintain his composure when he said these words. Cultivators at the defending void stage could form a primordial spirit embryo and give birth to a Taoist primordial spirit or nascent soul, and enjoy a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, this did not mean that cultivators at the defending void stage could live forever. To truly live forever, one had to break through to the defending void stage, cast off their mortal bodies and form an immortal body. The bottleneck of the 9th layer of the heaven stage had shackled Taoist Xiantian for hundreds of years. The great limit of 1,000 years was only 200 to 300 years away. If he could get the longevity grass, his lifespan would be extended by 200 years. With these several hundred years of time, Taoist Xiantian was really confident that he could break through the shackles of heaven and earth and become a legendary existence, a demigod. Longevity grass. The eyes of all the heads of the 7 branches lit up, as if they had seen a rare treasure. They could no longer conceal the excitement in their hearts. The longevity grass was a spiritual herb of heaven and earth that only existed in legends. If an ordinary person consumed it, they would be reborn and live a long life. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be easy for them to live for 100 or 200 years. When the longevity grass was discovered in the ruined sky realm, who knows how long it has been growing in the ruined sky realm? No one knows whether it has matured or not. Taoist Xuanzang no longer insisted on his own idea, because the longevity grass was a major event that concerned the rise and fall of the sect. A demigod. If a sect had a demigod, as long as the demigod did not die, the sect would continue to prosper. A demigod was a terrifying existence that could live forever in the truest sense of the word. On the Tinglong continent, demigods were synonymous with invincibility. However, demigod experts had already disappeared. For thousands of years, there had not been a demigod on the Tinglong continent. The 7 heads of the 7 branches were all cultivators of the defending void stage, and they also desired the longevity grass. The allure of the longevity grass was irresistible to cultivators of the imperial void realm. Taoist Xiantian looked around at the crowd and said in a deep voice, according to the state of maturity recorded in the ancient records, the longevity grass should mature in the next 100 or 200 years. But, the other 2 sects are not easy to deal with. Purple Bamboo Peak's chief Long Hongxue said worriedly. Yes, the people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect are also determined to get the longevity grass. The ruined sky realm was discovered by the 3 great Taoist sects together. It is impossible that the people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect don't know about the existence of the longevity grass. Open strife and covert strife are inevitable. It depends on who is capable. Taoist Xuantian's voice suddenly turned cold. As his pupils shrank, 2 extremely sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. The 7 heads of the 7 branches were immediately shocked, and their hearts trembled. This senior brother of the sect usually did not show himself and cultivated in the Supreme Mystery Hall, but he actually had such a competitive heart. In that case, I will now go and arrange for tomorrow's competition. The ruined sky realm will only be unaffected by those who have awakened me, Taoist Xiantian said, stood up, bowed to Taoist Xiantian and walked out of the hall. The heads of the other 6 branches also left their seats and bid farewell to Taoist Xiantian. At first, they had secretly planned to prevent their outstanding disciples from going to the ruined sky realm. But now they could not wait for their disciples to fight for an extra spot. That way, more people would go to the ruined sky realm, and the chances of getting the longevity grass would be higher than those of the other branches. The 3 great Taoist sects were fighting openly and covertly, and the 9 branches of the Supreme Mystery sect were also fighting openly and covertly. In the main hall, after the heads of the 7 branches left, Taoist Shen was left sitting on the throne of the sect leader alone. His eyes were incomparably deep as he looked out of the hall, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, and then he called the Taoist child who was on standby outside the hall. Taoist Shen ordered the Taoist child, "Go to Green Spirit Peak immediately and bring that Gu Fei to see me." Chapter 33. On Green Spirit Peak, Gu Fei was very surprised to see the summoning child. He didn't know why the sect leader wanted to see an unknown disciple like him. Before he obtained the Yin-Yang Jade Pendant, Gu Fei was just a good-for-nothing among the younger generation of the sect. He had only been in the sect for 8 or 9 years, but he was still lingering around the third layer of awakening heaven. Now, why did the sect leader, Taoist Shen want to see such a lowly disciple in the sect? This matter had exceeded his expectations, and it caused Gu Fei to be surprised and bewildered. Could it be? Gu Fei thought of the Yin-Yang Jade Pendant that had merged with his chest and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. But in front of the child, he didn't show it and acted as if nothing had happened. Outside the cave, the two walked down the mountain. Gu Fei finally couldn't help but ask the child, "Senior brother, do you know why the sect leader wants to see me?" The child walked in front and stopped when he heard this. "How would I know why the sect leader wants to see you? Won't you know when you get to the Supreme Mystery Hall?" Then the child continued forward. The child's tone was a little impatient. He didn't seem to think much of Gu Fei. Among the 9 divisions of Supreme Mystery, Green Spirit Peak had been in decline for a long time. Now Gu Fei was the only one left. Why would the disciples of the other branches care about Gu Fei? Gu Fei was rebuffed, but he smiled and didn't care. Now the situation was stronger than he was. The other branches were strong, but his branch had completely declined. No one would care about the only heir of Green Spirit Peak. Only the strong would be valued, and only geniuses would be nurtured. Right now, Gu Fei was neither strong nor a genius in the sect. No one would look at him. This was the cruel reality of the cultivation world. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak and the strong were respected. Weak ants would only be trampled under the feet of the strong and bullied at will. Without saying a word, the two of them quickly walked 100 miles. An hour later, the two of them arrived outside the Supreme Profound Hall. The Taoist boy returned to the main hall to report. "Come in." Then a gentle and calm voice rang out in the hall. In Gu Fei's ears, it made him feel like he was bathing in the spring wind. When Gu Fei, who was standing outside the hall, heard this voice, he quickly tidied up his clothes and carefully walked into the hall. In Supreme Mystery Temple, no one dared to be arrogant, no one dared to be frivolous, and no one dared to be presumptuous. Gu Fei did not dare to raise his head to look up. The sect leader had summoned him, so it was inevitable that he would be a little nervous. This was because ever since he had entered the Green Spirit Peak, he had not entered the Supreme Profound Hall many times. Arriving under Taoist Shen Tian's throne, he stood still and bowed. "Greetings, sect leader." Gu Fei bowed to Taoist Shen Tian. "Dispense with the formalities." When Gu Fei entered, Taoist Shen Tian's seemingly turbid eyes looked up and down at Gu Fei. Vaguely, there was a flash of light in those turbid eyes. Taoist Xuantian's human path was divine, and he had long since reached the state of returning to his natural state. He sat on the throne, but he didn't release a single ripple of magical power. He didn't have a trace of an otherworldly aura. He was just like an ordinary old Taoist. Who would have thought that the Green Spirit Peak would fall to such a state? Taoist Shen Tian suddenly let out a long sigh. Back then, the Green Spirit Peak was not much worse than the other 8. However, this is the path that the Green Spirit Peak has chosen to walk, so you can't blame anyone else. Looking at the last successor of the Green Spirit Peak, Taoist Shen Tian couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. The 9 profound sects belonged to the same sect, and were the 9 great orthodoxies passed down by the founding ancestor. Now that the Green Spirit Peak had fallen to such a state, Taoist Shen Tian couldn't help but feel a little cold. Gu Fei did not dare to make a sound. He listened respectfully. Although he seemed calm, he was already feeling a little uneasy inside. The feeling of not knowing what would happen next made him feel as if there was a large stone weighing down on his chest. Tomorrow is the day of the 9 vein trials. I have a technique here that might be of some help to you. Taoist Shen Tian suddenly changed the topic. Then he took out a jade slip from his sleeve and handed it to Gu Fei. Gu Fei was stunned. He didn't think that Taoist Shen Tian would call him here to teach him a technique. But I don't cultivate Tao methods. In an instant, countless questions arose in Gu Fei's mind. But seeing Taoist Shen Tian hand over the jade slip, he didn't have time to think. He reached out with both hands and respectfully received the jade slip. "All right, you can leave." Daoist Shen Tian waved his sleeve and said indifferently, "Yes." Gu Fei quickly bowed to Daoist Shen Tian and then carefully left the Supreme Mystery Hall. Although he was full of questions he didn't dare to ask. Seeing Gu Fei's figure disappear outside the hall, Daoist Shen Tian murmured, "I've been protecting this for hundreds of years. Whether or not you can comprehend anything from it will depend on your luck." Daoist Shen Tian stood up, walked down the throne and then turned to the back of the hall. Returning to Green Spirit Peak, Gu Fei immediately entered the cave and closed the door. Then he sat on the praying mat in the center of the cave and took out the jade slip. Just what kind of technique did the sect master give me? Does it have something to do with the ancient technique I cultivate? Gu Fei was very curious and impatiently returned to the cave. He focused his consciousness on the jade slip in his hand. Boom! The moment his consciousness entered the jade slip, an explosion sounded in Gu Fei's head. He felt the world spin around him and his soul tremble. His face instantly paled. At this moment, the jade slip in his hand emitted a faint golden light. Then golden characters rushed out from the jade slip. The characters were incomparably ancient, and they seemed to be somewhat similar to the characters that the indestructible body had written on the stone at the bottom of the icy jade pool. Gu Fei immediately came to a realization. These words were probably ancient characters from the ancient times, a type of language that had disappeared in the long river of time. After the golden characters rushed out from the jade slip, they began to revolve around Gu Fei. The resplendent golden ancient characters seemed to be cast from gold and had an unfathomable aura. Countless ancient runes suddenly emerged from the jade slip. Then these ancient characters began to revolve around Gu Fei and began to reorganize themselves. Gu Fei did not know what these ancient characters meant, but he faintly felt that something was wrong. As expected, the moment he had this thought, the ancient golden characters around him suddenly gathered together and turned into a dazzling golden light. As if it had a mind of its own, it shot towards the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Ah! Gu Fei was instantly scared out of his wits. The space between the eyebrows was a fatal spot. If this condensed golden light hit him, what would happen to him? Chapter 34. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei finally woke up. He hastily touched his forehead. Fortunately, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. However, the golden light formed by the ancient golden runes made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. At this moment, suddenly, Gu Fei felt that there seemed to be something extra in his mind. Then, a technique emerged from his mind. The ancient characters that rushed out from the jade slip once again gushed out from the depths of his memory. It was as if these characters had originally existed in his memory. Gu Fei could not help but be surprised. This method of directly imprinting the technique into one's memory was too incredible. This was simply a remarkable ability to modify one's memory. Only a few great cultivators would use this method to directly imprint the technique into the mind of their direct disciple, imprint it in their heart and then directly pass it on to them. This jade slip. Gu Fei sat up again and reached out to pick up the jade slip that had fallen to the ground. He could not help but frown. He did not need to understand these ancient characters. He naturally knew the content of the technique. Weapon refinement? Gu Fei realized that this technique was a technique that allowed one to fuse weapons into one's body. It was one of the rare divine powers derived from martial arts. Why did the headmaster pass this technique to me? Where did this magic art come from? There did not seem to be such a technique among the all-encompassing techniques of the Taishan sect. This made Gu Fei unable to understand. It seemed that this technique had nothing to do with Taoist techniques. It was more like a remarkable technique that was specially prepared for martial cultivators. After all, martial cultivators' cultivation focused only on essence, qi, and spirit. They gave up on the physical body. This directly led to the martial cultivator's physical body not being strong enough. If the physical body was not strong enough, how could a divine weapon be melted into the flesh and blood of the body? If the physical body was not strong enough, if the divine weapon that was melted into the flesh and blood of the body was not controlled and directly condensed in the body, the martial cultivator would not only not be able to improve their combat power, but would also be seriously injured. But I do not have a weapon. Even if I have this technique, it seems to be of no use for the time being. As Gu Fei thought of this, he could not help but lose interest. There were only 3 things that could be considered treasures in his hands. Among these 3 things, only 2 of them had offensive capabilities. Of these 2 offensive treasures, one of them was something that he couldn't use. The talisman, the inner core of the Blackwater mystical serpent, and a purple stick. This was all Gu Fei had at the moment. Of course, the lineage of Ling Peak, after all, was once the most powerful of the 9 lineages of the Taishan sect. Of its glorious history. Over the generations, there had been many masters who had left behind many treasures. However, ever since he changed to the ancient technique, the treasures left behind by these martial cultivators were stored in the storage room of the cave and were no longer used. The treasures of martial cultivators all had to be driven by spiritual power. The ancient technique was a body-refining technique, but what was cultivated was the essence of the source, not spiritual power. Therefore, Gu Fei did not have the ability to drive the weapons of martial cultivators. Therefore, the only thing that was useful to Gu Fei now was the inner core of the Blackwater mystical serpent that he had killed in the cave at the bottom of the icy azure pool. As for the talisman that he had snatched from Wang Yuanji, it was useless. He could not activate the power contained in the talisman at all. As for the stick that had been passed down from the sect, it was not made of gold or stone, so he did not know what it was used for. Could it be? Gu Fei took out the stick from his bosom and carefully examined it. There was nothing special about the stick except for the simple patterns that were engraved on it. It was very ordinary and very inconspicuous. Gu Fei did not discover anything new about the stick, but he still decided to give it a try. He followed the body-refining weapon technique and activated the essence in his body. Threads of essence immediately came out of his hands, and like countless colorful silk, they wrapped around the stick in his hands. Then Gu Fei saw a shocking scene. The originally dull stick began to change. Slowly, a misty purple light appeared on the stick, as if it had turned into a crystal-clear purple jade. In the end, the rod turned into a streak of dazzling purple light and fused into Gu Fei's body. When the purple light appeared, the entire cave was filled with a cold aura, as if a divine weapon had been pulled out of its scabbard. Swordchi? Gu Fei was shocked. He never imagined that the weapon body refining technique would actually be able to fuse the rod into his body. The stick seemed to be the hilt of a divine weapon. But what made Gu Fei puzzled was that the two ends of the stick were abnormally smooth, without any signs of being broken. If it was the hilt, then where was the blade? Looking inside, Gu Fei found that the purple sword qi that had merged into his body was swimming in his flesh. It could gather and disperse, but it did not completely merge into his flesh. He tried to control the strand of sword qi in his body. As expected, the strand of sword qi began to surge towards his right hand according to his will. Afterwards, a violet glow appeared in Gu Fei's right palm. An extremely sharp strand of sword qi condensed in his hand. Afterwards, a simple sword that gave off an ancient presence appeared in his hand. Gu Fei could feel that the sword hilt in his hand was a tangible object. Was that cudgel? As for the sword blade, it was not tangible. It was condensed from sword qi. The purple sword blade was close to a true divine weapon. The shock in Gu Fei's heart was at its peak. Why does the sect leader have a weapon tempering technique? Moreover, he knew that it was not a coincidence that the stick passed down by the sect could be stimulated by the body-refining weapon. There seemed to be a mystery behind everything that puzzled Gu Fei, but at this moment, it was impossible for him to figure out the secret behind it. Power. Only with the power to look down on the world could all the mysteries be easily solved. Swish. Gu Fei waved the long sword in his hand, and a bright sword light immediately slashed out. It rushed forward and seemed to directly cut the void. The sword light dissipated, and a sword mark appeared on the ground silently. Although he had never cultivated the sword Dao, Gu Fei was pleasantly surprised to be able to unleash such a sharp sword qi with a light wave. With this secret weapon in hand, he would be able to win the competition tomorrow by a surprise move. Moreover, if the stick that was integrated into his body condensed in his hand, it was equivalent to holding a divine sword in his hand. He would not be afraid of the sharp blade, and he could also hurt the enemy invisibly. Gu Fei's mind moved slightly. Swish. With a sound, he put the short stick in his right palm. The sword qi also disappeared and completely melted into his flesh and blood. Sure enough, this short rod had a great origin. Only by fusing it with the weapon body tempering art would one be able to bring out the might of this short rod. This inconspicuous short stick would have an amazing change. Something that could be discovered together with the ancient body refining technique was definitely not an ordinary thing. But it seemed that for hundreds of years, no one had integrated this sword hilt into the body and stimulated the power of the short stick. Was it because of the lack of this technique? Gu Fei did not know, and perhaps even his deceased master Wan Xianqing did not know. Perhaps the secret of this technique was only known to the head of the Taishan sect, Taoist Shantian, who taught the technique to Gu Fei. The more Gu Fei thought about it, the more he felt that this magical technique was very likely to be the secret between the Green Spirit Peak and Taoist Shantian. In the cave residence, Gu Fei sat cross-legged again and used the weapon refining technique to nourish the purple sword qi formed by the sword hilt with the 5 elements essence qi. Tiny rays of light emerged from Gu Fei's body, and waves of obscure yuan qi spread out from his body. The fluctuations were vaguely mixed with an incomparably fierce sword qi. He wanted to make his body and the sword qi fit together, and only through the process could he exert the greatest power of the sword qi. The weapon refining technique was now Gu Fei's trump card. Time passed unknowingly. The yuan qi in the cave residence was still fluctuating, but the sword qi gradually became purer, as if it had lost its sharpness and became obscure. Dang! Suddenly Gu Fei, who was in a meditative state, heard a melodious bell sound. Originally, people who were in a deep state of cultivation, even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them, they would absolutely not be disturbed. However, this bell sound seemed to penetrate the void and directly acted on Gu Fei's heart, awakening him from his meditative state. The bell sound was melodious, shaking between heaven and earth, lasting for a long time. Just as the bell sound was about to disappear, another bell sound rang out. Gu Fei hurriedly stopped cultivating and stood up from the ground. His eyes shot out like lightning as he murmured, "Is it finally going to start?" The door of the cave residence slowly opened, and a ray of sunlight shone in. Gu Fei, dressed in white, strode out from inside. He did not bring anything with him and his hands were empty, but he was full of confidence because his weapon was not in his hand, but in his body. The weapon refining technique was so amazing that no one could sense anything strange in Gu Fei's body. The short rod that had fused with his flesh and blood was hidden in Gu Fei's body. As long as Gu Fei willed it, the short rod would appear from his body and become a divine weapon. It's daybreak. Gu Fei looked up to the east and saw a red sun hanging above the mountains on the horizon. The sun rose from the east, emitting endless light, illuminating the world. The melodious bell sound was still shaking between heaven and earth. At Taishan Mountain, the disciples of the 9 peaks and 9 lineages came out of their respective cultivation places and then went to Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by the 8 peaks. Gu Fei did not dare to be slow, because the 9 lineages trials would be held today. He hurriedly went down the mountain. As he walked through the forest, he picked a few fresh fruits from the trees next to him to satisfy his hunger. Taishan Mountain was a place of great heroes. There were countless wild fruits in the mountains and they could be seen everywhere. But cultivators were very casual about their diet. When they were hungry and thirsty, they would drink from the mountain spring and eat wild fruits. This was the life of a cultivator. At least, this was what the cultivators of Taishan sect did. When Gu Fei came to the square of Taishan Temple, the disciples of the 9 lineages were almost all there. The disciples of the 9 lineages stood in the square in an orderly manner, led by their masters. Chapter 35. The sun rose in the east, and at the top of the steps in front of the Supreme Mystery Temple, there were 8 seats in a row. The head of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Taoist Shen, sat in the middle, and on either side of him sat the heads of the 7 branches. At this time, the disciples of the 9 branches of the Supreme Mystery Sect had all gathered on both sides of the square below the steps. 9 circular arenas had already been set up in the square. Each arena was 10 feet tall and 15 feet wide. At this time, all the disciples were whispering about who would win today's competition and who would enter the top 10. The topic of the disciples revolved around Li Lingfeng, Dongfang Qin, and a man named Ziyu. No one would talk about Gu Fei of Green Spirit Peak, because, in the eyes of the young disciples, Gu Fei's cultivation was absolutely at the bottom of the younger generation. It was a waste of a spot for him to participate in the 9 branches trials. Li Lingfeng, Dongfang Chen, Ziyu? Gu Fei sneered. His eyes swept across the disciples, paying attention to the young disciples who might be his opponents today. He saw Dongfang Chen and he also saw Wang Yuanji, who he hated. And among the outstanding disciples of the head of the sect, standing in front of all the young disciples was a young man of about 20 years old. Gu Fei knew that person. He was the eldest senior brother of the head of the sect, Li Lingfeng. Since entering the sect, Gu Fei had not seen Li Lingfeng many times. This was because both of them were crazy about cultivation. They spent all their time on cultivation and rarely left the place of cultivation. Li Lingfeng was known as a cultivation genius. After entering the sect, he had stood out among the young disciples before the age of 20, awakening his cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of the sky, allowing him to sit firmly on the throne of the number 1 expert among the young disciples. He didn't have an outstanding appearance, nor did he have a slender figure. Li Lingfeng's appearance was very ordinary, but it was this unremarkable person who displayed extraordinary cultivation talent. It had to be said that in the world of cultivation, there were still some amazing people. In every era there was no lack of geniuses. Li Lingfeng is definitely a good opponent. Gu Fei thought. As for Dong Fangchen, although he was also a strong opponent, after practicing the weapon refining body technique last night, Dong Fangchen was no longer a threat to him. This was not because Gu Fei was arrogant, but because of the intuition of a martial artist. Although Dong Fangchen was strong, Gu Fei did not think that Dong Fangchen could stop his pace. Warriors of the same realm were stronger than martial cultivators in close combat. Once a martial cultivator was closed in by a warrior of the same realm, it meant that this martial cultivator had already lost. In close combat, martial artists had an absolute advantage. Martial techniques were also killing techniques. Once they got close, they would either die or be injured. Even if they didn't get close, martial techniques and divine abilities could resist the spells of martial cultivators. Therefore, when a martial artist of the awakened seven heavens faced a martial cultivator of the same seventh heavens, the outcome was self-evident. He might even be able to put up a fight against an eighth heavenly layer cultivator. Standing behind Li Lingfeng was a handsome young man who exuded a delicate aura. That person must be Ziyu. He is indeed handsome, but he seems to be too handsome. He looks a bit like a girl. Gu Fei found that the young man's skin was fair and radiant. He even made people suspect that this person was a girl dressed as a man. At this moment, the head of the Biyun Peak, the Xuanfa Taoist who was sitting next to Taoist Shantian, stood up and walked to the front. He looked around at the disciples on both sides of the square and said in a clear voice, "I hereby announce that the 9 Peaks competition has officially begun. Participating disciples, please come forward." Of the 9 Peaks of Supreme Mystery, the other 8 had sent out 10 disciples. Only the Green Spirit Peak had sent 1 person to participate, and that person was Gu Fei. As soon as the Xuanfa Taoist's voice fell, 10 young disciples walked out from each of the branches. Gu Fei also walked up. He was the only disciple of the Green Spirit Peak, so he was directly qualified to participate in the competition. Unlike the other branches who had the advantage in numbers, they first had to compete internally before deciding who would go on stage. Thus, in front of the square at the bottom of the steps, gathered 81 disciples in white. The competition to determine the top 10 among the younger generation of disciples would begin among these 81 disciples. As the disciples walked out, a middle-aged Taoist and 2 Taoist children walked down the steps at the same time. The middle-aged Taoist who was walking in front held a brush in his right hand and a book in his left. The 2 Taoist children who were following closely behind the middle-aged Taoist were carrying a wooden box together. The middle-aged Taoist walked down the steps and stood to the side. The 2 Taoist children carried the wooden box to the front of the disciples. "Draw lots." The Xuanfa Taoist's voice spread throughout the square. Drawing lots to determine each disciple's opponent was the fairest method. Whether it was a good or a bad draw depended entirely on one's luck. The sect leader's eldest senior brother, Li Lingfeng, was the first to walk up. He reached into the round hole on the wooden box and took out a jade tablet. He then handed it to the middle-aged Taoist standing beside him. The middle-aged Taoist looked at the jade tablet, then waved his brush and wrote down a person's name in the book in his hand. Around the square, the surrounding disciples whispered to each other. They were all very curious as to who the opponent of the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Taishan sect would be. Who would be so unlucky as to meet an expert like Li Lingfeng in the first round? In the wooden box, there were 81 jade tablets with the names of 81 disciples written on them. Whoever was drawn would be their opponent. If their luck was so good that they drew their own name, then the disciple who drew their name would have to draw again until they drew someone else's name. After Li Lingfeng drew his lot, he retreated to the side. Then the other disciples walked up one after another and drew their opponents from the wooden box. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to draw his lot. Among the disciples of the 8 branches, he found Zhao Ziru's figure. He was a little surprised that Zhao Ziru could actually be ranked in the top 10 of the Purple Bamboo Peak. At this time Zhao Ziru also saw Gu Fei. She walked over to Gu Fei. "Senior brother Gu." Zhao Ziru greeted Gu Fei. She was not surprised to see Gu Fei here because Gu Fei was the only one left in the Green Spirit Peak. It was already a matter of fact that he would participate in the 9 vein trials. "Junior sister Zhao, I didn't think you would also participate in the 9 vein trials." Gu Fei looked Zhao Ziru up and down and was a little surprised. Half a year ago, Zhao Ziru's cultivation seemed to be at the 5th level of the awakened realm, but today this Purple Bamboo Peak disciple seemed to have broken through to the 6th level. Under Gu Fei's burning gaze, Zhao Ziru couldn't help but blush. She said in a low voice, "Senior brother Gu, please show mercy in the competition later." Show no mercy, but if the opponent is junior sister Zhao, I will make an exception, Gu Fei said with a serious face. Good, show no mercy. Suddenly, a disdainful voice came from beside Gu Fei. Then a handsome young man in white walked past Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru with an arrogant expression. Dongfang Qin. Gu Fei stared at the young man walking towards him. His eyes flashed. I'll show you today. Anger rose in Gu Fei's heart. At this time, while Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru were talking, a small portion of the people had already walked up and drawn their opponents from the wooden chests held by the two Dao children. Senior brother, let's also go draw lots. Zhao Ziru said to Gu Fei when she saw that most people had already drawn their lots. Chapter 36. After the lots were drawn, a duel list was posted, and a group of disciples immediately gathered around to have a look. Through this method of drawing lots, every disciple who participated in the 9 Peaks competition would have 2 duels with the other 2 disciples. In the 2 duels, the disciple who won 2 duels and the disciple who won 1 and lost 1 would be able to advance to the next round of the competition, while the disciple who lost 2 duels would be eliminated. The reason why the next round of the competition was not decided according to the method of determining the winner or loser in one duel was that it would often bury the other disciples who had great potential and had a lot of room to play. For example, if Li Lingfeng were to fight against Dongfang Chen would be eliminated once he lost, and with Dongfang Chen's strength, he would definitely not stop there. Therefore, in order to avoid this kind of thing, each disciple had 2 duels. Even if one of the 2 duels was lost, he would not be eliminated because of it. Of course, if someone were to draw a strong opponent like Li Lingfeng and he was drawn by another strong opponent, then he would be out of luck. Humph! I didn't expect that my second opponent would be him. Gu Fei was among a group of disciples, looking at the duel list of the first round of the competition. A faint smile appeared on his face. Among the 2 opponents, one of them was an acquaintance. Who would have thought that the 2 of them would meet in the first round of the competition? Hehe. Gu Fei, you're doomed to be unlucky this time. Suddenly, an eccentric voice came from the side. When Gu Fei heard this voice, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't need to look to know who the owner of this voice was. He was too lazy to pay attention to this annoying guy. However, this guy was very untactful. Seeing that Gu Fei was ignoring him, he didn't retreat, but instead came forward and whispered in Gu Fei's ear, "If you are willing to return the talisman to me, maybe I can ask Brother Dongfang to let you lose in a more dignified manner." Gu Fei fiercely turned his face around. His eyes were as sharp as a blade as he stared at the uninvited guest and said in a deep voice, "Wang Yuanji, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Is this the so-called descendant of an aristocratic family?" That person was already afraid after being glared at by Gu Fei's sharp gaze. However, when he heard Gu Fei's words, his expression changed from shock to anger. The muscles on his face twitched slightly due to anger. "Ah, good Gu Fei, you have guts." Wang Yuanji was so angry that he laughed. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards Dongfang Chen. It seemed like he was going to find Dongfang Chen to vent his anger for him. Some of the surrounding disciples had already noticed this scene, and they were all shocked. They couldn't understand why Gu Fei dared to provoke Wang Yuanji. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, the disciples of the Green Spirit Peak were all trash. This had already become a consensus among the disciples, and Gu Fei's cultivation had always been at the bottom of the younger generation of disciples in the sect. Why was he so confident this time? Was he not afraid that Wang Yuanji would settle the score with him? It turned out that the matter of Gu Fei defeating Wang Yuanji had not spread within the sect. This Wang Yuanji actually had some means to make the 2 disciples who had always been on good terms with him keep their mouths shut. Sure enough, Gu Fei saw that Wang Yuanji had said something to Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen's gaze immediately turned towards Gu Fei, his eyes flashing. However, no one would have thought that the current Gu Fei was no longer afraid of Wang Yuanji. This Wang Yuanji's cultivation was only at the peak of the 5th level, and Gu Fei's cultivation was already 2 levels higher than his. The current Gu Fei could defeat Wang Yuanji with one hand, so why would he care about this person who was far weaker than him? Even if it was Dongfang Chen, he was only a cultivator of the same level as him. Moreover, among cultivators of the same level, he naturally had an advantage and was stronger than cultivators of the same level. "Senior brother, what did that Wang Yuanji come to talk to you about?" Zhao Ziru walked over from the side and asked worriedly. She knew Wang Yuanji's character. He was a smooth and slick person among the young disciples. Nothing much. Gu Fei did not want Zhao Ziru to know about the grudge between him and Wang Yuanji. Just as Zhao Ziru was about to say something, suddenly, A melodious bell rang out from the supreme profound hall, causing all the disciples' spirits to rise. For a moment the noisy plaza quietened down. The sound of the bell also interrupted the conversation between Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru. On the steps in front of the supreme profound hall, the figure of the profound technique Taoist appeared. He took a step forward and looked around at the countless disciples in the plaza. He said in a clear voice, "The competition begins." As he spoke, he flicked his sleeves, walked back to his seat and sat down. The rumbling sound of the drum resounded through the sky, like the sound of war drums on the battlefield. When Gu Fei heard it, he suddenly felt his blood boil. It's starting. After a round of beating of the drum, the crowd of disciples swarmed towards the 9 arenas in the square. There were 9 arenas and 18 people would fight at a time. Out of the 81 disciples participating in the competition, 9 rounds would be enough to complete their first round. "Senior brother, I'm going up." Zhao Ziru was among the 18 people who went up for the first time. Gu Fei looked at Zhao Ziru and said, I wish you victory." Zhao Ziru's face inexplicably blushed, revealing a trace of shyness, and then she walked towards one of the arenas. The 9 arenas, from west to east, were lined up in a row from the first to the 9th arena. Zhao Ziru's opponent was the 3rd arena. At this time, the disciples of the Purple Bamboo Peak had already gathered below the stage. Zhao Ziru's opponent was a disciple of the Full Moon Peak, named Chu Zhan. The disciples of the Full Moon Peak also came below the stage to cheer for Chu Zhan. "Master." Zhao Ziru came below the stage and smiled at her master, Yan Xingyun. However, there was not the slightest trace of nervousness on her face. "Be careful." Zhao Ziru's master, Yan Xingyun, instructed. Yan Xingyun was a charming middle-aged female Taoist from the Purple Bamboo Peak. She wore a green Taoist robe and looked very graceful. In a competition between disciples, one should stop at a certain point. However, a competition was, after all, a competition. Occasionally there would be mistakes and injuries to the opponent. Zhao Ziru responded and stomped on the ground with her right leg. Her body immediately soared into the sky and landed lightly on the stage. Even without using any Dao techniques, one could still leap onto the Wenzhong Tall Arena. Zhao Ziru's appearance was as beautiful as a flower. Her white clothes were whiter than snow. The majority of the disciples below the stage, including those from the Purple Bamboo Peak, were male disciples. When they saw Zhao Ziru going up the stage, they immediately had a breathtaking feeling, attracting the attention of the male disciples below the stage. At this time, Zhao Ziru's opponent, Chu Zhan of the Full Moon Peak, also jumped onto the stage. The two of them walked closer to each other. When the distance between them was about 10 feet, they stood still. Chapter 37. Junior Sister Zhao, please? Chu Zhan did not dare to be negligent. He clasped his hands towards Zhao Ziru, then with a serious expression, he formed a hand seal and released all the mana in his body. A layer of misty fire immediately enveloped Chu Zhan and a scorching aura immediately spread out from his body. Fire Dao technique? When Zhao Ziru saw the fluctuation of mana from Chu Zhan's body, she was immediately delighted. Because she herself practiced the water purification Dao technique. As the saying goes, water and fire are incompatible. Among the 5 elements, water restrains fire. When water Dao technique is used against fire Dao technique, it has an innate advantage. However, Zhao Ziru's master, Yan Hengyun, who was below the stage, frowned and muttered, "This Chu Zhan's cultivation is not low. Looks like there will be a tough battle. Senior brother Chu, defeat her. Junior sister Zhao, let him see the power of our Purple Bamboo Peak disciples. Full Moon Peak will win. Purple Bamboo Peak will win." Before the two of them even started fighting, the disciples below the stage began to cheer. However, in terms of numbers, Full Moon Peak had the advantage. Therefore, the shouts of Full Moon Peak disciples were clearly louder than those of Purple Bamboo Peak. TSK, this is not a competition of whose voice is louder. Although many of the Purple Bamboo Peak disciples thought so, their shouts became even louder. At this time, Zhao Ziru formed a hand seal and waves of visible ripples immediately spread out from her body. It was as if transparent waves had appeared around her, surging up and down. The heavy water vapor caused everyone's vision to distort. The fluctuation of mana that was emitted was not weaker than Chu Zhan's. Fireball technique. Chu Zhan let out a soft shout and waved his hands. Layers of fire surged and quickly gathered around him to form 9 large fireballs about a foot in diameter. A wave of heat surged out, and even the disciples watching the battle below the stage felt the unusual heat. Go. Chu Zhan pointed forward and the 9 fireballs immediately turned into 9 rays of firelight and flew towards Zhao Ziru. The stage was instantly filled with fire and raging flames. Before the fireball even arrived, the powerful fire force had already caused ripples to form on the water screen in front of Zhao Ziru, causing her to feel a strong sense of oppression. Gu Fei, who was hiding among the purple bamboo peak disciples, couldn't help but worry for Zhao Ziru when he saw this scene. Although water could subdue fire, if fire was strong enough, it could also subdue water. Both of them are at the 6th layer of the Awakening Self stage. I'm afraid it will be difficult for junior sister Zhao to defeat Chu Zhan. With Gu Fei's current cultivation of the 7th layer of the Awakened Heaven, his eyes had become a lot more sinister. With a single glance, he was able to guess the cultivation realms of the two people. The 9 fireballs smashed over, causing the space to tremble, and the air on the stage seemed to be evaporated by the terrifying fire energy. The fireballs created an earth-shattering fire, enveloping towards Zhao Ziru, sealing off all the space in front of her, making it impossible for her to dodge. If she retreated, Chu Zhan would immediately send out the next wave of powerful attacks, forcing her off the stage. This Chu Zhan from the Full Moon Peak seemed to understand some of the rules of the battlefield. He attacked mercilessly, seized the upper hand, and then completely defeated his opponent in one go. Using water to break fire, water to fill the world. Zhao Ziru's expression was incomparably solemn. Her hands continuously formed hand seals, and an endless amount of water energy surged out from her body, setting off layers upon layers of huge waves that rumbled as they swept towards the fireball that was smashing towards her. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. The monstrous wave and the sea of fire instantly collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The two incompatible powers violently collided, and the mighty aftershock immediately caused the stage to tremble violently, as though it was about to collapse. The crowd of disciples who were watching the battle below the stage immediately burst into an uproar. They let out waves of exclamations and then retreated far away, not daring to stay any longer. Gu Fei also quietly retreated with the disciples of the Full Moon Peak and Purple Bamboo Peak. However, his brows were furrowed. It seemed that such a head-on confrontation was somewhat disadvantageous to Zhao Ziru. Just when the disciples of the younger generation thought that the arena was about to collapse, the wooden arena suddenly emitted a misty green light, and an obscure fluctuation of magic power spread out. The arena immediately became motionless like a mountain, and it didn't sway in the slightest. The power of water and fire collided on the stage, no longer affecting the stage beneath their feet. The power of water and fire collided on the stage, but were all dissolved into nothingness by the misty green light. The wooden stage was obviously imbued with some kind of spiritual power to ensure that the stage would not be destroyed during the competition. Although the participants were all disciples of the younger generation, the power of their Dao techniques was not something that a mere ordinary stage could withstand. The figures of Zhao Ziru and Chu Zhan moved quickly on the stage, continuously displaying their Dao techniques. For a moment, the stage was steaming, and waves of unbearable heat waves spread out. For a moment, there was a burst of cool water vapor. After the two of them clashed head-on, they fought steadily. The two of them were not in a hurry to win, so they first exchanged Dao techniques with their opponents. Even if Zhao Ziru and Chu Zhan's strength were about the same, it was impossible for either of them to completely overwhelm the other. Just now, when the water and fire collided, the loud sound attracted the attention of the disciples of the other branches who were watching from the side of the stage. Even the heads of the 7 branches and the head of the Taishan sect, Daoist Xiantian, who were sitting on the steps in front of the square, cast a surprised look at the third stage. "Junior brother Long, that girl from your Purple Bamboo Peak is not bad," Daoist Xiantian said to Long Hongxue, who was sitting next to him. The head of Full Moon Peak, Daoist Xuansong, frowned. How good were the eyes of experts like them? With one look, it was clear who had won and who had lost. "Ah, senior brother sect leader is too kind." Long Hongxue laughed. He was proud that a disciple of his branch had won. Long Hongxue, the head of Purple Bamboo Peak, was one of the few leaders of the 7 branches who did not use a Dao name. He had a Dao name, but when he was young and roamed the world of cultivation, he used his real name. Very few people knew his Dao name. On the 9 arenas, other than Zhao Ziru and Chu Zhan on the 3rd arena, who were locked in a stalemate for a moment, the people on the other 8 arenas had already decided the victor one after another. "You are Gu Fei of Green Spirit Peak?" Just as Gu Fei was watching the battle of the Grand Elders, a gentle voice suddenly came from beside him. "Oh?" Gu Fei quickly turned his head and saw a young man in white standing behind him. When Gu Fei saw the young man's face, his eyes lit up. This was a young man who could make beautiful women jealous, because he was handsome to the point of being evil. His appearance was not inferior to Zhao Ziru's. Chapter 38. Let's talk somewhere else. Ziyu said, then walked to a place with fewer people. Although Gu Fei had some doubts, he still followed. The others were focused on the fierce battle in the ring, so no one noticed the interaction between Gu Fei and Ziyu. Why are you looking for me? After the two stood still, Gu Fei said straightforwardly. He was very curious why this outstanding disciple of the Taishan Peak's leader would look for him. I heard that you and Dongfang Chen seem to have some misunderstanding. Ziyu did not pretend and went straight to the point. The friction between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen did not hide from the ears and eyes of those who were observant. Humph! It was that Dongfang Chen who looked for me. Although I don't want to cause trouble, if trouble insists on looking for me, I don't mind getting rid of this trouble. Gu Fei rolled his eyes and two cold lights suddenly shot out from his eyes, shooting straight at Ziyu's handsome face that could be described as demonic. Facing Gu Fei's eyes that were as bright and sharp as stars, Ziyu's heart trembled for no reason. He saw a trace of killing intent in Gu Fei's eyes. This actually made the outstanding disciple of the sect leader feel awe in his heart, and a trace of uneasiness emerged from the bottom of his heart. In this instant, he knew that the only disciple of the Green Spirit Peak in front of him had already expressed obvious hostility towards him. This was not a good thing. Cough cough. Ziyu coughed twice, calmly suppressing the trace of uneasiness in his heart, and then said with a smile, "Don't misunderstand, I have no ill intentions. It's just that I want to remind you, don't force Dongfang Chen into a corner, otherwise you will be in danger." When Ziyu broke into a smile, Gu Fei actually felt his eyes light up. He simply thought that Ziyu was not a man, but a peerlessly beautiful woman. This kind of feeling was very absurd. Then many thanks for senior brother's reminder. Gu Fei's hostility towards Ziyu immediately disappeared. He smiled disapprovingly, and then turned his gaze back to the battle in the ring. Seeing that Gu Fei did not seem to care about his advice, Ziyu was somewhat helpless and then said, "That's all I have to say. Junior brother, be careful, I'm going to go on stage. I won't see you off." Gu Fei turned around and nodded to Ziyu. Ziyu smiled, then turned around and walked down the steps in front of the square. Over there, Li Lingfeng seemed to glance unintentionally at Gu Fei. Ziyu Li Lingfeng, the branch of the head. Gu Fei continued to stroke his chin and pondered for a moment. First, the head had passed on to him a method of weapon refinement, and now it seemed that both Ziyu and Li Lingfeng were paying attention to him. Why would the branch of the head of Taishan Peak pay attention to him? This made Gu Fei unable to understand. Suddenly there was a clamor in front of him. Gu Fei hurriedly looked up, and saw that on the third ring, the battle between Zhao Ziru and Chu Zhan had already reached a white-hot stage. On the ring, dozens of water dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They were not really formed from water but formed from the power of water of the five elements, vast and mighty water elemental power surging out. It could be seen that Zhao Ziru had already displayed her water elemental Dao techniques to the fullest extent, and that Full Moon Peak disciple, Chu Zhan, had already displayed all of his skills. Countless firebirds soared around him, and waves of terrifying heat waves caused the surrounding air to seem to have evaporated. The water dragons and firebirds continued to bite and pounce, constantly vanishing. The water dragons surrounded the firebirds from all directions, and that Chu Zhan stubbornly held on. His hands repeatedly formed seals, and streams of spiritual power poured into the firebirds around him, causing their power to increase greatly. And Zhao Ziru, who was hidden in the heavy waves, also formed seals, and sent her own spiritual power into the dozens of water dragons, extinguishing the seemingly endless firebirds around Chu Zhan. Chu Zhan withdrew his power as if he was already at a disadvantage. In fact, even if he was at a disadvantage, he still had the ability to counterattack. He was waiting for an opportunity, and the outcome was still unpredictable. The onlookers could see clearly, and Gu Fei had already noticed Chu Zhan's strangeness, and vaguely guessed his intentions. He was a little worried that Zhao Ziru would fall for it, and thought that he had already completely suppressed Chu Zhan. If the situation really continued to develop like this, it was very likely that Zhao Ziru would lose this match under Chu Zhan's counterattack. However, the high-level disciples of Purple Bamboo Peak could already see Gu Fei's worry, especially Zhao Ziru's master, Yan Hangyun, whose brows were already tightly knitted. During the match, reminders were not allowed. Everything depended on how Zhao Ziru grasped the battle technique and rhythm. Only by tempering herself in battle would she truly improve. The disciples of Full Moon Peak, on the other hand, had already stopped cheering for Chu Zhan, and were all nervously watching the two people fighting on the arena. Although Chu Zhan was at a disadvantage, it did not mean that he did not have a chance. Thus, the surroundings of arena number 3 quietened down. However, Chu Zhan was destined to lose. On the arena, a vast wave of spiritual power suddenly spread out, and then, a white jade seal with water vapor lingering around it appeared above Zhao Ziru's head. From the seal, a vast amount of water elemental energy was released, and in an instant the water elemental energy on the arena became extremely dense, and the firebirds around Chu Zhan dissipated one after another. Chu Zhan was immediately shocked, and without thinking he stretched out his right hand, and a red flag the size of a palm immediately appeared in his hand. Black Tortoise Seal? Master Xian Tsang, who was sitting high up on the platform, immediately changed his expression. He did not expect that Long Hongxue would actually give the treasure of Purple Bamboo Peak, the Black Tortoise Seal, to a young disciple to use. With the Black Tortoise Seal in hand, Zhao Ziru was equivalent to being invincible within the awakened 6th heaven, and even if she faced an opponent of the awakened 7th heaven, she would be able to contend against them. It could be said that Zhao Ziru had already won this match. At this time, the white jade seal floating above Zhao Ziru's head, which caused people's hearts to palpitate, had already been infused with spiritual power by Zhao Ziru, and it quickly expanded to the size of a small mountain, then smashed towards Chu Zhan. It was as if a huge mountain was moving, or as if a vast lake was pouring down from the sky. This part of the world was completely enveloped in the boundless power of water, and countless transparent ripples submerged the arena. Roar! Under the Black Tortoise Seal, Chu Zhan roared again and again. He desperately poured spiritual power into the small red flag in his hand, and the small flag in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling flame. The small flag in his hand instantly became a large flag surrounded by raging flames, and a huge shape of a firebird rushed out of the flag. The firebird erupted with a terrifying temperature, and immediately evaporated the water dragon formed by Zhao Ziru's spiritual power. It was extremely ferocious. Fierce Flame Flag? Master Long Hongxue of Purple Bamboo Peak, who was sitting next to Master Shen Tian, saw Chu Zhan use the large flag to resist the Black Tortoise Seal, but he was not surprised at all. The Master of Supreme Mystery Sect, Master Shen Tian, had a smile on his face as he watched the disciples on the 9 arenas compete. His gaze did not seem to be paying attention to that arena. Zhao Ziru and Chu Zhan used the Black Tortoise Seal and the Fierce Flame Flag respectively. The momentum was extremely great, and it immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of the other branches in the square. Everyone looked towards the 3rd arena in shock, and their gazes were all attracted by the tense scene on the arena. Gu Fei was no exception. However, he was wondering if the short stick that he had fused with his weapon refinement technique, which could unleash sharp sword chi, could contend against the Black Tortoise Seal and the blazing flame flag. Chu Zhan waved the large flag and raging flames soared into the sky. Countless huge firebirds emitted boundless flames, and rushed into the sky, colliding with the Black Tortoise Seal that was smashing down from the sky. Using such a powerful magic treasure consumed an astonishing amount of Fa Li. Chu Zhan only waved the fierce flame flag a few times, and his face became pale, as if all the Fa Li in his body had been sucked out. At the same time, Zhao Ziru did not feel good either. Using the Black Tortoise Seal also consumed a large amount of Fa Li. She also seemed to be abnormally tired, and her clothes were already drenched in sweat. Rumble? The Black Tortoise Seal that was directly smashing down from above Chu Zhan's head seemed unstoppable, and the space under the seal began to tremble. The huge firebirds that rushed into the sky collided with the Black Tortoise Seal that was the size of a small mountain, and only ripples appeared. They could not stop the large seal from smashing down. Chapter 39. Chu Zhan waved the Li Flame Flag. Above the vermilion flag that was wreathed in raging flames, there were firebirds that were so realistic that they looked like fire phoenixes. They emitted an unparalleled heat as they flapped their wings and charged towards the Black Tortoise Seal. However, the Black Tortoise Seal that was as big as a small mountain above Chu Zhan's head directly smashed the firebirds that were charging towards it. When the firebirds exploded, the burst of raging flames was like a small sun that appeared in the sky, causing the spectators below the stage to be unable to look directly at it. The result of this match was already very obvious. Chu Zhan's body was already on the verge of collapse. In front of Zhao Ziru, who was activating the Black Tortoise Seal, he was already powerless to turn the situation around. Rumble? The Black Tortoise Seal descended and the vast and mighty power of water was like a surging ocean in the sky. The gazes of everyone in the square were already attracted by the power emitted by the Black Tortoise Seal. Junior Zhao has already won. The Black Tortoise Seal of the Purple Bamboo Peak is indeed extraordinary. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei already knew that Chu Zhan's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. As expected, as the Black Tortoise Seal in the sky slowly pressed down, the boundless power of water came down mightily and pounced towards the fire birds that were charging towards it. The power of fire emitted by the Lai Flame flag was gradually suppressed. A large flag was waved by Chu Zhan and made a fluttering sound. However, the fiery light emitted by the Lai Flame flag began to dim. Zhao Ziru formed a seal and pointed towards the Black Tortoise Seal in the sky. Instantly, a water-blue energy surged out from the seal like a surging river and swept down from the sky. In an instant, Chu Zhan, who had almost exhausted all the Fa Li in his body, was sent flying out of the stage. At this moment, Chu Zhan could not even hold the Lai Flame flag firmly in his hand. He simply did not have any power to resist and was sent flying into the sky. The crowd of Full Moon Peak disciples below the stage could not help but exclaim loudly. Then they saw a middle-aged Taoist wearing a green robe soar into the sky. With a wave of his right hand, the Lai Flame flag immediately flew out from Chu Zhan's hand. It quickly shrunk to the size of a palm and fell into the hands of the middle-aged Taoist. Then the middle-aged Taoist caught Chu Zhan with one hand and lightly floated to the ground. Chu Zhan was still exhausted. The middle-aged Taoist stared coldly at Yan Hangyun of the Purple Bamboo Peak. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes and he carried his disciple and walked away. Chu Zhan's cultivation was just a little bit weaker than Zhao Ziru's, but Zhao Ziru's magic weapon, the Black Tortoise Seal, was not an ordinary item. Although this Black Tortoise Seal was not the genuine Black Tortoise Seal that was passed down from the ancient times, but it had been painstakingly refined by generations of Purple Bamboo Peak's chiefs, its power could be imagined. Chu Zhan's cultivation was only slightly weaker than Zhao Ziru's. However, Zhao Ziru's treasure, the Black Tortoise Seal, was not ordinary. Although this Black Tortoise Seal was not the genuine treasure that had been passed down from ancient times, it had been refined by the heads of the Purple Bamboo Peak. Its power could be imagined. After Zhao Ziru defeated Chu Zhan, she waved her hands and shot out seals towards the big seal in the sky. The surging water element power immediately retreated like the tide and entered the Black Tortoise Seal. After that, the Black Tortoise Seal spun in the sky, turning from big to small, transforming into a fist-sized white jade seal with blue light lingering around it. Zhao Ziru waved her hand and the crystal-clear white jade seal flew back into her hand. Holding the Black Tortoise Seal, she jumped off the stage. Zhao Ziru's master, Yan Hangyun, led his disciples to welcome her. Zhao Shuiqi on the other hand looked around. She was looking for someone, but she only saw that person's back disappear into the crowd. The sect leader of the Supreme Mystery Sect and the 7 faction heads, who were sitting on the steps of the plaza, were not surprised by the result of the third arena. However, the expression of the head of the Full Moon Peak Taoist Shen Song was a little ugly. This Chu Zhan was an outstanding disciple of Full Moon Peak's younger generation, and he also had Full Moon Peak's magic treasure, the Lai Flame flag. He originally thought that with the power of the Lai Flame flag, even if his cultivation was slightly weaker than Purple Bamboo Peak's Zhao Ziru, he still had a chance of winning. However, Taoist Master Shen Song did not expect Long Hongxue to hand over the Black Tortoise Seal to this disciple. Taoist Master Shen Song could not help but feel a little indignant. The 9 Meridians General Trials were held once every 10 years. Although it was said to verify the level of Dao techniques that the younger disciples had learned in the past 10 years, it was also, to a large extent, a contest between the 9 Meridians of Taishan. Each Meridian wanted to overwhelm the other Meridians in the trials. Taoist Master Shen Song said indifferently, "Junior Brother Long, I didn't expect you to use the Black Tortoise Seal. It seems that you want your Purple Bamboo Peak disciples to enter the top 10 before entering the Ruined Sky Realm to train." His favored disciple, Chu Zhan, had already been defeated. Taoist Master Shen Song thought of Long Hongxue's intentions. The trip to the Ruined Sky Realm was related to the longevity grass. If one more disciple entered the Ruined Sky Realm, their chances of obtaining the longevity grass would be higher than the other sections. Ah! Don't tell me senior brother Shen Song has the same idea as me? Long Hongxue smiled. He was in a good mood. His disciple Zhao Ziru had already won a match. Even if she lost the second match, she would still be able to enter the second round. Alright junior brothers, let's just watch the next match. Taoist Master Shen Tian, who was sitting in the middle, raised his head to look at the sky. He then waved his sleeve and interrupted their conversation. Taoist Master Shen Tian knew the personalities of his two junior brothers. Even though they had cultivated for hundreds of years, their competitive nature had not diminished in the slightest. If the two were to continue talking, they would definitely start arguing again. That kid from Green Spirit Peak is going up. At this moment, a lone figure entered Taoist Master Shen Tian's field of vision. That person was Gu Fei. His first match was against one of the 9 branches, the young disciple of Morning Sun Peak, Li Hao. Li Hao was a slender youth with a thin face. He was less than 20 years old, but he had a hint of maturity that did not match his age. This was a person with a story. The first time Gu Fei laid eyes on this youth, he had this feeling. This person might have experienced things that others had not. Only by going through trials and tribulations would one mature. Take Gu Fei for example. For the past 10 years, he had been looked down upon by all the disciples of the 9 sections. Everyone thought that after he cultivated the ancient body tempering technique, he was crippled on the path of cultivation and had no more achievements. Just like that, Gu Fei's mind had been tempered after being looked down upon, bullied, and even stepped on by others over the past 10 years. As a result, he had become stronger than most people who had never experienced such things, and his cultivation heart had become even firmer. Now he focused on his heart. Whatever he thought, he would act accordingly. He would not let his mind be shackled at all. Only by doing as he pleased could he perform as he pleased. On the path of cultivation, if there were too many shackles in one's heart, too many worries, it would be very difficult to cultivate the cultivation method to the extreme realm. Only by maintaining a pure and innocent heart at all times could one walk further on the path of cultivation. Bang! Gu Fei arrived at the bottom of the 7th arena. His feet kicked off the ground, and his body shot into the sky like an arrow before landing on the arena. At this moment, Li Hao also leapt into the air and landed on the arena. Please. Chapter 40. Gu Fei fiercely shook his muscles and bones, and his entire body immediately emitted a thunderous explosion. Then, his legs pushed off the ground and his entire body bounced up like a spring. Like an extremely fierce tiger, he pounced towards Li Hao with the momentum of a tiger descending a mountain. At the same time as he pounced forward, Gu Fei's hands stretched forward, and his 5 fingers closed. His fingertips pointed downwards like a tiger's claws, and directly clawed towards Li Hao's head. This was exactly the move of a tiger pouncing on its prey, but it was used by Gu Fei to face his opponent. The dragon rides the clouds, the tiger follows the wind. This pounce of Gu Fei was exactly the momentum of a tiger pouncing on its prey. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, rushing towards Li Hao. A fiendish aura immediately pervaded the arena. Li Hao suddenly saw Gu Fei's pounce and couldn't help but be startled. The gust of wind hit his face, and in that instant, it was as if he had seen a tiger pouncing towards him. The Jade Spirit Peak did not cultivate Dao techniques. This was something that all the disciples of the Taishan sect knew, and Li Hao was no exception. He had already prepared to deal with Gu Fei's attack, but he had never expected that Gu Fei would use such a unique attack. This had already exceeded Li Hao's expectations, and it caused him to be secretly shocked. 5 elements illusion, earth perplexing steps. Li Hao was also not an ordinary person. To be able to step onto the arena, he was an outstanding disciple of the Shaoyang Peak. Of course, he would not be frightened by Gu Fei's pounce. He hurriedly chanted a technique, and his body immediately surged with a misty, sand-like light. In the next moment, Li Hao's figure disappeared within this sand-like light. Boom! Gu Fei directly pounced towards the misty, dust-like earth qi. Without the slightest hesitation, the thick earth qi was immediately dispersed in all directions by the force of his pounce. Earth-type Dao technique? Gu Fei's heart went cold. At this moment, the cloud of dust didn't disperse, but it enveloped the entire arena, and Gu Fei's line of sight was immediately obstructed. Below the stage, the spectators' vision was also obstructed, and they couldn't clearly see what was happening on the stage. When the disciples of Shaoyang Peak saw Li Hao use an Earth Attribute Dao technique to trap Gu Fei in an Earth Attribute energy, they couldn't help but shout excitedly, cheering for Li Hao. In their eyes, it was far too easy for the outstanding disciple of their Rising Sun Peak to win this match. After all, with Gu Fei's reputation as a good-for-nothing, no one believed that he would be able to defeat Li Hao. However, none of them knew that Li Hao, whom they thought highly of, had just been frightened by Gu Fei's pounce. Gu Fei's strength could not be underestimated, and Li Hao felt danger from his body. Li Hao hid within the gray, dust-like Earth Attribute energy. Activating his Dao technique, he drove the vast and heavy Earth Attribute energy towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei immediately felt as if the space around him had solidified, and a powerful force surged towards him from all directions. The gray earth attribute energy was about to pounce on his body. Umph. Gu Fei gave a cold laugh and all the muscles and bones in his body trembled. At the same time, the heavenly drum of thunder sounded, and at the same time, the huge amount of essence qi within his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh surged violently. A wave of qi immediately spread out from his body, forcing away the thick earth attribute energy that had surged towards him. However, Li Hao was hidden within the cloud of energy, and for a moment, Gu Fei couldn't determine Li Hao's exact position. He's in the dark, but I'm in the light. Gu Fei carefully sensed the ripples around him, and his eyes exploded with rays of light. He swept his gaze around, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the thick layer of earth attribute energy that surrounded him. Bind? Suddenly, a cold voice filled with hostility came from within the thick earth attribute energy. Then Gu Fei felt a strong wave of transcendence energy coming from his right. Immediately after, within the surging, sand-like earth attribute energy, qi, qi. The sound of qi rang out, and one after another, earth-yellow chains as thick as a child's arm shot out from within the gray dust-like earth attribute energy. From all directions they wrapped around Gu Fei. As Li Hao launched his attack, the transcendence energy that exploded from his body was immediately captured by Gu Fei. Gu Fei abruptly leaned over the arena, and then his body was like a python, sticking close to the surface of the arena. So, with a qi sound, he scurried towards the right like lightning. The countless chains formed from earth attribute energy that had wrapped around Gu Fei immediately missed, and from within the thick earth attribute energy came a cry of surprise. He then heard plop. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from the thick, gray earth attribute energy on the arena. Then, the thick earth attribute energy that enveloped the arena seemed to have lost some kind of power binding it. It could no longer condense and quickly dissipated. In the end, the thick earth attribute energy completely disappeared, revealing the two people on the arena. Of the two people, one was standing, and the other was lying on the arena, as if they had already fainted. When the disciples of the Shaoyang Peak below the arena saw the appearance of the person standing on the arena, they immediately became excited. What's going on? What happened? Why is he the winner? Not only the disciples of the Shaoyang Peak, but the disciples of the other branches were also extremely surprised when they saw the winner of the 7th arena. Zhao Ziru, who saw this scene from afar, revealed a trace of a smile on her face. As for Dong Fangchen and Wang Yuanji, who were closely watching the 7th arena, when they saw the person standing on the 7th arena, their expressions couldn't help but change. Sitting on the steps in front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, the sect master of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Daoist Shen looked at the person on the 7th arena with interest. He wasn't surprised. However, when the heads of the 7 branches sitting next to Daoist Shen saw the winner of the 7th arena, their eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Green Spirit Peak. This branch seems to have produced a pretty good disciple. The heads of the 7 branches were very clear that the ancient cultivation method of the Green Spirit Peak was very difficult to cultivate, but once it was successfully cultivated, it could display strength that far surpassed cultivators of the same level. It was for this reason that the Jade Spirit Peak lineage abandoned the Tao and focused on cultivating this ancient cultivation method after obtaining it. However, no one was able to cultivate this ancient cultivation method to the transcending mortality realm, which ultimately led to the decline of the Green Spirit Peak. The victor standing on the 7th arena was none other than Gu Fei. Over the past year, apart from cultivating in the cave dwelling, whenever he had time, he would go into the depths of the mountains to fight with fierce beasts. Over time he had learned some simple, direct, but powerful and practical fighting techniques from the fierce beasts he had killed. Tiger Pounce and Snake Movement were 2 of them. Gu Fei used the Snake Movement technique to avoid the attack of the Shaoyang Peak disciple Li Hao's Earth Attribute Dao technique. He instantly rushed to Li Hao's side and chopped at the artery in his neck, causing him to faint and fall to the ground. Li Hao's Dao technique immediately collapsed. Chapter 41. The only remaining disciple of the Jade Spirit Peak, Gu Fei, had defeated the outstanding disciple of the Shaoyang Peak, Li Hao. Almost everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground, especially the younger generation disciples of the 9 Supreme Mystery Meridians. They couldn't believe their eyes. Many people knew that just a year ago, Gu Fei was bullied by the disciple of the Tongtian Peak, Wang Yuanji, without the slightest ability to fight back. Now, Gu Fei seemed to have been reborn and easily defeated Li Hao. This result was difficult for the disciples of the Shaoyang Peak to accept. Of course, among the younger generation disciples, there were still a few people who knew of Gu Fei's strength. Ziyu was not surprised that Gu Fei could win. As for Dongfang Qin, he had already listed Gu Fei as one of his strong opponents. Even if he were to face Li Hao of the Shaoyang Peak, he would not be able to win so easily. Congratulations on your victory, senior brother. Zhao Ziru had been paying close attention to the battle between Gu Fei and Li Hao. Gu Fei had defeated Li Hao, which surprised her greatly. After Gu Fei jumped down from the arena, she went up to greet him. It's just luck, Gu Fei said indifferently. Although he said so, his eyes were filled with confidence. He thought, is a cultivator at the peak of the sixth heaven only SOSO? Senior brother Dongfang, look. In a corner of the square, Wang Yuanji and Dongfang Qin stood together, coldly looking at Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru. Wang Yuanji said fiercely. Dongfang Qin snorted coldly, looking at Gu Fei with incomparably cold eyes. He was also a little surprised that Gu Fei had defeated Li Hao, but it was more fun this way. He wanted to personally end Gu Fei's footsteps. Li Hao is really trash. He actually lost to Gu Fei. Wang Yuanji was filled with hatred. He couldn't wait for Li Hao to teach Gu Fei a lesson. Enough, your own cultivation can't compare to that Li Hao. If he's trash, then what are you? Hearing this, Dongfang Qin couldn't help but frown and impatiently say, if the Wang family and the Dongfang family did not have such a friendship, Dongfang Qin would not stand up for Wang Yuanji and provoke people like Gu Fei. This Gu Fei is definitely not simple. If he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger before, then this person is really scary. Dongfang Qin said indifferently. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? That's impossible. Wang Yuanji said in surprise. He knew about Gu Fei. A year ago Wang Yuanji, could easily play with Gu Fei in the palm of his hand. And? Dongfang Qin pondered for a moment, then said, if that's not the case, then something that we don't know happened to Gu Fei, and these things are enough to greatly increase his cultivation. It was not a coincidence that Dongfang Qin was able to become the eldest disciple of the sect leader, Li Lingfeng, and sit firmly in the second position of the younger generation of the 9 branches of the Supreme Mystery Sect. According to the information revealed by Wang Yuanji, he guessed the situation of Gu Fei. You mean a fortuitous encounter? Gu Fei got lucky? If Wang Yuanji still didn't understand what Dongfang Qin was referring to, then he was the #1 fool in the world. You send someone to carefully check what Gu Fei has done and where he has been in the past year. Dongfang Qin vaguely guessed something and ordered Wang Yuanji. Yes, brother Dongfang. Wang Yuanji quickly responded. The current Wang Yuanji, as long as it was something that was not good for Gu Fei, he was willing to do it and he would do it. With that, Wang Yuanji turned around and left to contact the so-called friends he had made in the Supreme Mystery Sect. This was the advantage of being a disciple of an aristocratic family. He had a wide network and many friends. Even if he was a playboy, there was absolutely no lack of scoundrels around him. Because behind the disciples of aristocratic families, there was the power of the family as a backer. What some people really valued was not Wang Yuanji but the Wang family behind him. Just like Dongfang Qin, he had always disapproved of Wang Yuanji's actions and did not want to have too much interaction with people like Wang Yuanji. However, the Wang family and the Dongfang family in the cultivation world of the state of Qi were inextricably linked. In this way, even if Dongfang Qin, hated Wang Yuanji, he had to stand up for him. At this time, Gu Fei, who was talking to Zhao Ziru, suddenly seemed to feel something and turned his head to look at Dongfang Qin. Their eyes collided in an instant and sparks flew. Both of them could see the strong hostility in each other's eyes. Humph! Dongfang Qin, you standing up for Wang Yuanji is the most stupid thing to do. Gu Fei's pupils contracted, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Gu Fei, don't be too proud. I will step on you in the arena. A cold smile appeared on Dongfang Qin's face. In the face of Gu Fei's sharp eyes, he was unmoved. The two of them were separated by at least 40 to 50 meters. Without saying anything, the two of them could see what the other wanted to express in the other's eyes. All of a sudden, in the hearts of Dongfang Qin and Gu Fei, a feeling of heroes cherishing heroes, a feeling of heroes cherishing heroes, a feeling of heroes cherishing heroes. Senior brother Gu. Zhao Ziru followed Gu Fei's gaze and found Dongfang Qin. Her heart couldn't help but move. It seemed that there was something wrong with Dongfang Qin and senior brother Gu. Dang. At this moment, a bell rang in the Supreme Mystery Temple. Gu Fei and Dongfang Qin withdrew their gazes at the same time. It turned out that the 81 young disciples who participated in the 9 Peaks trials had finished their first match. When the bell rang, the Xuanfa Taoist, who was sitting high on the steps, stood up and walked forward. The young disciples all walked toward the Xuanfa Taoist. The first match is now over. All disciples can temporarily disperse and rest for a while. The second match will be held in the afternoon. The Xuanfa Taoist looked around at the disciples below and said in a clear voice. Then Xiantian Taoist and the other heads of the 6 branches immediately stood up from their seats and walked into the Supreme Mystery Temple. The first match of the 9 Peaks trials was over. Some of the 81 outstanding disciples who participated in the competition were happy, while some were sad. The person who won the first round was naturally the one who was happy, but the person who lost the first round was definitely not happy. In the first match, other than Gu Fei's unexpected victory over Shaoyang Peak's Li Hao, there didn't seem to be such a good thing happening in the other matches. Without any suspense, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu and Dongfang Qin easily defeated their respective opponents and successfully advanced to the next round of the competition. As for those who lost, they still had a chance to advance to the next round. In the second match in the afternoon, as long as they could win, they could also advance to the next round. Only the disciples who lost in both matches would be completely eliminated. After Zhao Ziru separated from Gu Fei, she returned to the group of Purple Bamboo Peak disciples. Gu Fei, on the other hand, sat cross-legged under a pine tree in a secluded area of the plaza, resting with his eyes closed. In the second match in the afternoon, his opponent was Dongfang Qin. Facing an opponent like Dongfang Qin, Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless because he felt a lot of pressure from Dongfang Qin before. The Biyun Peak definitely had a great treasure. If Dongfang Qin used a powerful treasure during the competition, like the black tortoise seal of the Purple Bamboo Peak, it would be very difficult for him to win against Dongfang Qin. This was the advantage of martial cultivators. Although their bodies were not as strong as martial artists, they had the help of treasures. With Dao techniques and treasures, martial cultivators could display strength that exceeded their limits. Therefore, if a martial cultivator had a suitable treasure in hand, their attack power would multiply. This was common knowledge in the world of cultivation. Gu Fei sat under the pine tree. The blood, flesh and bones in his body were slowly surging. The essence of the 5 elements was transformed from his flesh and blood and then gathered in his dantian, forming a 5-colored ball of light. Then, the ball of light in his dantian dimmed and spread out waves of essence of the 5 elements into his muscles, bones, flesh and blood. This cycle continued without end. His body gradually emitted rhythmic explosions. Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached the level of changing marrow and exchanging blood. The new blood and qi in his bone marrow were slowly replacing the original blood and qi. The new blood and qi contained a huge amount of essence. It flowed throughout his body and expelled impurities, causing his body to transform. The skin that was exposed outside of Gu Fei's clothes flowed with an imperceptible luster. It was as if there were threads of light flowing under his skin. To cultivate the body against the natural order, Gu Fei wanted to refine his body into a treasured body. Even though he was still miles away from a true treasured body, it could not be denied that his body was advancing in that direction. In the distance, many disciples of the other 8 factions were pointing at Gu Fei under the pine tree. They seemed to be discussing Gu Fei and the battle between Gu Fei and Li Hao just now. The voices of those discussions drifted into Gu Fei's ears. These words were mostly negative and not praise for Gu Fei. However, whether they were good or bad, Gu Fei ignored them and did not care at all. The words of others could not cause Gu Fei's mind to waver. They could not affect his state of mind at all. Only by maintaining one's original heart and not being disturbed by external things could one move forward bravely on the path of cultivation. At this time, after the Xuanfa Taoist announced that the competition was temporarily suspended, temporary tents were quickly set up around the square for the disciples who were participating in the competition to rest. The disciples who did not participate in the competition were not allowed to disturb the disciples who were resting in the tents. In the first round of the competition, not everyone was like Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, Dongfang Qin, Ziyu and the others, who defeated their opponents with overwhelming strength as soon as they entered the arena. Most people would only emerge victorious or defeated after a round of intense battles with their opponents. The magic power that was consumed in the competition could not be recovered without a period of time to regulate one's qi and regulate one's yuan qi, as well as breathing. During this time, no one went to disturb Gu Fei. There were 2 reasons for this. One was that Gu Fei was no longer the same as before. The strength he had displayed made the few people who were hostile to him feel fear. The second reason was very simple. Today was a once-in-a-decade event for the Taishan sect. No one dared to cause trouble in the square of the Supreme Mystery Hall. In the square there were too many eyes watching everything. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, they would not be able to escape the eyes of those who had the intention. Therefore the square was very quiet. The disciples of the 9 branches only dared to talk in low voices. They did not even dare to speak loudly. After noon it gradually moved to the west. 4 hours later, there was another crisp sound of a bell in the Supreme Mystery Hall. Then the head of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Shantian Taoist, walked out of the Supreme Mystery Hall. Behind him were the 7 heads of the Supreme Mystery 7 branches. Coming to the steps in front of the hall, Shantian Taoist and the heads of the other 6 branches sat on the seats at the top of the steps. The Xuanfa Taoist, who was in charge of the 9 branches competition, walked straight up. The time has come. I now announce that the second round of the competition will now begin. Although the voice of the Xuanfa Taoist was not very loud, it spread to every corner of the square. It even spread out of the Supreme Mystery Peak and lingered between the mountains. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged under a pine tree at the side of the plaza, opened his eyes and stood up. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds erupted from his body. Chapter 42. The battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen attracted the attention of the vast majority of people. One was a former cultivation loser who was destined to never succeed in his cultivation, and the other was the leader of the younger generation of the Taishan sect, a young master who sat firmly in the second position of the younger generation. This confrontation was already full of suspense before it even began. Originally, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei, but after he defeated Li Hao, the outstanding disciple of Shaoyang Peak, no one dared to easily make a conclusion on this battle. However, in the hearts of the younger generation of the Taishan sect, they still believed that the winner of this confrontation would be Dongfang Chen. Li Hao of Shaoyang Peak, who had fought with Gu Fei in the morning, was inexplicably defeated. He still had many powerful techniques that he had not used yet, and he was very unconvinced. He paid more attention to the battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen than anyone else. Li Lingfeng Ziyu and the others who had not yet had their turn to fight, also came to the side of the 9th ring. They knew that Gu Fei still had a chance of winning. The Green Spirit Peak lineage was the most unique and the most unpredictable of the 9 veins of Taishan. This was because the cultivation method of this lineage was inherited from an ancient book that they had accidentally obtained. This ancient book recorded an ancient martial path. In the current world of cultivation, people who practiced martial arts were not very rare, but the true meaning of martial arts had disappeared over the endless years. In the world of cultivation, no one knew what kind of earth-shattering power the true meaning of martial arts would display. When people faced the unknown, the first thought that came to their minds was fear. Because of the unknown, it was difficult to grasp. Because of the unknown, they did not know the depth of the other party. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. If you knew nothing about your opponent, you would already be in a passive position and at a disadvantage that was not obvious. Although the disadvantage was not obvious, it was still a disadvantage. Therefore, almost all the disciples of the younger generation were paying attention to the battle on the 9th ring. He wanted to see what the cultivation method of the Green Spirit Peak was like. As for the older generation, they had a clear understanding of the Green Spiritual Peak lineage. This lineage could be said to be a heaven-defying lineage. It was extremely difficult to train the martial way to the extreme. However, if one succeeded in training the martial way, then the disciples of the Green Spiritual Peak lineage could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. At this time, Gu Fei had already walked under the ring, and Dongfang Chen also came under the lead of his master, Taoist Dan Yang. Behind Taoist Dan Yang was not only Dongfang Chen, but also a group of Biyun Peak's younger generation disciples. There were dozens of them. On the other hand, Gu Fei was alone. In the entire Jade Spirit Peak, he was the only one left. Dongfang Chen walked out from behind his master and looked at Gu Fei coldly. Then, without saying a word, he jumped onto the ring lightly and stood in the southeast corner. The mountain breeze blew and Dongfang Chen's clothes fluttered in the wind. His handsome appearance, slender figure and indifferent expression made him exude an elegant aura. Such an aura made many of the younger generation disciples under the ring feel inferior. This, perhaps, was the temperament of an amazing genius. Gu Fei sneered, then jumped up and stood in the northwest corner of the ring. This Dongfang Chen is very scheming. He seems to be standing casually, but he occupies the southeast corner. Gu Fei thought. Southeast was above and northwest was below. With such a position, Dongfang Chen faintly suppressed Gu Fei. In fact, in a competition, how to stand was also a skill. Junior brother Xian Fa, do you think that disciple of yours can win this competition? Taoist Shantian, who was sitting high up on the stairs, suddenly smiled and said to the Xian Fa Taoist. The Xian Fa Taoist couldn't help but frown. Seeing that the other heads of the branches were looking at him, he calmly said, Although the disciples of the Jade Spirit Peak are much stronger than ordinary disciples in the same cultivation realm, I still have confidence in my disciples. Haha, that Gu Fei's cultivation is at the 7th layer of heaven, and your disciple. Looks like it will be a fierce battle. Daoist Shen didn't know what to say. After all, this concerned the face of the Xian Fa Daoist. Suddenly, the head of the Purple Bamboo Peak, Long Hongxue, asked Daoist Shen, "Senior brother, do you still remember Wan Xianqing from the Jade Spirit Peak?" "Of course I remember. Junior brother Long, why are you talking about him?" Daoist Shen looked at Long Hongxue with some confusion. Wan Xianqing once used the cultivation of the 9th layer of heaven to shake an ascended mortality cultivator. Long Hongxue laughed. A trace of displeasure flashed across the Xian Fa Daoist's face. "Long Hongxue, aren't you saying that the most outstanding disciple of my Biyun Peak can't compare to Gu Fei from the Jade Spirit Peak?" The heads of the various branches were very clear about the cultivation methods of the Jade Spirit Peak. The path of martial cultivation in the Jade Spirit Peak was much more difficult than the path of Dao cultivation. However, among the same level of cultivators, Jade Spirit Peak disciples were stronger than Dao cultivators. Their battle strength could be said to be heaven-defying. This was the reason why the Jade Spirit Peak didn't give up on cultivating this ancient cultivation method. It was also because of this that the Jade Spirit Peak's branch declined. Invincible under the same level, this was undoubtedly a huge attraction. It's a pity that none of the disciples in this branch can take that crucial step. I really want to know how strong a martial cultivator who has broken through to the ascended mortality realm is. Daoist Shen said regretfully. "Yes, it's about to begin." Daoist Shen said, then turned his gaze back to the 9th arena. At this time, on the 9th arena, Gu Fei and Dongfang Qin, who were facing each other, were still pushing their auras to the limit. The powerful energy fluctuations coming from Gu Fei's body and the vast mana fluctuations coming from Dongfang Chen's body collided and rubbed against each other on the arena. The powerful auras coming from the two caused the expressions of the younger disciples near the arena to change. The powerful pressure forced them to retreat far away, not daring to stay near the arena. Everyone was incomparably shocked. They never imagined that Gu Fei's strength would be so tyrannical. It seemed like he could actually contend against the second strongest of the younger generation. Seeing this scene, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu's eyes lit up. Zhao Ziru temporarily didn't have her turn to fight on the arena. She was also mixed in the crowd, nervously watching the two people on the arena. Roar. Suddenly, Gu Fei's body sank as a sound similar to the roar of a ferocious tiger came from his throat. Then he pushed off the stage with his legs, causing his leg muscles to erupt with astonishing strength as he charged forward. Gu Fei's attack was very direct and very simple. Borrowing the momentum of rushing forward, he punched at Dongfang Chen's chest. The power in his body surged into his fist, and his fist was immediately covered in a layer of bright golden light. Dongfang Chen didn't dodge. He simply raised his right hand and at the same time took a step forward, and with a whoosh his right palm met Gu Fei's fist. His right palm also turned golden the moment it struck out. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with Gu Fei's. "Hey, fighting in close combat with me? You're simply courting death." When Gu Fei saw that Dongfang Chen had actually abandoned the Dao technique that he was most proficient in, and wanted to compete with his palm strength, a cruel smile immediately appeared on Gu Fei's face. "Ha!" Gu Fei shouted angrily. When his fist was about to collide with Dongfang Chen's right palm, his right fist suddenly changed into a claw. His little finger and ring finger bent inward, and his thumb, index finger and middle finger spread out, forming an eagle's claw. It bypassed Dongfang Chen's right palm at an incredible angle, and grabbed Dongfang Chen's right wrist joint with lightning speed. Dongfang Chen was shocked. He felt his wrist tighten as if it was strangled by an iron hoop, and then he was pulled forward by a strong force. At this time, Gu Fei's left fist had already fiercely hit Dongfang Chen's lower abdomen. Chapter 43. No one thought that the battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen would be decided in an instant. This scene happened very quickly, so quickly that the spectators outside the 9th ring were shocked. Turning his fist into a claw, he hooked his opponent's wrist and dragged it in front of him. At the same time, his left fist punched towards his opponent's abdomen. Gu Fei's movements could be said to be done in one breath. His movements were extremely fast, as if he had already thought of how to make his move. However, during a battle, the situation could change in an instant. It was impossible for Gu Fei to predict how Dongfang Chen would make his move. Gu Fei didn't have the ability to predict, so his reaction was nothing more than a warrior's instinct. In an instant he could use the most direct, practical and effective combat skills according to the situation. The moment Dongfang Chen's wrist was grabbed by Gu Fei, he knew that he was too arrogant. He thought that after being defeated by Lin Shui'er from the Shangqing sect a year ago, he could easily defeat the person in front of him. However, he didn't know that the moment they exchanged blows, his opponent had already put him in a difficult situation. This made this genius not only angry but also angry. Roar! The moment Gu Fei's fist hit his abdomen, Dongfang Chen let out an angry roar. Then, a powerful force erupted from his body, and a bright golden light emerged from his body. Bang! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist landed solidly on Dongfang Chen's abdomen. The powerful force that was stored in his fist immediately burst out like a flood. A circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from Dongfang Chen's fist. Peng! The clothes on his upper body were instantly torn to shreds by the explosive power of Gu Fei's fist and flew all over the sky. Gu Fei deliberately wanted to teach Dongfang Chen a lesson. Therefore, he didn't hold back because it was a competition between fellow disciples. The powerful fist force directly smashed Dongfang Chen into the air. In the exclamation of the audience, Dongfang Chen rolled in the air, jumped out of the ring and fell out in a parabola. As long as his feet touched the ground under the ring, he would lose. Disciple. Below the stage, Dongfang Chen's master, Taoist Dan Yang, could not maintain his composure and exclaimed. However, this was the 9 pulse trials and Taoist Dan Yang could only be anxious. He could not help. Dongfang Chen lost like this? Li Lingfeng, who was watching the match from afar, could not help but feel surprised. At the same time he became wary of Gu Fei's fierce battle skills. This is the combat skill of the Green Spirit Peak? Interesting. When fighting with this person you must not let him get close. Ziyu, who was standing next to Li Lingfeng, looked at this scene with interest. Just when everyone thought that Dongfang Chen was going to lose, a golden armor appeared on Dongfang Chen's body. At the same time, a ball of golden light rushed out like a white butterfly at the same time that Dongfang Chen's clothes exploded. Dongfang Chen, who was flying backwards, repeatedly made a hand sign, and the golden light suddenly spread out. At this time, everyone could clearly see that this was not a golden light, but a magic weapon that emitted a golden light. This was a magic weapon that looked like a moon-shaped moon. It was round, as if a round part of the moon had been dug out, leaving a circle of extremely sharp edges on the side. This circle of edges was not closed, leaving a gap. As soon as this magic weapon appeared, the high-ranking disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect knew that this Dongfang Chen had temporarily escaped from the predicament of defeat. Sure enough, when the moon-shaped magic weapon suddenly expanded to the size of a face, whoosh! With a bang, it flew to Dongfang Chen's feet and lifted Dongfang Chen, who was about to fall to the ground. Golden Moon Wheel? On the steps, Taoist Shantian, who was sitting on the throne, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Looks like these junior brothers of mine are really thinking of ways to let their own disciples win. Senior brother Shantian, isn't that your magic weapon, the Golden Moon Wheel? The words of the head of the Shaoyang Peak, Taoist Chaoyang, sounded sour in the ears of the heads of the major branches. Li Hao, a disciple of the Shaoyang Peak, had lost to Gu Fei before he could even use his magic weapon. This made Taoist Chaoyang feel ashamed. He couldn't wait for the disciples of the Biyun Peak to lose to Gu Fei like this. When Taoist Shantian heard this, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. He was the host of the 9 Peaks tournament. Taoist Chaoyang's words were clearly saying that he was biased towards his disciples. Taoist Chaoyang saw that Taoist Shantian did not respond, so he turned his attention to the 9th ring. He wanted to know how Gu Fei of the Chuiling Peak would deal with the counterattack of Dongfang Chen. The battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen also attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Taishan sect who were watching the battle in front of the palace. This was not a normal battle but a battle between a martial cultivator and a martial cultivator. Dongfang Chen rode the golden moon wheel of the Biyun Peak, rose into the air and returned to the ring. He silently reached out and wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. There was a fierce look in his eyes as he stared at Gu Fei. Then he exerted force on his feet and directly threw the golden moon wheel at Gu Fei. The golden moon wheel, shrouded in golden light, suddenly turned into a golden blade, rotating at high speed and slicing towards Gu Fei's waist. Dongfang Chen, who was wearing golden armor, flipped in the air and landed on the stage. On the abdomen of the armor, a faint fist mark could be clearly seen. This was the mark left by Gu Fei's punch. It could be seen that even with the protection of the armor, Dongfang Chen had suffered a strong impact. The fist force shook his body and caused minor internal injuries on the spot. Swish. Gu Fei used the desolate steps, leaving an afterimage in place. He flashed past the golden blade and rushed toward Dongfang Chen. A powerful aura surged forward, and the essence of his body surged. His skin was crystal clear, as if it was covered with a layer of faint five-colored light. The power of the five elements surged under his skin. The golden moon wheel cut through the afterimage, turned in the air and attacked Gu Fei from behind. At the same time, Dongfang Chen's hands formed a seal, and a huge wave of spiritual power surged from his body. His hands repeatedly shot out golden lightning, attacking Gu Fei. On the ring, in an instant, the sound of thunder and golden snakes danced wildly. Dongfang Chen had suffered a loss once. This time he would never let Gu Fei get close to him. The attack of Dao techniques and the assistance of magical treasures seemed to give Dongfang Chen an absolute advantage. The golden moon wheel of the Biyun Peak? Watch how I break your magical treasure. This time, Gu Fei did not dodge the golden moon chakram that shot towards him. He did not even turn his head. Instead, he stretched his left hand backward and directly grabbed at the golden moon. At the same time, he pressed his right hand forward. A golden aura surged out of his right palm and blocked the golden lightning that bombarded him from the front. When everyone below the stage saw that Gu Fei was actually trying to grab the golden moon wheel behind him with his bare hands, they could not help but be greatly shocked. How could the treasure of Biyun Peak, the golden moon wheel, be touched by a person of flesh and blood? Chapter 44. Seeing Gu Fei grabbing the golden moon chakram with his bare hands, even the controller of the golden moon chakram, Dongfang Chen, was taken aback. As a disciple of the Biyun Peak, he knew the power of this treasure of the Biyun Peak. Was Gu Fei confident that he could block the golden moon chakram? In a competition between fellow disciples, if the opponent was seriously injured or crippled, he would inevitably be punished. However, when Dongfang Chen thought of the punch that Gu Fei had landed on his body, he hardened his heart. He no longer cared if Gu Fei's palm would be crippled by the golden moon chakram. He repeatedly made hand seals, and when he raised his hand, he constantly shot golden lightning at Gu Fei. At the same time, he used his divine sense to control the golden moon chakram to strike at Gu Fei. On the other hand, Gu Fei remained calm under Dongfang Chen's fierce attacks. He pressed his right palm forward and a surging golden aura swept forward like a huge wave, blocking the incoming lightning bolts, not allowing them to take a single step forward. At the same time, his left hand that was reaching out to grab the golden moon chakram suddenly turned purple and was surrounded by a purple aura. When Gu Fei's 5 fingers touched the golden moon chakram, there were a few slight clanging sounds. This was the sound of metal colliding. Gu Fei's left hand seemed to have turned into indestructible gold. He actually grabbed the golden moon chakram of the Biyun Peak. What a strong power of the metal element. When the 5 fingers of Gu Fei's left hand touched the golden moon chakram, his body immediately shook a few times. He only felt a strong, sharp and incomparably sharp power of the metal hit his 5 fingers and palm, making his left hand numb. The golden moon chakram almost flew out of his hand. Under the impact of the golden moon chakram, the power of the metal element palm in front of him immediately weakened. Boom! With a loud bang, a golden lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm broke through the golden wave-like aura, and collided with Gu Fei's right palm. Dang dang dang. Gu Fei retreated 3 steps. The powerful and explosive power of thunder and lightning immediately attacked his arm from his right palm. On his forearm, tiny golden electric currents flashed chaotically. The sleeves on his forearm were instantly burned to ashes by the golden electric currents. From this, one could see how powerful the golden lightning was. Umph! With a thought, Gu Fei's right arm shook, and the power of the 5 elements immediately burst out from the muscles, bones and flesh of his right arm. The power of thunder that invaded his forearm was immediately forced out. With another burst of crackling, the golden electric current disappeared in the void in the blink of an eye. After using all his strength to attack Gu Fei with a thunder palm, Dongfang Chen could no longer attack Gu Fei with thunder and lightning. He quickly pinched the Tao formula to control the golden moon chakram, operated the spiritual power in his body and pointed forward. Gu Fei suddenly felt the golden moon chakram in his left hand. All of a sudden the golden light shone brightly, and then, a huge power of the metal element burst out from the golden moon chakram. Countless sharp golden rays violently collided with his hand like divine needles, causing his left hand to feel a trace of pain. Then Gu Fei's left hand shook, and the 5 fingers that grabbed the golden moon chakram were bounced off by the power of the metal element. A golden moon-like light rushed out from his hand and flew back to Dongfang Chen's side, circling around him. The golden moon chakram was taken back and Dongfang Chen's heart was at ease. If the golden moon chakram of the Biyun Peak was taken away by Gu Fei, then he would lose a lot of face. Although the round of fighting between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen was short, it could be said to be thrilling. The disciples of the 9 lineages who were watching the battle were stunned. Because of the surprise, their mouths were opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. The strength shown by the two was impressive, especially the performance of Gu Fei, which was even more shocking. He could actually compete with Dongfang Chen head-on and was not at a disadvantage. Did the Green Spirit Peak really have a genius? And it was a genius who was transformed from a good-for-nothing? Gu Fei's performance broke everyone's view of the Green Spirit Peak. Weapon refining body, I didn't expect this little boy to master this magical power overnight. The head of the Taishan sect, Taoist Xiantian, who was sitting on the top of the steps and watching the battle, noticed that Gu Fei's left hand suddenly turned purple. He looked at Gu Fei with a bit of appreciation in his eyes. At this time, the purple color on Gu Fei's left hand had faded, and his palm had returned to its original color, but the disciples watching the battle below the stage had already seen this strange phenomenon on his left hand. Especially the 7 heads of the 9 lineages, who were many times more intelligent than the average young disciple, they had already vaguely noticed that there seemed to be something strange in Gu Fei's body. However, the weapon refining body technique was too amazing. It was able to fuse the divine weapon into the flesh and blood. Even the 7 heads of the 9 lineages felt a trace of strangeness in Gu Fei's body, but for a moment, they did not know what was wrong with Gu Fei's body. He grabbed the sharp blade of the golden moon chakram with his bare hands, but he was not injured? How is this possible? Although the Taoist Xuanfa did not show it on the surface, he was already shocked. The golden moon chakram was the most precious treasure of the Biyun Peak. After being refined by several generations of Biyun Peak's heads, its power was so great that it was not much worse than the black tortoise seal of the purple bamboo peak. Moreover, the golden moon chakram was a magic treasure of the metal attribute. It contained a huge amount of sharp metal power. Not to mention flesh and blood, even if it was a divine weapon made of the essence of the 5 metals, it would still be able to cut it in half. Could it be that Gu Fei's body had actually been cultivated to the point where it was even stronger than the essence of the 5 metals? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable that Gu Fei could grab the golden moon chakram. At this time, Dongfang Chen also felt that it was difficult to get off. Before the battle, he had more than once said that he would trample on Gu Fei, but now it seemed too unrealistic. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded Dongfang Chen's expectations. Is there something strange about his left hand? Dongfang Chen was shocked that Gu Fei dared to use his flesh and blood to grab the golden moon chakram. He knew that Gu Fei was not afraid of the golden moon chakram. In this way, the advantage of a magic treasure was no longer an advantage. After taking back the golden moon chakram, Dongfang Chen and Gu Fei confronted each other. Neither of them dared to make a move rashly. Both of them were thinking about how to defeat each other. Among the thousands of disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect present, except for the Supreme Mystery Sect's Taoist Xiantian, no one knew that Gu Fei had already integrated the short purple rod passed down from the Jade Spirit Peak into his body. The magical power of refining the body could fuse a divine weapon into the flesh and blood of the body, allowing a certain part of the body to have the characteristics of a divine weapon. Although the short purple rod looked ordinary, it was exceptionally hard. No divine weapon or Taoist magic treasure could damage it in the slightest. Gu Fei relied on this characteristic of the short rod that had fused with his body to dare to grab the Biyun Peak's killing weapon, the golden moon wheel, with his bare hands.